The elites at the top of the pyramid have known this information for millennia. Using the power of collective consciousness, they program this reality as they please to carry out their plans and agendas. They program reality, and we execute it. That is their power, the power that lies in knowledge. This is why this information is so valuable and has been deliberately hidden from the general public for centuries. They have power over us to the extent that we ignore the illusory and programmable nature of this reality. And we have power when we acquire the knowledge that this is not the ultimate reality, and that, essentially, we are eternal beings and the co-creators of this reality. They use both your individual creative ability and that of the collective to materialize their agendas, which explains the overwhelming presence of propaganda. Politicians and media constantly recite lies, aware of the power of repetition. They know that by repeating something enough times, a seed will be planted in the subconscious of unsuspecting minds. Each of these minds acts as processing power, creating a kind of collective CPU, thus rewriting reality. Through the educational system, the foundations are established, and the limits of our minds are defined, which continue to be perpetuated over the years through the media, government entities, and other power structures. We are under constant programming, intended to keep us under their control and domination. But here's the good news: there's nothing to fear. When you awaken from the illusory dream of this reality and acquire the knowledge and wisdom of your true nature, the rules of the game automatically change. You are the operating power in your own reality, and both individually and collectively, we can do anything by becoming aware of our power. This is a simulation of the mind, a dream in the mind of the whole, as suggested by the Hermetic teachings in the Kybalion. When you're dreaming, your character in the dream, the dreamer, is the same as your real self, the dreamer lying in bed, but unaware of their own nature. Likewise, you, in this illusory reality, are the dreamer, the All or God, who is dreaming you. We just need to become aware of our true nature. Just as in a lucid dream, where we can alter the course of the dream by becoming aware that we are dreaming, we can do the same with our reality. All of us can use the divine power of our consciousness to manifest whatever we want in our lives. That's why the powerful insist on keeping this information away from you. Through the use of their means, such as propaganda, wars, deliberate economic collapses, and other conflicts, they cause instability in the world and in your mind, so that you never leave survival mode and stay in a state of low vibration and ignorance. Therefore, knowing this information can be crucial to free our minds from all the dogmas, manipulations, and predictive programming to which we have been exposed. When you stop giving your power and energy to the illusion they have created to keep you enslaved, you free yourself. You regain your power, and the divine energy of the source becomes available to you again. By reconnecting with the flow of the source of infinite potentiality, you are ready to direct your creative energy more consciously and actively build your life. Apply the law of assumption and creative visualization to program your reality and become selective with the information you let into your mind. Remember, they have power over you as long as you believe in them. Become aware that this reality is nothing more than a projection of the mind of the whole, of your own mind. The essence of spiritual awakening is the realization that we are not limited by the limitations of any reality, simulated or not, but that we are inherently connected to an infinite,
Yo, what's up, Pubs? How's everybody doing tonight? Sunday night, March 30th, 2025. What a year. What's up, the Bendu? What's up, Jebediah Dean? What's up, KD? Gray Knight? We'll look at gold. What's up, Love Matters? What's up, UFO? How you doing, man? Charles Fox, what's happening? Zatu, how you doing, man? Kryptonite, what's up, buddy? Oh, man. What's up, what's up? PulseChain MP, good to see you. And UF, Charles Fox, what's happening? Jim Cork, how do you do? Surfing Coin, what's happening? Data Dev, Deerslayer, my man, good to see you. Sasha K, what's going on, man? What's going on? Rapid Unbox, Jim Cork. That's right, smash that like button, everybody. Cishio, what's happening? Reset Time, Jake Breeding, how are you? Crypto, Luna C Point, what's happening? That's good to see everybody. Good to see all you guys. It's been quite a week, man. Quite a week, isn't it? Mastastico, man. I'm good, man. I'm always good. Always good. Already ready. Oh, I got good news. Always. What's up, W1 Share 1987? Oh, yeah? Some money coming across the bridge? That's good. That's what we like to see, man. That's what we like to see. Yeah. That's what we like to see. Let's see. What's this button do? Well, let's take a look here at the news. This was from, I believe, Myanmar or Thailand, where we had those earthquakes. And, yeah, this is a crazy picture, man. This was crazy. This is nuts. Let's see what else we got. Oh, yeah, I know what you guys are feeling this week.
Ow.
Is that what everybody's feeling? Jeez. It's kind of what it's been like for a little while. Smash the like button, everybody. God. In slow motion.
Ow.
It just doesn't feel like it's going to stop, does it?
9.
Jesus. All right, that's enough. I can't take any more. I got to take any more. Well, the Heartman's been spotted. We know where he is. He's been undercover. Here he is. We don't know what city this was from, but yeah. There he is. He's just watching. He's just watching. Watching from the crowd, watching from the distance. What's this button do? Wow, that's what it feels like, doesn't it? What's up, Crypto Princess? How you doing? Good to see you. Oh, to everybody out there, Eid Mubarak. There's a lot of people celebrating right now. That's right, that's right. All right, so somebody made this video. I have no idea whose it is, but, well, I'm not going to play the music because I can't, but I'll add some other music to it. Let me see what I got here. This works. Oh, can't play that. CB1, how you doing? CB7, good to see you. Dude, I had a dream last night too. It was the first real dream I've had in a long time. Wait, who was that person? Oh, the Liquid Loans guy. Okay. What's up, Mbalta? What's up, KD? Yeah, I've been getting a lot of messages from everybody. A lot of people have been having crazy dreams. I mean, we've had psychics too, right? So a lot of people, this is affecting a lot of people. You have to understand how many people are in this community. How many people are some are excited, some are down, some are feeling euphoric, some are feeling depressed. And all these emotions are going into the field. They're generating the vibe of the community right now, if that makes sense, right? It's definitely important what we think about. We try to, there's nothing wrong with manipulating how you feel. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You don't have to succumb to to this. I mean, I try to have a good laugh about it, right? The planets are in Pisces, hence the crazy dreams. Okay. And there's definitely some celestial reasons, I believe, as above, so below. And it's a process and a phase, and in the end, it's going to be for the better. What's up, Shannon? How are you? This wild ride is more fun with the pack. That's right. That's right. We're going to up our vibe. We're going to bring it up. We're going to bring it up. We got to increase our energy. We got to bring it up. This one's funny, though. This one was really funny. What if Richard Hart converts? He comes back converted. Yeah, I do feel that too. I think that there's going to be a big switch up coming up here. There's going to be a big switcheroo coming. Definitely. You guys listen to this. Listen to this. This is really cool. From Eddie Murphy.
I think you know what you're supposed to do deep down inside. I think everybody does. A lot of people just don't go after it. You know, and like most people start out, they say, I want to be a this, but I'm going to get that to make sure I have something to fall back on. And what you're doing is you setting yourself up for failure because you're going, there's a possibility that I'm going to fall back. And when you put that out there, then you fall back. But if you just say, hey, this is what I want to do, and you go do it, you usually get your stuff the way you want it, man. I think you know what you're supposed to do deep down inside. I think everybody does. A lot of people just don't go after it. You know, and like most people start out, they say, I want to be a this, but I'm going to get that to make sure I have something to fall back on. And what you're doing is you setting yourself up for failure because you're going, there's a possibility that I'm going to fall back. And when you put that out there, then you fall back. But if you just say, hey, this is what I want to do, and you go do it, you usually get your stuff the way you want it, man. I think you know.
I think if I could say something about that, I think one way that applies is like, I know what we're seeing isn't what we want to see, but it doesn't mean we have to feel what we see, because everything that you're feeling is getting put out into the world, okay? And in some way, it's going to manifest itself physically in some way, whether you slam your finger in your car door, or whether you lose more money, or whether you get in a fight with somebody you didn't mean to. In some way, it's going to manifest. So it's really important to think about the reality you want to be in and allow those feelings to wash over you morning, noon, and night. And I don't care how low the prices go. It's really important because we're all broadcasting as a community, as a family, as an individual. And if not for you, do it for those around you, those people you care about. Because I want each one of you to be determined to want great things for the people you care about. Even if you slam your finger in the door. Try to keep it up, man. Try to keep the vibes as high as you can. Because remember, it's all going to manifest itself. And when the tide turns, when things change and go to the upside, I want you to be in the right place at the right time. I want you to look back and say, hey, I just happened to open up a long right here. I just happened to get more right here, and it happened to be the bottom. I want to hear all those stories from you guys, each and every one of you. But the only way you can manifest that is if you keep your vibe high, because in some way it'll translate into this physical reality, and you'll just be right there placing that buy order right when it goes up. You'll just do the right things. You'll be, as they say, in the right place at the right time. That's what they mean when they say you create your own luck. It's by keeping your vibe in the right place. Because all of this will pass. And how you handle this downside is to the extent at which you can embrace the upside. All right? So try to keep open to more possibilities. To higher possibilities. To the fact that anything is possible in your life. Anything. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, I got some funny stuff. What's this one? This is cool. You gotta zoom out, man. Zoom out. Just zoom out. That's where we might be right now. That's it. Zach, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. Oh yeah, should put a link down in the thing. Let me get that going for you guys. Let's go. Where are you guys at? You guys are. What's up, Bud P? How you doing? SW says, I got a message from a good friend of mine in Ukraine today. He'd just been press ganged, forcibly conscripted into the army after hiding out for 2 years. We got first world problems. Fuck. That's right, man. They are grabbing people off the street. I have friends that have been hiding, some people that have been hiding out, some extraordinary people in northern Ukraine, up in the mountains. Since 2022, man. But they are grabbing people. Yes, they are. And they're throwing them in. You know what the average life expectancy is of a conscript that they grab off the street? It's 3 days. 3 days. That download something. Is that safe? Yo, pups. What's up, Hans? How you doing? Yeah, we don't have it. We got it good, man. We got it really good. Here, let me check this stuff out. What is this stuff? What is this? All right, we'll save that a little bit. All right, let's go look at some charts. All right, shall we? We're going to look at some charts and see what's going on. And just a reminder, pups, don't give in to the BS. Please, just eat real food. Don't get this Beyond Meat stuff. It's all GMO soy grown in a lab by Bill Gates' company, everything, you know what I'm saying? So just a reminder to watch what you eat too. We're being attacked at all fronts, not just our wallets here. We're trying to get you at your health and everything. Let's see if I can put this on. What's this over here? Is that a little house music? I'm going to listen to today. Bring this down. All right, let's go look at some charts. We need to go look at some charts. Oh. Let's go look at some charts. All right. What's this button do? Where are the charts? There we go. All right. ETH is at $1,800. What a mess. Poison sausage, grass-fed lean meats. I know, right? Deerslayer's waiting for the peg. Anytime, man. All right. Let me see. I was supposed to... Oh, we can also go look... what are they doing over here? Let's see. All right. Let's just do this. Let's get in here, because I know we got to find out what's going on. Deerslayer's my hero. My hero too, man. Deerslayer's everyone's hero. You guys smash the like button. Let's get the vibe high. What do we got? We got 370 people watching out there and only 6 likes. Come on, let's smash that like button. Let's smash it. Let's get the vibe high. I know some of you guys can't smash it because you guys are out there in X land. You're watching on Twitch. Still, I can feel your like from the distance. I can feel it from the field. All right. What's going on here? Now, ETH has come down. All right. Our last low was 1759 and we are at 1813. All right. Now, I think what's important to me, oh, sorry, get these low. Let's see. All right. I hope you guys can see that all right. I don't know why it looks like not very bright today. Oh, that's it. Okay. There we go. Andrew, I think it's more than that, man. I've tweeted about it, and I've also shown you guys old charts from going back to December and January where I showed exactly where we'd be right now, back months ago. All right. Do I have to show you guys again? Where was it? And just a reminder, to you guys that are new, I posted, this is on X, I posted this chart, you can see right here, 2 months ago. Okay, this was January 6th, 2025. I posted this. It's on my X. I'm going to zoom in. You guys can see the date. This says what? 24th of March, 2025. And what do you see? Exactly where we are now. The price I have here is the low is 0.000013. What are we at now? We're not quite there yet, are we? We're so close, man. We're at 1894, all right? And I posted this January 6th, okay? I posted this on January 6th, among many, many other charts. I actually have this chart going all the way back to December. This one was the most clear, but I know you guys have seen me draw. I drew it live for you guys. So it's really tough when I hear people saying like, we're here because of X coin. We're here because of this. No, man, it was in the charts, all right? If it wasn't in the charts, I wouldn't have drawn this. I don't do 100 drawings. You guys are here when I do this live. I make usually one live drawing for you guys every video. That's it. I'll grab a chart and I make one. That's it. I don't do 50 and then delete the other 49 and keep the one that worked. I don't do that. So I drew this, and it's so funny how close the date is too. I drew this low as 24th of March, 2025. Okay, and the video is still up from January 6th. You guys can go watch the whole video if you want. All right, Pedro was here, Fast Abdul was here. And now my hope was, as you can see by the drawing, that we were going to dump and then we would begin to move up, and then that would be a spring. So this low I drew here was contingent that we got a higher high on the RSI, so we'd have bullish divergence, and that's what I like to call a spring. Now, is that going to happen right now? I don't know. We're going to look at the chart. This is now, what is it, 3 months later, 4 months later? That was January 6th, so it's fucking 3 months later. So I don't know if we're going to spring. We're going to look at the chart, and I'm just going to tell you what I see, or are we just going to go sideways, you know, because this was a bullish case that we would dump, but I knew we were coming down here. It didn't matter what the news was, whether it was pDAI or you can blame it on whatever you want, but this chart was was coming down here. All right, it was weak, it was not strong, and it was going to break this low. Also, because if you look at a lot of these big projects in the beginning, they'll do these kind of moves. It's not that special. So yeah, that's about the end of that. So you guys understand, this was probably going to happen regardless. There would have been some other reason. They would have blamed it on something else. It doesn't matter what you want to blame it on. A chart's a chart. A chart is a chart. What's going on? What are you guys fighting about? Was here that day, and I thought 0.00018 would be bottom 555 to penny. That'd be great, man. That would be great. And that's possible. It doesn't have to go quite as low. I think the point I was showing is that I understood the price action. And, I didn't know what day or exactly, but yeah, it's pretty damn close. Crypto Coffee, what's happening, brother? Hey, man, jump on the stream if you got some time. I threw a link in there. Come on and chat with us for a little bit. One of the busiest guys in crypto. Let's see. Throw a fresh one in there just in case. Thick lady sings. Let's see. Maybe it's you guys. You can give him a timeout. What's he saying? All right, I don't have time for this. You guys fighting over there about God knows what. All right, well, let's see what's going on. Let me delete this. Just screwing around. You guys have seen my prediction. So now we're here. Okay. And it's funny, I even drew a falling wedge a long time ago too and said it's possible we end up in one. Well, we are down here right now. And let's see. To be honest, I haven't even looked that close to this yet, so let's see what's going on. Let's see. Okay, so I like what I'm seeing. It's certainly got potential, okay? But we have a lot of downward pressure now for sure, without a doubt, okay? Well, you certainly got room for a bounce coming up here. But there's certainly still some weakness in here, okay? For sure. Let's go right to the weekly. Sheesh. It's 142 million market cap. Okay, and it's falling, Yeah, this is a strong downward trend. All right. Creditor payments April 30th. A falling knife. It's what we call a falling knife. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. See that some people are still acting. Guys, prices go up, prices go down, man. It's part of it. And like I showed you earlier, January 6th, I was showing this type of price action. And actually, I showed even a lower target. So who knows? Is my target going to be reached of, I think, what was it, 0.0013? Well, we'll see, right? But I feel it too. It hurts. But at the same time, I'm not panicked because I saw this in the beginning of the year. And that's why I drew it for you guys, right? When I look at charts, I'm unbiased. No matter how bullish I am on PulseChain, the charts are the charts, man. There's nothing about my emotions or that my biases are going to help when I do these drawings. You know what I mean? We just got to look at it for what it is. So generally, this move should be wrapping up here, and we should be getting a bounce. Now, I don't see. I don't see a lot of reason why. Look at that. Look at that. So this should be ready for a juicy bounce here. Look at that. Target is hit for that head and shoulders right just about, but it doesn't seem to want to stop right now. We're not seeing it. We see a little bit on the 1 hour there, but not much more. Let me see what's going on with... let me see something. There's a lot of fear in the market, okay? And a lot of it has to do with, I know people are screaming because it's pDAI or this fucking token or what. The bottom line is there's a tariff war happening and there's fears of World War III because Europe is ramping up, is picking a fight with the bear, all right? That's what's happening. They're ramping up and markets don't like that. There's fears of a yen unwind happening as well. Bond market is holding up. But mostly the tariffs, okay? They're not going to be great in the beginning for the economy. They're probably great long run. But here's the thing. Trump is a very volatile guy. He's got a strong negotiation tactic. He comes from the business world. He comes in, hard and heavy into a negotiation. You know what I mean? He doesn't take shit from anybody, all right? So it's very possible that we go into this week hard, but he eases up and he backs off. Or at least... some bullish news comes out to give markets some relief, and we get some relief here. Now, if you look here on the, let's come here to the daily and look at this. So if we look here at the RSI, you can see what Pulse has done, and we've had some major drops. So we can see this one right here, okay, where we fell from quite high. One of the earlier drops we had from almost sack rate, and we plummeted all the way to 0.000033, okay? And the RSI came all the way down to 22, okay? Where are we at right now? We're at 25, all right? So we're getting into a place where we're incredibly oversold, all right? I mean, we are absolutely oversold by now. I think that we probably could expect some kind of juicy move beginning of this week. Either because Trump backs off a little bit, they get a little dovish suddenly, markets like that, and they rally, and then they pipe down. Now, my concern is that how long is that rally going to? Is it just a rally? Because we've fallen so hard. Let's go here to PulseX really quick. Let's see what's going on. So PulseX also broke this one. Now, PulseX was holding up really strong, and it did break finally, okay? And it's had some major support right now. Let's see here. What's going on with PulseX? All right, let's do the same thing. Let's look at this RSI. Let's see where it plummeted. Was this sack price? No, it wasn't, but it was a pretty big fall back here in July of 2023. What did we hit on the RSI? Whoa, damn. Look at that. We hit 23. Very similar to Pulse, right? Pulse hit 22, right? So where are we at right now? We're only at 28. Come on, guys. We're only at 28 on the RSI. We can go lower. Come on. We can do better than this. Gold all-time high. Okay, we're going to look at gold, and we're going to look at BTC and ETH as well. Bridge to ETH and cash out won't make... minting over 30 million of free money bridge to ETH and cashed out won't make the price of all crypto go down. No, it wouldn't. There's a lot of other factors here, man. That's just the narrative and the news people are grabbing onto right now, right? It doesn't matter. Like it's infinitesimal. If it wasn't that, it would have been something else everybody would have pointed their finger at. But if in January 6th, I could see the price action of where we are now, it means that it didn't need an excuse, man. You can give it any news headline you want to give it, okay? The charts are the charts. They're telling me they're going to go place that's where it wants to go. That's just how it works. Let's go ahead and take a measured move here, this while we're here, and then we'll go look at gold and BTC and ETH. This one's probably done too. I'm just going to do a rough one here. Let's see what's going on. Do I grab the... that's interesting. I'm going to do both, okay? I'm just gonna do all of it. Sometimes you get open to surprises because I think maybe... just going to do both. I'm just going to leave out some of these wicks, all right? Sometimes I do this. I just give myself a range. Okay. So let's see. Whoa. Is it man? Let me see. Look left here. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. So there is a tremendous amount of support on that, on the shorter move, and the shorter one is just without the wicks over there. So I'm just going to put a line right there. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. So. And let's go ahead and grab one down here too, just in case things are getting hairy. It does kind of line up with that one too, right? So let's put it in there as a possibility. So I'll go ahead and get rid of this here. Okay. Jeez, that would be a mess, wouldn't it? Where are we at right now? Let me see this candle here. Yo, who didn't hit the what? All right, guys, there is 550 people watching and only 19 likes. How's that mathematically possible? $300 million market cap, each for Pulse without OA seems cheap to me. We're getting cheap, man. We're getting cheap. What's up, Georgie? How you doing? Good to see you. Let's see. Okay, where was I? Okay. Okay, we're bouncing down. I mean, this is like we're kind of we're bouncing. We're being rejected there already. We might consolidate here in this range. That'd be nice. We got a lot of support right here. Let's go and put a line right here too. Okay. So let's see. It might stay here. We might get a rally here. I mean, I think it's like realistically right there. Is that where we're at? Okay. Yeah, it's about where we're at. Okay. I think from where we are now, you've got great buy entries in general because, you know, it is oversold, and you saw the lowest RSI went was at 22. Right now we're about 28 or 30. That's great because you can expect a big juicy rally at some point, and maybe that's what's going to happen here and then or earlier into this week. Okay. Tomorrow's Monday, is the 31st. What tariffs could go into effect on the 2nd. Yeah, you know, if we start rallying really hard into the 2nd, I'd probably expect that maybe they are going to come in pretty hawkish on Tuesday and kind of come in really like strict and stern with those tariffs, and that might spook the market and continue a sell-off. Or the opposite, we just continue weakening in there, and then come those tariffs. Tariffs do come back, but they come out real kind of like dovish about it and cuddly and shit, and they're just like, they don't seem too stern, and maybe they back off some of them, and maybe the markets like it. It's hard to tell. It's Trump's economy right now. Not Trump's, but you know their thing right now, and they got this big negotiation going with the tariffs and everything that's going on, and the markets are reacting to it. You guys, that's how it is, right? Markets don't like uncertainty, and there's a lot of uncertainty right now. So it can move on the administration's tweets, right? Their posts, you know, and their attitude. People are going to just look at their attitude they're giving out, you know. invented this one. I love it. It's the markets go down. We lose our excitement. All of a sudden, we're considered peaceful. Oh, no. When everything's green, we're all like screaming and yelling and music's going hard and stuff. We're all calm now. We're all spiritual and calm and we're Zen. Everybody's praying. Like holy, I was listening to some Orthodox, I don't know what you call that, like Gregorian chants the other night. To put myself to bed last night, I put on like Gregorian chants. All right, let's go look over here at ETH and let's continue here. Okay, it's 1813. Now, what I was saying is the low down here was at 1768, and I'm seeing some bearish divergences because this usually tells us that this could be a bottom for now, right? At least for a rally, right? It doesn't mean that we're reversing and this bear market is over. And when I say I mean just this part of the cycle, I don't mean we're in the bear market. We're still in a bull run. I'll show you Bitcoin. Nothing's fundamentally broken yet, okay? But we could be due for a very juicy rally. Now, you see these lows over here where we hit 2,100 on Ethereum, and the RSI had come all the way to 28, and then we made a super low from there, right? From 2,100, we plummeted down to 1,777, 1,750, and then the RSI went up, though, to 30. So that's a sign of strength. That means buyers are stepping in here, right? Now, it's not that much, but it's something, and it's good, right? And right now we have 1813, which is slightly higher than 1750, and the RSI is up significantly into about 35. So this is a good sign. You see this uptrend right here on the RSI. That's really nice. We want to see that. But it's still weak as crap, man. It really is. But like I said, it could mean it's giving us room for a big rally. On the longer time scales, it's not good. And I'll just give you the targets I gave you before. Nothing has changed for me at all. The next target right now on ETH is 1673. The next target is 1530, okay, and 1355. Now, if we continue in a bear case, I don't know if 1355 gets hit. I'm pretty certain that we're going to hit 1750 in that range. That could be the bottom until the whole market turns and goes back to the bull run, okay? So 1650, because ETH has really come down quite a bit already. So it may not come down a whole lot more, especially since we are seeing some strength coming in on the RSI. But I need to see that strength coming in on the bigger time frames, which right now we just don't know yet, okay? We just don't know. We need a little more time. But yeah, so 1650 could be it in that area. You know, as we get closer, I'll get in there. If that breaks, though, 15-ish would probably be that bottom. But like I said, worst case scenario, 1350. I doubt we go lower than that. I really do. I think they'll scare everybody that lower targets are coming, like 1200. But no, I do think maybe 1650 could hold. 1650 to 1500 in that range. Something in there is going to hold. But let's go look at where this rally could go if we start breaking to the upside here. Let's see what's going on. So if we do get this juicy rally this week, maybe it's an April Fool's rally, right? We're just all scared and bloody into the April, and then we get a nice juicy rally. But I do think this, even if we get a rally in the next few days, it's possible we get some more downside, all right? And maybe ETH does hit that 1650, and that is the bottom, all right? But that could be it. Because I do think after mid-April, or the rest of April, we should be seeing a lot of upside. Or I hope so. And maybe we do play out like a normal cycle, and we go into May, and then they sell off in May, and we go away for the summer, and, blah, blah, blah. 300-week SMA on ETH. The 300. Okay. So right now we're below the 50, the 200, everything. Let's see where the 300's at. Oh, I had the 300. Wait, where is it? It's under the... It's the fucking 3. For a second. On the what? On the weekly? SMA? What? Are you on what time scale are you on, brother? Oh, you must be looking at the weekly. Well, even on the weekly, we're below it. $300 MA, we're below it, man. On the weekly, we're below everything on the daily. Well, here's the weekly here. Here's the 300 right there. Unless I got some funny setting. I mean, I'm on the MA. Is right? It's the 305. I mean, it's close, but Gray, I haven't checked for a while. Come on, guys. Come on, chat. No, it's not looking great right now. I've actually done this before. Yeah, man. It is what it is. It's fine. We're close, though. Like I said, this could be a shakeout, and we could be rallying into the tariffs, or maybe the tariffs are a little dovish, and we get a little rally. Either way, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. It is what it is. There's bigger things happening right now, huge macro factors right now, and it's what it is. Nothing's broken in crypto, though. Nothing's really broken on PulseChain either. I mean, sure, there's an exploit, what have you, but... Oh, remember this too, the end of April, I believe it's April 20th, the SEC has to have their evidence in place for moving the case further if they really are going to, which they petition for. So, where's everybody? You guys smash the like button out there, if anybody's out there. So look, BTC is at 82,563. All right. Now, what I want to show you, it's what I've shown you guys before. We are still in this channel that we've been in since the beginning of 2022. So the bull run is not over. The uptrend is not broken yet. All right. There's no doubt about that. All right. Even though ETH looks horrible, we are dancing on support. We're holding up just fine right here. All right. Not just fine, but we're holding up. No, man, you can't do that, Grey Knight. You gotta be on top of this stuff, man. You can't come in here spouting off obscenities like that. So look, we got a higher low. I mean, you know, we're still we got a higher low from what we hit down here back at the beginning of March. All right, we came down here. We bounced off the 300 on the daily. All right, looking good. We're up here. We're hanging in the channel. We're good. We certainly have room for a rally, but let's look at some longer time scales, okay? So it's the daily. The daily's kind of neutral on the MACD. Of course, the R side looks like you. Could go a little lower. Now, if we break down, your next stop is going to be about 77, about 78, where the 300 is, 77. Come on, cough. You've been coughing forever. 60, and then I think 67 to 69 is going to be a place we're going to land. Line in the sand is still about 62, 63-ish, okay? It's right down here. Was that June? It's the summer. Was something like crazy like that happen? We have a juicy rally this week. It fails. We really come down pretty hard, hit some low targets. What did I do over? Did I save this line? I'm gonna pull this out. Yeah, look at that. I don't know, something like this, and then come in. Maybe this is a little bit further over though, you know, like whatever. And then we rally coming out of the summer, near the end of the summer, and and then we break the all-time high and we start rocking into the fall. That could be something, couldn't it? Is the bull over? Like it's over, finished? Finished? Hang on. I guess like you could also, like, we could go for all-time highs now, between now and May, right? We'd hit somewhere between 130, that's too high, 130 and 150 somewhere, right? And at the top of that channel, right? So this would be if we literally just like broke out of here, they got dovish on these tariffs, everyone got bullish, market went up. So the top of the channel is about 160, somewhere between the mid of this channel, like 120 to 160, we hit this range by summer, right? And then we have a sell in May and go away. And then we get the see you later, bye-bye situation, right? Ooh, see ya, bye-bye. I think that to call the end, like we're like, ooh, cash in your chips, let's go. Is that exactly where I stopped my drawing? It's exactly where I dropped it. The 50% fib right now is where I stopped drawing at 42K. That's probably, if it breaks that, I don't know, that's pretty low, man. I don't know. That's pretty low. I'm just having fun right now, guys. I'm just, you know what I mean? We really don't know what's going to happen. We've got the smartest people I know. Tony the Bull. I love Tony the Bull. If you guys don't follow him, he's just a genius trader, okay? Great guy. He's feeling that the top is in and we're coming down. Some other traders I really love are pretty confident that we're going to push up and have this one more leg up. I'm really just drawing some stuff out here. What did I draw some? What was that line? Oh, that was from before. I don't think it's. I don't want to say. I don't know, man. This is tough. We're in a tough place, man. This isn't an easy market. Like, you know. There's a lot of reasons we could push up. There's a lot of reasons we could begin to like weaken for a little bit more extended period of bearishness here. I do think we're going to get an alt season. I do think ETH is going to run. It's just a matter of when, right? I don't know if it's literally, even if we have a big rally, it might be selected alts and BTC right now. I think in the fall or end of quarter 3, quarter 4 is when maybe all the alts and Ethereum run, because Ethereum's got to come back, guys. I don't think anything's happening. I know a lot of people are saying, you know, we don't need ETH. I don't know. I think we need ETH, man. I think ETH's got to do well. Let's go check out the super chat pops. Where'd it go? NEXT says, PulseChain emit yield farm 600%, 800% APR. Anyone? Thank you, brother. Appreciate that super chat. €2 from NEXT. Yield farm 600% to 800% APR. So I'm guessing NEXT is the name of the yield farm. Next, I'm not sure exactly if that's what you were saying. Thank you so much for that super chat, though. 2 more weeks, guys. 2 more weeks. Yeah, maybe Trump is trying to get the recession out of the way. There's certainly recession indicators going off, all right? I won't get into it in this video. I'm sure you guys have seen it all over the place already anyway. There's a ton of stuff, right, that's flipping that would indicate the top is in and we're going downtown. But, you know, you can't say for sure. We don't know what Trump has up his sleeve. Maybe he's going to rally us into May. But maybe not. Maybe we are just going to keep sliding, and everything's just going to go right sideways and chop until Q3 or summer. You guys want to chat, pDAI? Emit yield farm. Okay, is that what it's called? Thanks, brother. Appreciate that super chat. You want to get Somi on for? You want to talk pDAI? Everybody wants to talk pDAI. Send him a message. See if he's up for it. I'll stay up late because I know he's getting up when I'm going to bed. So, hey, but if he wants to chat pDAI for 7 hours again, I'm here, man. We can do it. Send him a message. Pierre. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. But I wish the flattery would work on the charts too, right? What's up, Oogie-Doo? What's up, KD? No, I don't think we will have sell in May and go away. We'll still pump until August. Cool, that'd be rad. That would be rad. All right, let's come over here. So, look, what we need to do, here's what needs to happen for BTC to get really bullish, okay? We need to break 91, all right? We need to get above 91, and that's kind of a big deal, all right? We need to get up here. All right, we need to get up here. And if we do, it's probably pretty damn bullish, all right? So we get above 91, we make a nice juicy hammer up here, and it'll be see you later, bye-bye, all right? If we can't get above 91 and we get rejected, all right, dude, it's going to be nasty. It's going to be pretty nasty if we... Yeah, we need to get above 91. We need to get above 91. And then we're looking good here. We're looking good because above 91 is where you're going to meet your 21. Okay? Your 21 is up here. Right now it's floating at about 93-ish. Got another super chat coming in. What's he saying? He says, NEXT Neon by Nexion. Now we have Flux. Create your own farm. Okay, right on. I've heard about that. Nexion and Neon. Cool, brother. Really appreciate that super chat. So there you go, pups. There's nothing to sell for us in May. We're all right. And we might be going sideways. And BTC and ETH should be pumping hard first week of May. That'd be nice. So to the upside, yes. Like I said, we get above 91 and we get some support there and we build a hammer. All right. We start looking really bullish right around here. We're going up. And so like I said, the top of this range is going to be between, I think 150-ish. This is in May right here. It's going to be about 150. And it's going to be way higher than that. So probably the top of this range here. So like, 120, 130 to 150. Somewhere in this area right here. Okay, if we get bullish right now. And then, like I said, then we'll have a sell in May and go away. Sell in May and go away, right? And then we'll have sell in May and go away. And then we'll come back in the fall to rock on with ETH, right? That looks like a schlong hanging there off the channel. Sorry about that. But let's see. If we break down here, if we break down on BTC, yeah, I mean, look, we'll probably most definitely come down to hit 67 to 73, somewhere in this area here. We're going to play around here for a little bit, all right? We got a lot of confluence at about 67, 68 for me. That's what, so I think we're going to get to about 67, 68, okay? And once again, it's not the end of the world, it just is what it is, and we'll bounce sideways probably. And these channels meet up with a ton of confluence about 61, 60. Okay. So that may be some place we meet down here, and then we can go off to the races. You know, it could be some odd timing where, you know, we get these tariffs, everybody gets this little bearishness coming in, and then maybe come July, August, Q3, we rip in, and then we continue into Q4, right? But it starts up at an odd time. That's possible too. Kind of keeping the market always guessing, keeping the market always surprised, right? So whatever it is we do, we come down, we get here, this is August, you know, and then we go. Like I'm just scribbling really quick, but yeah, could be something like that. That'd be kind of the bearish case. I mean, obviously the bearish case would be that the cycle is completely over, but I don't think so. Maybe I just don't want to believe that, but you know, I don't think so. If that happened, we'd probably come all the way down to something like 30K, right? And we'd consolidate down there. That's when you'd know, like, okay, it's over. You know, we'd come down to right here, 30K, right? And then we'd go sideways, which would suck. You know, well, it'd be suck if we went lower than that, but you know, you could definitely probably call it there. At least we're going to have an extended period. All right, I'm just scribbling around today. Let's go look at everybody's a little bit down. That's fine. Guys, got to keep the attitude up. It's just the way it is. Smash the like button. That's how we keep the vibe high. Let me look at this ETH BTC. We're getting weaker here. What the hell's going to scroll? NEXT is on a super chat roll, man. Wait, you guys are on fire. NEXT super chat NEXT says Vox Finance Yield Farm offers up to 900% APR. Oh yeah, I like 900% APR. 900% APR on what though? Up to 900% on your native token or on what? Thanks so much for that super chat, NEXT. Really appreciate it. Someone's depressed. Okay. You guys have seen me deep dive on ETH BTC multiple times, right? You don't want me to do that again, right? So we got wicks to the top. There is definitely downward pressure on this ETH BTC. ETH might want to go a little bit lower. You can see my kind of drawing I've had for a very long time. I was hoping we would just go sideways, but we are breaking down and completely underneath all our moving averages there. So that is what's going on. It's just, you know, BTC is just the stronger, it's dominant, man. It's just, I don't even need to see the dominance chart's going to be bullish, right? We know that. It's obvious. We could save some time. So that's it, man. It is being rejected by the 21. ETH is going down and not sideways yet. Now, doesn't mean it can't recover back into what I drew here, right? Like, it absolutely could, you know, maybe we get some support, find it, and then we come back, right? And, you know, that'd be great, right? I mean, I could be off by just a little bit here. There's no doubt about it. We chopped a little bit, but, you know, it's going down right now. Now, just to show you guys where we were before in 2019, we were, right now, the ratio is at 0.021, okay? And in 2019, we were at 0.016, okay? So, you know, we could get a double bottom. It could certainly come down more, but, you know, it just gets more and more bullish the lower this comes, right? So it could come down here. Now you've got this juicy double bottom, and watch when I zoom out, you guys can see what happens here, right? You're going to now, this could be the Richard Hart win cycle, because at that point, you're going to have W's on every fucking chart, on every Richard Hart. Look at this W on the ETH BTC you'd end up with, right? If you get that double bottom. Now you've got the W for win. Pulse is going. Pulse, every Richard Hart core is going. I mean, this is something to look forward to. How about that, pups? Smash that like button if you want to see a W form on the ETH BTC ratio. I mean, maybe that's where we're headed, and that's not a bad place to be right there. All right. That would be amazing. Do not trust these scammers. Turk, what are you talking about? At the end of the day, nobody knows what will happen. It's all speculation. Global liquidity is getting stronger and stronger. It's correlation. Please don't connect wallet to these sites. Oh, the NEXT sites? Is that what you're trying to talk about? All right, yeah, be careful, pups. Those were super chat. I haven't vetted any of those projects. You guys can vet them. Let us know, how they are. I just got into this game in December. If you think of this as a newbie, it's edge of your seat action, and there's only up from this crypto quake. This community is what holds everything together. Shannon, you're absolutely right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I like this part, the W's. Yeah. W stands for wiener. So this is ETH-BTC, and this wouldn't be bad. This is not a bad place if that happens. Now, the not good thing would be if this continues down like this. But that's not so probable, right? Let's hope this W plays out. That'd be really nice. Let's go look at USDT dominance really quick. USDT dominance. What's going on? Still making a decision. It's pushed up again, okay? Because obviously, hey buddy, we had this big sell-off, but you know what? Look at where it got rejected. Right at this trend line that's going back on USDT dominance since 2022, since we started this bull run, okay? It always gets rejected here. And guess what? Right now, it's not over for USDT dominance, but it got rejected right there, okay? And then we still have a Gravestone Doji here. It's a little bearish doji. It's not very gravestone-y yet, but it's definitely bearish doji. So this is playing out. Now, obviously, you can probably see that USDT does look definitely bullish. You got a very W-ish looking thing here, but it's holding up good against this trend line. It's being rejected. So hopefully this arrow going down is what plays out. That's what we want to see played out. All-time lows. Yeah, let's go look at Inc. What did we see? USDT, we saw BTC. Let me just see Solana really quick. Look at my target there on Solana. Did we hit it? Almost. We wicked to it. Yeah, I think it'll get hit. I don't know when though. Some crazy market makers though. I feel like I'm missing something too. Is this the United States money supply? Yeah, this is trending up. We'll see this break into the upside again. Let me put on the 6 month. What's about to cross here, but it could be wrapping to go up again. Kind of looks like what it's doing. Look at that. U.S. money supply might be increasing. Now, it really depends on how it's used to and allocated. We'll come back. Let's see. I want to see the Dixie really quick. What's going on here? This is another one I called like almost to the pip. I drew this a long time ago. I said we're coming to 103.5, and the Dixie wick down to 103.2. So yeah, I mean, Dixie's being rejected pretty hard. You know, right here at this resistance line, going all the way back off these wicks, coming back here. All right. You see the Dixie's being rejected pretty hard. Okay, went to 103. I mean, let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's being rejected. Looks like it might continue back or at least come down to 103 and maybe continue lower. Be interesting. Oh. Oh, damn. Bud P, what's up, brother? We got a super chat from Bud P. Bud P says, Britep tweeted about freedom in teaching and ignoring those who dictate. Financial freedom comes from a decentralized stablecoin. Stupid pDAI $1. Thanks so much for the super chat, Bud P. Yo, which Britep tweet are you talking about? We can go look at his we can go look at his profile. We can pull it up. But thanks so much for that super chat, bud. Really appreciate that. I'll leave it down here on the screen here. Everybody's like at home depressed, it feels like, isn't it? Yeah, the S&P's. Well, look, here's the 300. You're saying if it does 10% move, it's actually a thing. Well, I mean, look, this is what I've been thinking for the long run. So, you know, if we come down, does that mean that this is our top for now? And then we're going to find a bot. Now, I don't know if this is exactly how low we're coming. What did I put? 51.81. That's pretty low, man. But you're saying 10%. So that would be, oh, that's close to my target. I put 51.81, 51.80. Oh, that would be another 10%, almost 10%. So, yeah. Right about here-ish. So yeah, man, that kind of lines up with my rough thing. And then what I would have to do is I'd boop, that's gonna end up being that top, right? And then if I zoom out, you guys can see what I'm thinking here. And then we're gonna start another run, right? And this is gonna take us up into 2027. That's my expectation. Okay, now crypto is still considered like tech stocks, so that it's gonna, oh shit, what did I do? So let me put that back, because right now we don't know. We don't know, right? We don't know if we're about to, that's a double bottom and we're gonna come up and make a new high, right? Like we don't know that yet. And then that would take us to May, and then we would sell off, right? And then we would do like the big move down, and then start Q4 or something like that into this massive uptrend that no one's gonna see coming. And that's going to take BTC, altcoins, Ethereum to like an epic level, much longer than people realize, deep into 2026, 2027. And then we get a big blow off, right? So then we come up. Now I don't know where it's going to terminate. I'm just like, I don't know where to put wave 5 yet, right? So just the question is this just going to start a big rally that we're going to push up into June, or is this already the start of the big drawdown and we're going to come down to this, this one of these levels down here? I almost want to just get it over with in a way, right? Because then I know after this happens down here, a lot of that money that's sidelined is going to rotate into, into equities and the stock and crypto markets. And then I know what's ahead of me. Like if I just get it over with now, I know that ahead of me is a massive bull run, right? ETH going to 7K and beyond. Probably, I mean, if we do one of these, ETH is going to 15, 20K or something like that, right? It's going to do something nuts. If S&P goes 5,100, hard to see BTC not going to 60s. Oh, it will. I mean, this would mean that we're coming down to 60s, right? And I don't know if it has to be fucking, what did I do, 5,100? I mean, maybe it's 5,300. I don't know. We'll have to look closer at it. Yeah, maybe it's not that low. Yeah, maybe it's, shit, I mean, it could be a bit lower. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just leave it at 5,200-ish right now. What's that for August? The bottom would come in about July in that, if this plays out, okay? I think the bottom would come in Q3 if this really plays out, like genuinely. But then what's ahead of us is literally just a year and a half of pure bull, man. Yeah, you guys can build your position, get some rest. Makes more sense to happen over the summer. If S&P, yeah, Ricky. You agree 100%? You like this? Cool, cool, brother. And then you'll have your 5 waves coming out from your zombie apocalypse. Let's just try in the weekly here. So looks something like this, okay? So you can extrapolate this and put it over your, some ideas you might have for the crypto market. But let's go look at. No. Okay, cool. All right, so gold. Yeah, gold's going higher, man. Gold's very strong right now. Somebody call Peter Schiff. He's loving it, man. Interesting. Gold could be topped out. Could be certainly topping out. Jeez, look at that move on the MACD. All the way going back to 1971. That is crazy looking. All right, let's go back. Let's look at where were we? PLSX and Pulse. Okay, you got a little bit of pump already coming here. People buying this dip. But smaller time frames, you got a little bit of bullishness. People are jumping in, but in the longer time frames right now, this still looks pretty weak. And okay, let's see what else. Let's look at ink. Okay, go to ink. How's everybody doing out there? Is everybody all right? What do we got here? Wow, we have 5,350 people watching, and only 23 likes. Come on, pups. Let's get that likes to watch ratio going on. Let's get it up a little bit here. Ratio is still 0.85. Yeah, we need to start charting these likes to who's watching ratio, man. Just like the ETH-BTC, and then we got to pull it up because we need to get these numbers up. We need to get some of you guys bullish, man. You guys are not bullish enough on the likes to watch ratio. All right. Yeah, ink is coming on this downtrend. It's bouncing, holding support on its way down. That's a good, healthy sign. It's not falling apart or anything. Pups, thanks so much. All those likes come in. Just fires me up. Let's view parody. Depressed. Like done already. Appreciate it, pups. All right, let's see what's going on. It's ink is looking ink is looking. It's looking to the downside right now. We got a little curling over on the 12-hour and the 4-hour. Because people are really stepping in on these prices, but on the longer time frames, it's certainly drooping here. All right. Now, it could happily just bounce its way down to, I have a lot of support right here at about 87, 88 cents. Ton of support right here. A nice confluence here of support and trend lines. Depending on when we contact it, maybe just under $1. I think these are all good buys. Now, if that breaks there at about 88 cents, your next real major support is about 62 cents. All right. Artie. What's up, Artie? Why is your... Let's see what's that. Crypto Artie says, pDAI sellers who executed in last week's dip into cores continue to dip and get legit treacherous punishment. Sad, but facts. pDAI holding up, can't wait for pUSDT to peg the Trinity, then pivots into belief will kick in. Yeah, it is interesting. Thanks a lot for that super chat, Artie, man. That was awesome, bro. I'll leave that up. Let me, you guys can read that. Who rotated? Who rotated? You know, it is true. It is like punishment, right? Like people who sold pDAI into their cores are being punished right now because you rotated pDAI at a lower price into the cores, which are now going much lower, and pDAI is holding up. So that's kind of brutal. That's like punishment on punishment. Thanks a lot for that super chat, brother. Really appreciate it. I wonder if... Oof, that must hurt. Let's go look over here at pDAI. So pDAI is holding up in this range, all right, between 0.004. It's kind of coming all the way down to... I mean, I could open it up, but pretty much 0.001. All right, roughly. And it's at about 0.002, right? What's it about? 0.0018? Yeah. It's actually, you know, but it already had its a big capitulation in all fairness. So there's not that many sellers left. A lot of people sold already and exited. It's still up there. You know, it's the prices now are from summer of from a year ago. They're not the same prices from 2 years ago, though, but there's prices from a year ago. It's kind of holding up. It is, it's not very, you know, there's no liquidity. There's low volume right now. And it could certainly go lower. At the same time, people are really fighting for it, and it's holding this range here. It's pretty neutral. You can see on the weekly. Well, the weekly's not closed yet. How much time before this weekly closes? Where's oh, where's the countdown? That's weird. Usually gives you like how many hours or days or whatever. I don't know when the close is for this weekly, but yeah, you got a bullish doji here, very bullish. Then you got this kind of bearish one forming. I mean, there's just a fight here with the bulls and the bears, right? There's just a fight. They're kind of holding this range, you know, around 0.0018, 0.02. They're fighting for it. Let's see. Check out DAI Pulse chart instead. Oh, it's not. You don't want to see DAI. Why? Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. All right. Interesting. I mean, look, it's being fought for. There's a fight going on for sure. Let me check X as well. You guys probably want to see. Papa Boner and them are talking about. Let's see what they're talking about here. OKR and the Ghost, they're all talking to. Let's see if they're talking about pDAI. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What the fuck? No, you're not talking about crypto. All right, what's going on? Okay. WBTC holding up at 175 to 236. It's pretty strong, man. It's looking good, but you know there is some weakness coming in here. Let me see what's going on. Are we going to these lower targets or not? I mean, in the bigger sense of things, it's certainly bearish. I mean, just like pDAI is in the bigger sense of things, but we may get some rallies in here, right? Now, unless we get some major turn of events, ETH starts pumping and breaks above, you know, 2,400 and starts rocking and rolling. Hey, we're all alts are going to start ripping. All right. Let me say that again. ETH starts pumping and gets above 24K. Bull run is fully on. Okay. But if not, and it's going to just hang out here for a while and BTC is just going to, languish for a little bit, then yeah, these are slowly just going to weaken without a doubt. You know, they'll probably come down, fill these wicks. You got a lot of support at down here at about 120, okay, 120-ish. You know, not that bad, a great buy. It's a great deal. I'd be backing up the truck. And but this is all for entertainment purposes. Nothing I say is financial advice. I'm not telling you what you should get. But yeah, it's just hanging out. But there's definitely could weaken for sure. 120-ish. I think that we might get there for sure. The wicks are down there, and maybe we'll weaken a little bit as we go. Unless ETH starts rocking, ETH gets above 24K, then it's on. You know, game on. Let's see here. Hex 0.0044. Well, we certainly didn't get this move, did we? That was our hoping for the best. No, we're down. Oh, I have another chart of with the. I think did some more TA on one of these. So let's see. So you're down here to this line. I had down at 0.0041. You're at 0.045. Okay, and then your next stop would be 0.0037. Okay, so let's see. Maybe we get something like this. We'll look for an inverse head and shoulder. We'll look for something. I think sometimes are we looking for a V-shaped recovery? Maybe I can read your minds. A lot of these charts look very similar. Like I said, ETH starts pumping. Yeah, we could get a V-shaped recovery. If not, we'll probably consolidate in some of these areas, okay? It's a pretty big move down, so I can expect some rallies. We'll definitely get some rallies up, right? You can see what we left behind. We're going to probably come back and test this trend line, okay? That's just a pretty easy trade right here. Okay, so you'll probably come back and test this, and then if we get rejected, we'll hover. We'll come down, finally get this, and then before we go, right? No, I don't know if it's not going to happen that quick, but you get my point, right? So we'll consolidate. It'll probably be, a longer time, right? Chop through, just chop. We're going to chop. But you are going to get some big juicy rallies. Now, the way we get a V-shaped recovery out of here is ETH starts pumping or something. Let's see what happened here in September when we pumped really hard in September of 24 from this area. What happened with ETH? Let's go look at it really quick. September of 24. What was ETH doing? All right. September of 2024. ETH, what were you doing? Talk to us, ETH. Whenever you're in doubt and you're looking at charts and you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at, just look left. Like, look back in time. Sometimes the easiest way to understand what something could happen price action wise is just look to the past and go from there. Like, just, use that as a starting point. So what did we say? September, we're looking right here at September of 2024. So what was going on September of 2024? Look, where are we at? Right? No, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. So September of 24, ETH was here, man. ETH was here, right here. And ETH was just consolidating. Chop, got some bullishness, chop. It was making an uptrend, I guess. But actually, September, we don't know when. Okay, oh, that must have been this low here. Okay, let's zoom into that. Let's zoom into that. So is that this, 6th of September? Can we get a more accurate? 11, oh, dude, look at that. On the 6th of September, fuck, this is amazing.
70 years later.
This is amazing. Look at this. On the 6th of September, 2024, Hex was at 0.0036. On the 6th of September, 2024, it was a Friday, Ethereum was at 2150, and it started pumping hard. And it rallied from 2150 all the way up to 2733, okay? And that's that rally. And look, Hex went from 0.0036 all the way up to 0.03, a 10x. So look, that's what I'm saying. If ETH starts moving, and this is even pHex, this is just px, okay? You've got an 800% move. It started exactly on the freaking day that ETH began pumping. And these are just little things you can kind of look for, right? So you can say that, okay, fine. I know we're going to consolidate, and maybe when ETH, or what, that's E-Hex, when the next time, wherever we are now, forget this, or whatever, we'll just, I don't know, maybe it happens here, who knows? When ETH starts moving again, maybe that's when we can expect Hex and our ecosystem to start some big rallies. That's something we would look for. So you just got to ask yourself, do you feel lucky today? You think ETH is about to go right now on a massive uptrend, a massive move here, breakthrough? I don't know. It's possible. It's been down long enough. It's been down forever. Damn it. But just by looking left, we can maybe think about, okay, I'm looking for one of these moments. I'm looking for one of these moments where we hit bottom and ETH starts a rally upward, just like it did right here. That's a, you know, and it wasn't even that big a rally on ETH, but that was enough to, like, you know, send us. Let's see, did this one cause a big rally? This one started on November 3rd, 2024. So that must have been right here. Right there, look, November 3rd, 2024, that's when this part of the rally started. So, guys, we move with when ETH moves, and you can just take that to the bank, all right? So that's why, you know, a lot of people are complaining like, oh, we're down because of fucking pDAI. We're down because St. Wolf charted it. No, man, you're down because the ETH is down. Ethereum is eating soy, all right? It is filled with soybeans right now. Like, that's why we're all down. We're a copy of Ethereum. All right, that's the way it is. Now, like I said, I think maybe ETH could go 1650. I think the scared of people is that, oh, ETH is about to fall apart completely. But it doesn't, right? ETH is going to rally really hard. It really is manipulated and suppressed pretty hard right now because ETH fees are down. ETH is crushing it, by the way. They got faster. The fees are down massively. Have you guys done some swaps or sent, you know, done some stuff in your wallets and things? Dude, ETH is cheap, man. It's doing good. So it's ready. It's ready whenever the market makers are ready to let it go. It's going to go. All right, let's look at E-Hex really quick. And same thing. Well, you know, we can probably look September 2024 right there. September 6th, 2024. Pups, smash the like button right there. September 6th, 2024 is when the big rally on E-Hex started, right when ETH started rallying, all right? And the second half of the E-Hex rally right here, guess what? November, bam. Same day that Ethereum continued this fucking big move right here, this big move on ETH, that's when E-Hex did that big move, okay? It's that simple. Just look left. You know this stuff. And always look to Ethereum when you look at our ecosystem. Where if you're about to say like, oh, it's because of that coin. No, it's because of Ethereum, man. Go look at ETH. What's ETH doing? ETH's down. All right. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Now, technically, E-Hex was doing great, but now it looks just as bad as everything else right now. All right. And the target for this move where we're at right now, I think, was 0.0006. So unfortunately, if this plays out, it's going to add another 0. All right. It might not fully play out, though. There's a ton of support right here at 0.0008. Well, either way, it could add a 0. But let's see if we're getting a bounce. Yeah, look, I have this purple rectangle because this is your strongest area of support. This is like a very powerful range right here, okay? And we're bouncing in it right now. You can see we caught support right there, okay? So maybe we just hang out at 0.001 and change, and we don't go lower than that. This could be a floor. Maybe we just chop, hopefully, right? We just chop until we're ready to break out of here, okay? But this is a pretty big head and shoulders, kind of nasty looking one, right? And it does have lower targets. So let's just, fingers crossed, we don't go there. But other than that, nothing has changed. For E-Hex, I think we still need to get above, what was it? We need to get above this purple line here at 0.001 cent, okay? We need to get above there. We need to get up on here. We need to get above here, okay? And make a hammer and go, all right? We need to do this. Hexagons. You hear me out there? We got to get above 0.001 cent. 0.01. We need to get above a penny, all right? Is that a penny? Yeah, pretty much above a penny. All right, and then we can get going here. So we still got a lot of work to do there with what we got right now. Let's see. It's very helpful to see a channel explaining technicals instead of false prophecies. Appreciate it, man. We talk about everything here. ETH is meowing at robot dogs. Yeah, he's busy right now. You can tell him, you're like, we're down because Vitalik is meowing at a robotic dog right now. That's why we're down. And that is why we're down. Those are facts. We're not down for any one reason but that. And that's what I was charting back in January. If you guys watched the beginning of this video, I showed you guys a chart I did on January 6, 2025. And I showed almost exactly to the day where we are. Actually, my price target was 0.00013, and we went to 0.00018. But I put March 25th on that chart. You guys saw that. So, or March 24th, whatever it was. ETH, yeah. Everything's connected to ETH right now, man. Yeah, it was a nickel, gas, Red Bull vodka. You bridged in some ETH to base. It's gotten cheap, man. Well, at the same time, the volume's very low. Volume's been super low, but still. No, it's very affordable. Where are we at here? Everyone's depressed, man. Crypto's quiet. Even Twitter, all the spaces that were going on, everyone's kind of like hiding out right now under the covers. Not us, man. You guys are brave, pack. You are the bravest pack in crypto, man. You guys are keeping up to date with what's going on. You're looking at charts. That's the way. That's how you win, man. When everybody's hiding under the covers, that's when you want to start paying really close attention, because this is where you learn. This is how you learn. You see how the price action moves. This is why I look at it. I want to know. I'm hunting, man. I want to know how this price is moving, what it's doing. So ATROPA is moving exactly like pDAI. Exactly. I think they're still pretty heavily bonded. There's still a lot of liquidity here on ATROPA. Okay, and if you're hell bent on pDAI, you could buy ATROPA and have a big position, and even if they did something to pDAI, ATROPA's not going anywhere. And if pDAI moves, you'll get the exact same X's, I believe, maybe more on ATROPA, because pDAI will stop at $1. All right, so people don't need to be obsessed with pDAI. Plus, some of the cores will do multiples if pDAI does do what if it does do something like pegging to $1 or even just pumping toward $1. Ink might do even more X's than that. But ATROPA, you'll have more. There's more liquidity right now, right? So, it's the same chart. It's the same chart. It's the same chart, but with a lot more liquidity and none of the drama. Habibi. Yo, yo, yo. We got a guest. By the blood pups. That's right. Yo, I'm going to bring in a guest, guys. You guys got to make some noise. Yo, what's up, brother? How you doing? You got a picture you want to use or something? Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Can I bring you in the room? Or you want to look for a photo or something to put in there? Okay. No rush, man. Do your thing. Worldwide. When would the bear market be confirmed? Say what? Say it again. By the blood. Pup, smash the like button. We got a special guest tonight. We got a very special guest coming in. He's never been on the show before. The best thing, like literally just go to fucking YouTube and just type in how do I get my image up on Zoom. It'll have like a 2-minute video on how to do it because that's going to be the easiest. Because actually, if you click on video, there's a button says choose avatar. Maybe that does it, but it may even be better for you to just like look it up really quick because there's the features I have of the buttons. I think they might even be different for you. It was okay. Zoom is actually like it's a good app, but it's not like it's actually difficult to use. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Like if you don't know it, it took me forever to get the hang of it. Like it's not intuitive. That's the thing. But it has a ton of features. Okay, got something coming. You can tell me when you're ready, man. But yeah, so this ATROPA chart, man, it's pretty much exactly it always has been moving exactly like pDAI, right? Like you guys can see if I zoom out, it's the pDAI. If I showed you and said this was pDAI chart, you'd believe me, right? It's the same chart. So that's it. I mean, obviously everything else has been crushed pretty deep here. We can look at Teddy Bear really quick. Let's see what happened here to Teddy Bear. Same thing, very similar to the ATROPA and pDAI price action right now. T-shares, what's up, brother? T-shares unaffected. Well, the thing is, their inflation's been cut, so I guess they're a little affected right now. Nah, man, PulseChain's not dead. Shaq, ETH is down. That's it, man. It's all gonna be good. Nothing can move with ETH. You saw when ETH rallied, we rally. It's that simple. Not much to say here. It is what it is. Teddy Bear's down with all the ATROPA stuff, so to be expected. Let's go look at Solid X 747. Habibi. Yeah, man. You want to come in? Yeah. That looks like you. Looks like the you I remember. No, you shouldn't be hearing me. Oh, I'm just going to click this button, but you don't have to. I can just bring you in. I think it's just a reminder to you that it's not on. But you look fine. Oh, wait. Why didn't your picture show up in here? Wait. You are number 7, Habibi. Okay. I think you still have to turn on the camera. Even though you're not using it, don't you still have to just maybe, or just put a lens cap on it and turn it on? Why is it telling me to tell you to turn it on?
Yeah, so I'm clicking start video.
That's weird. Your picture should have shown up on the screen. What am I missing here? You are clicking start with video?
So I'm still trying to figure out why I can't hear you through the actual Zoom app.
Yeah, you should be able to hear me, I think, on there. You should definitely be able to hear me on there. ECam virtual, select a camera.
Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Okay, there we go. Now we're talking in real time because I was talking to you through like the stream. So I was hearing everything you were saying to me pretty delayed.
Oh.
But now I'm talking to you like one-to-one.
Okay.
I'm hearing you through Zoom again.
And now you got to click something similar for the video because on the screen we only see we don't see your picture show up there for some reason.
Okay.
So
guys, I'm sorry. I feel like a boomer right now.
You're doing boomer stuff right now for sure. Pin, make codes, rename. I wonder if I can help you here. I don't know if I can. It's probably just a button you got to hit. View profile, ask start video. I think I already clicked that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, it's set to Habibi, so you should, as soon as you find it, should pop up here. Yo. What's that? You guys can hear him, right? Okay, they can hear you too now.
All right, perfect.
We just got to get your picture.
Yeah.
Psycho Crypto. What's up, man? Good to see you again, brother. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says, thanks for the stream, Wolf. Shout out to the OG Web Chef Eco printing nonstop in this blood. Dude, that's great to hear. I've had a number of people tell me that it's still up and running and they're doing great over there. So I'm really, I'm stoked for you guys, man. That's awesome. And thanks so much for that super chat, man. Fired up. So you heard it, right? OG Web Chef ecosystem still printing over there. We all Habibi, one of the 300, they're saying. T-shares. Casey Spirit, how you doing? Did we look at Ink? Yeah, we did. ETH is down bad, exactly. Once ETH pumps, we pump. DCing and Ink would be a good move. Yeah, exactly, and that's what I was saying to everybody. That's why we're down right now. ETH's got a pump. Agent 87, what's up? Super chat. Yo, thanks, Agent 87. He says, posted charts in Telegram, different view. All right. I'll check him out right now. Thanks so much for that super chat, Agent 87. I'll check that out right now. Let's see what he says. Let's pull up your chart. And thanks so much.
So I'm gonna try maybe leaving and joining.
Okay, you know, leave and come right back. Yeah, it's no problem.
Yep.
Dude. Yep, do it. All right. He says pDAI chart. Oh, can you guys see this? Yeah, I'll share them. Agent 87, I'll share them. Let me see if I can do that though. So he put them up in our Telegram. I think I can do that. So let me do it really quick. I think if I click this button and I come here. Okay. Habibi. What's up, brother? Huh? Okay. I'll do it. Let me see. Hang on one sec. Numbers. No.
Nope. Oh my god.
Um.
Hold on. Well, I guess while I continue to try to fix this, talk to me, guys. Today's Eid, so that's what I've been doing. For anybody that does, Eid is our celebration of Ramadan being over.
Are you Muslim?
Yes.
Oh, so Eid Mubarak.
Yeah. Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to pull up these charts that Agent 87 sent. He wants us to look at. So go ahead and take another minute or two if you're looking to get it on through the buttons. So let me pull up these charts while you do that. So, guys, give me 1 second. He sent these charts. I got to download them, though, really quick because... Dude, bro, okay, you're saying a clean reversal from there, or you going to the lower target. I mean, yeah, EX is, yeah. Or I'll just kind of translate what he's saying. Okay, that's pretty much the bottom I did on PX2. Okay, so here's what he's saying. So Agent 87, I'll come over here to. So look, I have this downward target. He's saying in the, oh, you guys can't see it. Okay, so what he's saying is. Okay, so he's confident that we're coming here to the lower target I have on my chart, which is down here, and actually he has a little bit lower than that. So coming down here into this range. But I think the chart that was most important probably he wanted you to see is, which is, I mean, that we could have a nice reversal from here, which we could. We sure could. All right. And he has a lower target possibility too, but how he was getting it was kind of weird. Oh, he's just drawing, wait, what was he drawing? I'll show you guys. What's he doing? Oh, you're coming off those? I don't know why you would do that, Mr. Agent 87. Like, okay, I see what you're doing, but I don't know why you do that, but I'll draw it. I'll sketch it really quick. What you're on the weekly? Okay. So he's doing this, all right, and he's got a target down here. Now, that's pretty low from where we are. Now I know Agent 87, it's not exactly what you had. I'm just kind of, I think the idea is there though, which is a pretty big fall, right? So it'd come down here to 0.00004, okay? And from here, it's up or down, okay? It's kind of what he sent me on his chart. Now, you can do this trend line here, but usually when I have a situation like this, I'll just look for like, places in these wicks, and I'll look left. So for example, yeah, you can see, right there. So that's how I would do it, right? I would find one of these places, like that's a strong place right there. Because it's true that a lot of the zones haven't been tested, to be honest, if we're talking about a big fall right here. Like you could say there, and definitely here-ish, which kind of lines up with what he was saying in the chart he sent me. And that's true. If we do fall apart, you've got these lower targets, okay? But one thing at a time, right? Like we are right now chopping sideways in a range. There's bulls fighting with the bears right now on pDAI. There's no doubt about it. There's a fight going on right now, and they're generally holding that range, right? If we break down, though, the first place I'm going to talk about is right here. This is a very strong area, this diagonal I have right here. And then obviously you've got 0.0002 and 0.001400014. If those break, then yeah, we're going to go down here. And I don't know. Sometimes when they're this early, it's hard to say if they're going to fill going all the way this far back. But yeah, man, thanks a lot, Agent 87. Appreciate that. Don't need a pic, just the info. Habibi, yeah. How come we can just do it? I mean, I guess we'll just assume you're this number 7. I don't know why it's not popping up. It's so
007, bro.
Yeah.
So I'm actually at my uncle's house right now, to be honest with you guys. Everybody actually expected Eid to be tomorrow.
Why?
Eid was supposed to be tomorrow. So that was just their assumption.
Uh-huh.
And actually a lot of Middle Eastern countries are celebrating Eid tomorrow. Jordan, Syria, Yemen.
Okay.
Egypt.
Where do you live?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
I'm in the States.
Oh, you're in the States. Okay.
So we go based off of what the Saudis say.
Okay.
And they said they saw it. They saw the moon, so they announced Eid was today. Everybody was saying that it was going to be Monday, so this kind of came out of left field for everybody.
Yo, Habibi, when I click this button that asks you to start a video, what do you click?
I click start my video.
And nothing's happening? Okay, fuck it.
Yeah.
Just send me your picture. Can you just send it to me? Either send it in the group chat, which is a Zoom chat, or you can send it to the Telegram, and I'll just put it in manually because we'll be talking.
Oh, that's good.
Just do it.
Yeah,
Just put it in the chat, and I'll just put it in.
There we go. Dude, I really wanted to go live for everybody. I don't know why my camera isn't even starting in the first place. Because today was actually going to be the first day that I face revealed, like publicly.
Oh fuck!
Like
no
went
way.
on stream and everything.
Dude.
But I'll save it for you.
All right, you have to do it again. Let me see. Let's copy. Okay. Here, I have to hit this button. Wait 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Dude, fucking, just what is the deal with this?
Yeah, dude, using Zoom right now is really making me feel like a boomer, bro.
I know, it kind of did that to me too when I first started using it too. It's kind of like, it's a bit of a, I don't know how boomers actually use fucking Zoom, to be honest. We're having trouble with it.
That's what, how is this the number one app during COVID, bro? That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Fucking weird. All right, I got
First mover's advantage.
yeah, I think that's all it was, right?
Yeah.
All right.
The
shit.
pDAI FUD cabal.
Who's that?
Guys, that's just what they.
Is that what they call? Is that your title now?
Apparently, guys, I want everybody to know, like, trust me, I'm doing backflips if pDAI hits $1, guys. It's just I want to tell people the risks of it. You know, we definitely shouldn't be providing liquidity for it either. And I mean, I never held the belief that it was gonna peg. You know, back when the narrative was running, like I played into it a little bit. You know, I bought some pDAI, bro. I think most of us on chain did. It was one of our biggest runners.
Right.
But I mean, guys, like, the time has come, and you have some dude literally exploiting, taking money off the bridge, taking money away from us. I mean, he's hurting our bags. Oh, there! I just saw the image pop up. Hell yeah, guys.
Okay, there you are. I just put it in manually. Habibi's in the house.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody make some noise. Smash the like button. We got him in here, punched in. Oh, I need a name tag for you, I guess. PTGC. Oh, Zach. Okay, Zach, you should come on too, bro. No, you know my show, man. Everyone can come on. I like to talk to everybody. You know that. Jump on in, man, if you want. What's good about this, the show is people seem to keep to points. We've never had like a throat to throat fight out here, so it's been always pretty good. But if anybody wants to jump in, you got to go to work. Yeah, no problem, brother. If you are the pDAI fudder, okay, you're known as that guy right now. Okay. So what's up, man? Yeah. So continue. Where are we at right now with pDAI? Because there's so many new tweets, and Decentralized Me is back as well. They've got a whole new slew of facts and new updates coming out now about what's going on. Has anything changed your mind, or have you gotten any insights or anything?
I'd like to not call it facts. I saw Decentralized Me is now currently. I know what he's. From what I understood, he's currently saying that there needs to be more pDAI minted, and he can't tell anybody because it would hurt the pegging. It would compromise the plan, to put it into his words.
Okay.
For me to be honest, I don't think anything's changed. Like I said, I think we're just all focusing on, a lot of the communities focus on trying to replicate it now.
Replicate it? To figure out who else can do it?
Well, to figure out how we can do it.
Okay.
Because I truly believe, if us as a community are able to replicate this exploit,
yeah,
I think then there's beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is an exploit, and that this isn't something we should be behind.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I think everyone's waiting for that. And nobody's, have we seen any other new wallets been able to do it?
Not any that don't link directly to the exploiter.
Okay.
Like the original wallet.
Because you'll find out somebody does it because someone will do it and then you'll never hear from them again. They'll just vanish. That's what we're afraid of, actually. What happened to Habibi? Well, I don't know. No one's heard from him. But we have a new exploiter on the thing.
Guys, if you see somebody aping that ink chart, bro, that's all you need to know. Yes, yeah, we are trying. I'm responding to Zach right now. We are trying and tried, sure, but what people don't realize is how complicated this is. The MakerDAO is not simple at all. And I'll be honest with you, the more and more I keep looking at it, and the more other people keep looking at it, the more we understand how little we understand.
Okay.
It is very this, and again, the real reason, and truly the only reason I believe we haven't been able to replicate it yet is because we simply still don't know exactly all the steps. And while it is, yes, this guy's also doing a very good job of obfuscating what he's doing.
How is he able to obfuscate what he's doing?
So basically, he's basically deploying a smart contract, and then he's calling functions from that smart contract that are doing this all in one single transaction. And unfortunately, we can't see exactly what he's calling from his contract, and we can't see what his contract exactly does.
Mm-hmm.
This is where actually a lot of I don't know if have you ever heard like the whitelist or whatever, that this guy was put on a special whitelist?
Yeah, because only his wallet can work, right? Because he's on that list. It's something, right?
So that whitelist, that misconception actually comes from the fact that like the contract he deploys, he has to whitelist his own wallet to be the only wallet that can call functions from that contract.
Okay, right.
And that's where a lot of like the whitelist misconception came from, because people would always be posting this. Because if you do a very basic like look at it, you go to the scanner, you see that this guy's calling a contract. If you go look at the contract he's calling, you can see that somebody had to whitelist themselves onto that contract. So from a very basic way, it looks like that the only reason this guy's able to do it is because of the whitelist. But in reality, all that whitelist is actually doing is just making sure that he's the only one who's able to call the functions from his contract. And while yes, you can try to, so the deployed bytecode from the contract, you can try to kind of like disassemble what he's built from there. But if he's hard coded any of his addresses or anything like that, you won't be able to, it'll be very difficult. You wouldn't be able to get a one-to-one match. That's why we can't, and unfortunately his contracts aren't verified, so we can't take a look at them either. Which you wouldn't want to verify a contract like that, by the way.
Why?
So that because then people would be able to, if his contract was verified, I'd be able to just go rip his contract and do it right now.
Okay, right.
So it's, it's to protect his, he wants to be able to keep doing this.
So is the whitelist or access to it in the contract?
It would be in the contract that he deployed, yeah. So in the contract that he would deploy, he would have a whitelist function that only the wallets on the whitelist are able to call the contract.
Yeah.
And then from the address he deploys the contract from, he whitelists his addresses onto there to be able to allow him to interact with his contract.
I mean, you sound very knowledgeable on these things, or very comfortable talking about them. Do you mind if I just ask you to really quick, tell us a little bit about yourself, or how what's your experience in this kind of world?
So, I mean, I'll be completely honest with everybody. I have no experience with any of this. I've been, to be completely honest with you guys, I only started looking at the MakerDAO after this exploit started.
Oh fuck.
I don't claim to be any smart. I'm not smart myself. But I've spent better part of the past month just staring at my computer screen.
Yeah. So you've been digging into the MakerDAO contract? It's complicated, isn't it?
Extremely. Like I said, there's so much information. Now the nice thing is there are a lot of tools, online, like the MakerDAO forums. There's so much information out there.
Okay.
And AI is also a very big help too.
The what?
AI.
Okay. Oh,
AI is a very big help too. But like I said, I'll be honest, I have no experience with this, but everything I say, everything I do, I always provide proof. I always provide evidence. Never take my word for granted at all. I post evidence, proof, transactions, anything that I say. Because at the end of the day, you shouldn't really trust anybody in crypto. Crypto is all about verifying things yourself.
True, 100%.
So yeah, I really wish I could tell you guys that I'm some smart dev who came on the PulseChain to save us all. But really, I know no more than the average person. I've just been reading the MakerDAO contracts, and I've been able.
So why did you take such a big initiative? I mean, do you have any coding experience, or how did you even? How were you even comfortable with it? Because it's very intimidating shit, like the MakerDAO stuff.
To be honest with you, I mean, when there's $500,000 on the line, everybody gets a little bit of more motivation, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we've been listening to everything. Yeah.
And that's kind of it. I really deep dive this because I want to figure out how to do it.
Okay. Right.
To be completely honest.
Yeah, because that would be quite.
I want the money.
Yeah, or you want. I mean, that would be a crazy badge of status right there if you're the guy who figures it out, right? I mean, you're like infamous now.
Yeah. I'd cement myself as I'm already somehow like the #1 pDAI fudder in these guys' eyes, but I would then cement myself as the one who killed pDAI. So the glory's there too.
You get glory. But like I think part of it is because you were very cruel that first week in these spaces rooms.
Yes, I did. I
might
did
be
say
an
a little bit of
understatement.
Yeah, there were some harsh things said, but there was
couple.
It was definitely because of the amount of. I mean, it was really once Richard started tweeting.
Yeah.
And he started tweeting about the things I had been saying for like a week.
Uh-huh.
I was like, guys, come. I mean, like. Don't take what Richard is saying. Richard's listening right now.
Right.
Richard's taking notes.
Right.
So a part of it also stems from the fact that like we are actively hurting our chain by doing that. Like by supporting pDAI and providing LP. Like I know a lot of people don't think that I saw Sami's tweet yesterday and
Which
he was
one?
talking about something about like the $50 million market cap pDAI is hurting the $1 billion market cap PLS.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, guys, market cap doesn't really matter. What comes down to it is liquidity. And I'll be honest, ever since Richard cut the ink inflation rates, guess what a lot of people did? Pull their liquidity. PulseChain total has about maybe like $9 million in total bid liquidity.
Okay.
So when you have a guy who's taken away, almost 4 million of that and straight and bridged it out. That's like I said, that 4 million is just over this since the recent event, since we've seen him doing it, since we've caught on.
But
And when somebody like that is taking it and nuking and bridging out and taking away our stables, it will affect the price of PLS.
oh, for sure.
On top of that is just because of how tied the system is within our eco. And it also doesn't help that Maria was also nuking their charts.
Yeah,
nuking ATROPA, nuking Treasury Bill.
That kind of sucked.
Yeah, I hated to see the fall from grace for Teddy Bear because I liked the meme. I'll be honest, I think it was pretty good. I like Teddy Bear.
It's still a good meme. It's not over for Teddy Bear.
Yeah.
Even if it's
The issue is you now have Maria can basically infinitely mint Treasury Bill.
okay. Yeah.
Which
yeah. That's true.
Is so there was I don't know how much lick is left in there, but he can essentially he's got so many ins into his ecosystem, so many hidden things
Yeah.
to where he can go in and out of the ecosystem that we really don't know exactly how many mint functions he has. And he mints Treasury Bear and he dumps it. Now ATROPA as well, I am part of the belief. I tell people that ATROPA might be mintable. And the reason, if you look at the ATROPA contract, it's not verified, but if you can match the deployed bytecode, there are functions in the deployed ATROPA contract to be able to mint.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the ATROPA contract currently is owned by the dead address.
Wait, say that
So
last
it
part
is-
again. What's owned by the dead address?
The ATROPA contract, basically Maria revoked.
Uh-huh.
Now, a lot of ATROPA bros, what they say is that no, Maria can't mint because it's owned by the dead address. But what a lot of people don't realize, if Maria was malicious from the start,
Uh-huh.
he could hard code his address to be able to mint ATROPA no matter who the owner is.
But he
But
he didn't do that for ATROPA, just for a Treasury Bill.
well, no, we don't know that about ATROPA.
Oh.
We know ATROPA has mintable functions based on the deployed bytecode. And from what we know, like ATROPA could be mintable, and that's what I tell people. We know Treasury Bill is mintable for sure. ATROPA could be mintable. The contract has functions to be able to mint. It's just whether or not you believe Maria was malicious from the start. Because if Maria
that's a
was
lot of it,
malicious
yeah.
from the because if Maria was malicious from the start, then he would have hard coded his address to be able to mint ATROPA either way,
Mm-hmm.
no matter if the dead address was the owner or not. Or if Maria was not malicious from the start, then it's him renouncing the ATROPA contract would mean that he can't mint anymore.
Zach says no minting, lol, dead address. Zach, you got to just cop on. It cannot be renounced. It cannot be with a renounced contract. We can pull up stuff too, guys. Yeah, why is this debatable if it's all on the blockchain? The blockchain's a ledger. How is there discrepancies? How is there even any fucking opinion about this?
So,
like, shouldn't there be just solid proof? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
so the ATROPA contract itself isn't verified.
okay.
So we can't see exactly what's going on in there. But if you take the deployed bytecode of the contract,
okay,
you can see that's how we know that there's minting functions in there, because some of the deployed bytecode matches bytecode that allows minting functions. Now, traditionally, with these sort of things,
can you explain to people what a bytecode is to slow it down?
Yeah,
people what
a bytecode is essentially, just to keep it as simple as possible, when you deploy a contract onto the blockchain, you get Zach, I can see Zach spamming renounce. And when
saying it's deployed, the contract's renounced.
Yeah. Which is true, but a bytecode is essentially, you can think of it as like a match, as like some sort of, as the, how do I phrase this? It's basically like when you deploy a contract, the bytecode is the actual code getting deployed. And then us verifying that contract is what allows us to read it.
Okay.
That's why if you were to go on like Pulse Scanner and you see the contract, if a contract is verified, you're able to read it. If not, you're only able to see the bytecode that it deployed.
Okay. So we got the bytecode, and then
so you can take that bytecode.
But you said you can't tell if it wasn't renounced, though. Zach, what are these?
No. Yes, it is renounced. You can call the owner of that contract, of the ATROPA contract, and you can see that it was renounced.
So that's something you guys all agree on, because Zach said renounced too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so everyone agrees.
Yeah, no, we all. I'm not saying, again,
except
I'm
for
not
T-bill.
saying that.
Is that what they're saying?
T-bill is mintable, yes.
Okay,
But in terms of ATROPA, yes. But just because ATROPA is renounced does not mean it's not mintable.
Okay. So
because
he's saying even though ATROPA is renounced, it doesn't mean it's not mintable. But we don't know that it is mintable.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
All we know is that there were deployed functions that allow it to be mintable.
Okay.
And it just stems from the belief of whether you believe Maria was malicious from the start. If Maria was malicious from the start, they would have hard-coded their address to be able to mint it no matter who the owner was, which you can do that.
Okay, fair enough. Now, okay, does everybody understand that? And by the way, chat, take it easy. We're just trying to get the facts here, and understand what everyone's agreeing on. And some of you guys are losing it over there. Renounce means fall.
Yeah, what is it called? I'm just trying to get that straight. Just because I'm not saying ATROPA isn't renounced or anything, because it is. But really, there is no way to prove it because the contract isn't verified, so we can't go take a look ourselves. But then again, it just stems back, if you believe Maria was malicious from the start, then they would have hard-coded their address to be able to mint no matter what. If you believe that Maria was benevolent at the start, then him renouncing ATROPA means that he can't mint it anymore. It really stems down to what you believe.
Okay, that's interesting, right? It's an interesting point of this, and I'm glad that you also clarified that. Okay, cool. Hang on, let me just get a drink real quick, and I'll be right back. Cool. 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'll keep the chat entertained. Don't worry.
Stay neutral. And I'll come back. There's like nuclear war going on over here. I'll be right back.
Chat, talk to me right now. What's going on? What do we want to hear? Yes, crypto equals trust no one. That is true. Do you think Sami will ever stop promoting pDAI? I hope he does. I really hope he does. What is Maria supposed to do? Keep the liquidity? I'll touch on that in a little bit. still took Panic sold 2 million over the bridge. Is there a part of you that believes? No part of me believes that pDAI will ever peg. There is, I believe it is a 0% chance that pDAI will peg. Yes, they brought it over the bridge so you haters would come out and FUD for them. That's the plan. Zach, I gotta know, do you truly believe that, Zach? I respect that. I'm sorry, guys. Weird, why did he say they took care of? How much damage can the burn bonded liquidity? Well, the bonded liquidity only matters as much as we keep buying pDAI. Maria was not part of the maker team now. No chance. Yeah, I can actually, when Saint Wolf gets back, I'll talk about pDAI and pUSDC being pegged to each other. But a quick answer to that would be the maker contract actually sees them as 1-to-1. The maker contract doesn't see a difference between pDAI and pUSDC. So you can, if one is higher than the other, you can always arb the difference. So it's just one big arb opportunity there. And that's why they're pegged to each other. The maker contract doesn't see a difference between them. What was about it before it was? Well, Zach, as soon as people figure it out, you could go between the two. That's when people started arbing them. Hello, hello. Oh, I don't think you have your headphones on yet. Chad, Chad, don't put that. Hello, hello.
Yo.
Welcome back, my friend.
How'd it go?
I kept the chat well entertained.
Did you?
I answered some questions, and there were actually a lot of good questions brought up that I was just going to wait until you got back to talk about.
Okay, cool. Let's look at them. What we got? Our chat. We have the geniuses on PulseChain in our chat. All geniuses, certified.
The Chads.
The Chads. Which one's the questions? What are we starting with over here?
So I guess a really good question that I keep seeing brought up, and because I see a lot of people talk about it, is how pDAI and pUSDC are pegged to each other.
Okay, yeah, that's a big recent thing, right? So yeah, let's go to that one.
That one's actually just because the maker contract actually sees pDAI and pUSDC as 1-to-1. So you can always mint pDAI with pUSDC and vice versa. So all people are and that's also the reason why you see the pDAI supply fluctuate.
Okay, let's break that down, okay? Because I didn't even totally follow that. So what can I go to help people visualize what you just said? Where can we go? Is it going to be a chart, or is there some Twitter?
Well, yeah, I guess you could pull up the pDAI and the pUSDC chart.
Okay.
And I actually, hold on, let me see.
That's not an easy one to find, actually, is it?
Hold on, do you need the, yeah, they are not easy charts.
Send me the link from Deck Screener, just the full-on link. Drop it in the chat.
Hold on, I can.
3 hours later.
ATROPA, notice that ATROPA is doing this. All I know is RSG. Rick in 305. Yeah, that's like one of the big points that a lot of people have brought up. Even Firewhale brought this up. You know, so many people brought that point up, right? Like RH and his team just sat back for 2 years and didn't notice, right? Like a year and a half, whatever. Yeah, that was a big point brought up, right? And that is, I don't know. We can ask Habibi his opinion on that. I think.
Yeah.
I
We can touch on that.
a lot of people just said he was, busy with the court case and just didn't notice, right? He was busy.
So
Did you put it
on the topic? So I posted the pDAI chart. I'm trying to find the pUSDC one right now. But in terms of what people have to realize is this exploit. So we have, if you think of the original exploit when the chain first launched, right? When people were first minting pDAI, I don't know, like when we're talking about like back in PulseChain.
It's just going to the die chart. It keeps coming here. What you sent me.
Oh, okay. Hold on. That's because I sent you the wrong one.
Okay.
I sent you the die. Yeah.
9 Iron found the connection to the Hex whale. Do you trust 9 Iron, Habibi?
No.
Should we trust 9 Iron?
So my personal belief about 9 Iron is that 9 Iron is so wishy-washy with his words. he's kind of just always saying what best fits the pDAI narrative.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at it from the start, I mean, 9 Iron was claiming that the exploiter was actually Richard and that he had links to Richard's wallets.
Did he say that, really?
Yeah. Hold on. I made a tweet about that.
Oh, I saw your tweet. I saw your tweet where then he changed the thing. I think I saw that.
Yeah. Those two messages, by the way, were less than 24 hours apart.
Were they?
Him saying that 9 Iron was and you don't even have to take my word. I got that picture from a Sami tweet.
But you posted that. You posted that at the height of your toxic reputation, though, so no one believed you.
Yeah, that was, which is fine. Nobody has to.
We can pull it up again. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
Let's get the chart up and then we'll go look at that tweet or whatever. Belief is not keeping people. Lack of evidences. Belief is not keeping people in pDAI. Lack of evidences. Well, that's the thing. We're still having discussions because there's point of contentions, and looking at the pDAI chart, the fight's real. Like it's holding steady.
Yeah, I mean, you have people bidding on that. You have people bidding on it. I mean, you have people bidding on the price of it.
Yeah.
And
no, you can't. I can't deny the chart. It's you know. Well, it looks just.
Yeah, the chart does not lie.
Chart here, new 2, where at? New 2, you want to jump on? Where you got the... Oh, did he drop it in the chat?
Did somebody beat me to it?
I think new 2
I'm
might
over
have...
here.
I'll drop this down here. Where's it at, new 2? Did you put it in the Telegram? You guys can also throw it in the Telegram. New 2. I don't see where you dropped it, brother. Drop it in there again, or drop it in the Telegram. Okay, there you go. Claudia, what's happening, girl? Okay. Let's see. Damn it.
Let me see if I can pull up.
This one? Oh, I had this one saved somewhere, apparently.
I want to see if I can pull up the MakerDAO.
Okay.
It's in the contract, so maybe you could bring that up. But essentially, the MakerDAO sees pDAI and USDC as 1-to-1. They're the same thing for all the Maker contract nodes. The Maker contract sees them as the same thing. So you can always use one to mint the other.
Okay.
So the reason they're pegged to each other is because if one is higher, you can go take the cheaper one and mint the more expensive one. So there's always an ARB opportunity there in the price difference. And we saw people discover that. I believe it was, I don't know exactly when, but we saw a big rally. We saw, I want to say it was before I want to say it was in like November, October. Somebody can time check that, but is when people started mass discovering it. And we saw a big jump in the USDC price and like, a little bit of a dump in the pDAI price, but then it equals out. It eventually the ARB is, it's fulfilled. And now a lot of people have a lot of scripts that are set up to instantly ARB that difference.
Yeah, I mean, they're pegged to each other, right? So, but why do people care that much that they pegged? I mean, look, they're one to one.
That's again, people care so much that they're pegged is because they don't know that you can always use one to mint the other. So there will be, if the price is different, then there's always going to be an ARB opportunity there.
Okay.
And
so you have the ARB opportunity to mint one for the other. Okay.
And that's because the maker contract sees them as the same thing. To the maker contract, they're the same.
Oh.
That's why you can always use one to go through the other.
Interesting.
And that's why you have the pDAI supply fluctuate too, because you burn pDAI to gain your USDC and vice versa. That's why you see the supply go down a little bit. Sometimes that's why you see it go up.
So, damn. How did that happen suddenly? What made that happen?
People discovered that. People discovered that you could use one to go through the other. And we saw a mass amount of people arb that massive difference that we had at the very first time people discovered it. And then, now it's just evened out.
Until it evened out, right. So the person who discovered it could have been the person that was partly to blame for evening it out, because he probably took advantage of it.
Yeah, he probably took the first person. And there's actually a Twitter post of somebody referencing this when PulseChain launched, actually. Somebody, I forget who it was, but I did see a post of somebody bringing awareness to it.
Zach says it was arbed by the RH team.
That could be your belief.
I guess it's possible, right?
I could arb it myself. I could set up a script to arb it myself.
Okay.
Anybody could. It's actually the issue is now though is just there's not much money to be made now that everybody knows.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Do you think the 1-to-1 is all random? I just saw somebody again. The 1-to-1 is solely because of the maker contract on the Ethereum side. This wasn't RH deciding that PUSDC and pDAI would be 1-to-1. No, that's on the maker DAO ETH side, and that got forked over because all the contracts are all the same exact thing. All the addresses are the same. All the contracts are the same. All the ABIs are the same. It's not that the 1-to-1 is random. It's just that's how it is on the ETH side. You could do if hypothetically if the DAI price on ETH was 50 cents and USDC was $1, you could mint. You could go on the ETH side and burn your DAI to mint the USDC that's $1. You know what I mean? Not that God knows if. Hopefully that doesn't happen, because if DAI is 50 cents, we are in a bad spot.
If what? If DAI?
Yeah, if DAI on the ETH side.
Yeah, that would.
Because you'd be able to do this ARB on the ETH side too.
But you can't.
Because I'm sorry.
Well, because they're already the same value on the ETH side.
Yeah, they're already. I'm just saying hypothetically, if the DAI price were to just fall to 50 cents, you'd be able to do the same ARB on the ETH side.
Right.
And another question I see a lot of people bring up is why doesn't this guy go exploit the maker DAO on the ETH side if he can do it on here? Mm-hmm. And that's because the maker DAO on the ETH side is fully functional. There's everything is working exactly how it should be. All the values are displayed properly. There is no exploit opportunity.
There's an active oracle setting the prices constantly, so it always knows what the current price is. Well, we don't have that on PulseChain.
Yeah.
The contract thinks the price is the price of the name of it, and it's pulling the price from what it is on ETH, because we don't have an oracle to tell it that, hey, over here the value is this much. So what this person exploit is doing isn't actually even illegal. It's just he's just running the contract for what it is. There's nothing scammy he's doing. He's just figured out how to do something that's in that the contract's letting him do. He's not.
Code is law.
Code is law, man. And here's the thing. And somebody should have been able to replicate it by now, if that was the case. That's a huge problem we have right now.
That's, like I said, I do say we also still haven't seen, I would say, the smartest minds on PulseChain try to do it yet.
Why haven't the smatest minds tried it?
Who do we have working on this from? I'm referencing someone specifically, and that's Alex Hydron.
He's supposedly pretty smart, I've heard.
He is, yes, I believe he is. And I know from what I've heard, he hasn't taken too big of a crack at it yet. I truly believe that if Alex was actively trying to work on this, that he'd be able to replicate it. Why?
Zach said something else earlier. He said, look at, oh, wait, look at St. Wolf. Look at the day. Oh, what do you? I missed something. I know you guys were asking a lot of stuff here. Are there any are there other contracts Maker has set ratio for, Habibi?
Not that I know of, no. There were people trying to say that Tether is pegged or whatever, but nothing in the Maker contract didn't include Tether.
Mm-hmm.
That was more a rally of people buying up Tether.
Mm-hmm.
There was a PTGC whale that was basically selling a whole bunch of PTGC for the P-Tether.
And we're going to look at, it says, reality, pDAI holders are in much better sentiment than anyone. PulseChain, facts, we are number one community and we should be cheering decentralized stablecoins not to go against to following the crowd. Crypto Arty. Rich says...
And another,
why?
that's, okay, I'd like to close that narrative real quick. Even if pDAI were to peg, it wouldn't be a decentralized stablecoin. The people on the ETH side could come in and shut it down at any time. FYI, we could see the ETH Maker DAO people come in at any time and shut this down.
Okay, that's an interesting thing. Now, is that verified that they can just come and shut it down? Oh, what happened to my thing?
If you had the Maker DAO ETH admin keys, they'd be able to basically do whatever they'd want to the system. They would be able to shut it down.
That's an interesting take. Now, does anybody have any issue with that? Because if that's the case, then it's not a decentralized stablecoin.
Yes, and that's also the thing I'd like to tout is that, like,
Habibi, you're a Fed.
Habibi is a Fed.
They could not if PMaker. They could not if PMaker tokens go up in supply.
They would still a lot of the MakerDAO admin functions have authorization keys that give that opportunity to the people who are authorized by the MakerDAO. Basically, there's admin keys. There are admins in the MakerDAO that don't necessarily need that. Maker is it too?
Yeah, there's just a set amount they need. That's it. I know that they have to mint PMaker to take it over. I didn't think so. Do they have to mint PMaker?
So where a lot of that comes is people think that if basically if the joy goes to 0,
mm-hmm.
which is basically excess bad debt,
mm-hmm,
if that goes to 0, then an auction a Dutch auction, and the Dutch auction, by the way, is an auction that reduces in price
mm-hmm.
if nobody bids on it. But it would basically open the opportunity for people to burn their pDAI to mint Maker, because right now there isn't enough Maker on PulseChain in general to be able to do any of the things that these people want to do. And a lot of I want to call it cope, but the last resilience so far has been that this guy has been basically buying on other wallets and preparing for these auctions so he can mint a whole bunch of Maker.
This is still weird to me that even something as basic as them having the keys, that nobody can agree even on this basic thing. Like, I thought they just needed 150,000 Maker to do it, and we can't agree on this. This is so strange. This should just be cut and dry. This should be the most basic point here.
Well, the issue is there aren't even 150K Maker. Guys, a lot of people are.
Have you seen that wallet? There's a wallet. I've seen this wallet that has $330 million of Maker in there. It has the 150,000 Maker.
Yes. So what you're talking? I think I know the wallet you're talking about. Yeah. That was actually what that was. That was some guy on the Ethereum side printing Maker. And it was, if you guys go look at it, that Maker isn't even on that. He minted that. He was calling the Ethereum function.
Okay.
We can pull that up.
Pull that wallet up.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. This one, this is I gotta find this wallet.
Yo, new 2. Why don't you hop on, brother? He says there are no admin keys, dude. You just need to hold PMaker. Yeah, you don't need admin keys. You just need to hold the Maker. That's your key, right? That's what I thought.
Yes, but the ETH, what I'm saying, I think the chat's a little confused here. The ETH DAO does have a ETHDAO does have admin keys.
Oh, okay. Okay. Crypto Artie, he's pulling up that wallet right now. We've seen this wallet. Yeah, he's the one with 200, quarter of a million P maker. Is that the one you have it somewhere? We'll bring it up. Yeah, we've all seen, and then the rumor is that it's RH's wallet, right? It's one of his wallets. That's what the rumor is about it, right? Oh, I can't right now. Okay. He says there's 240K. Yeah, there's 240K pDAI in the maker contract. The wallet is transacting as well on PulseChain, Habibi. You might be wrong. Cash money. You might be wrong.
The wallet is not. Hold on.
He's going to bring it up.
I'm going to show you guys.
He's going to bring it up.
Yeah. Hold on.
So much of this stuff is like it's like on the blockchain. It's a ledger. We should be able to come to agree with some of these points pretty clearly. I mean, too many imaginary horribles. If it has admin keys, then why have the governance vote with the maker tokens? Well, you need both.
You can go look in the Ethereum. If you guys, a lot of this is coming from but if you guys haven't read the MakerDAO contract, but it says there are authorized users in there. It very clearly shows. I believe this is the wallet everybody's talking about, right? If you could pull it up just to make sure. I just posted it in the. I just posted the debank link in the Zoom chat. And then after we make sure that's the wallet everybody's talking about, I'll pull this up for everybody. Yeah, this what has 240,000 P maker. I'm pretty sure that's the right wallet, right?
Yeah, hang on one second. Here we go. We'll do the super chat. Super chat, what's up? Teddy. Who this? Teddy. It's 200 US dollars. What's up, my G? He says, no pDAI, no pDong, no problems. With over 20K of liquidity with the PTGC and Finvesta ecosystems, Teddy Bear isn't going anywhere. What's up? Contract address is in there. My G, $200 is gonna buy me a lot of cheddar. Hang on, let's pull this one up. So this is from Teddy. Thank you so much for that $200 super chat. Everyone smash the like button for Teddy. I'm gonna bring up this contract he dropped in there. What's he talking about? Where is it at? Where you guys at? Oh, this is a new Teddy. What's up? All right, all right, all right. So thanks so much for that super chat, Teddy. Is this your project? Is this your new project? What do we got? We got Teddy Bear here. Habibi, you heard of this one?
Teddy. No problems, no pDong. No Maria.
No Maria, no problems, no pDong. You got Teddy Bear. Bear with us. A billion token supply. Contract renounced. No tax. Buy and burn. What's a buy and burn? How much buy, how much burn you got here? All right, all right. Let's check it out. Okay, it's part of this thing. Okay, gotcha. The roadmap. So this isn't a community takeover. This is a brand new Teddy Bear going on here, pups. Brand new. You got 100K market cap, 17K liquidity. That's really nice. 13K volume. Let's go check it out really quick. 144 holders. It's a baby. It just started. When did it start? March 22nd. Getting busy here. Okay, okay. So people jumping in here. Okay, people nibbling on it. Got the biggest wallet here. It's got 9.69. It's probably the main wallet. Cool, brother. Check it out. Thanks so much for that super chat once again. I really appreciate that, man. I really do. That's amazing, man. Everybody go check out Teddy on PulseChain. The teddy bears will have their day again. And this one is not connected to Maria. So that's awesome, man. All right. So where we at? This is that wallet, the famous wallet everyone's looking at here. It has $273,594,979 inside it. And in this wallet is 213,847 Maker tokens with a USD value of $271 million. That's a lot of Maker. And of course they got the fork because they got the copy. But whose wallet is this?
How long has my mic been muted for?
I didn't mute it. Have you been talking?
Okay.
You did it. Have you been talking this whole time?
Okay. Yeah. I accidentally clicked the mute button. What I was gonna say, this is the wallet everybody's talking about, right?
You gotta unmute it. Yeah, this is the one, man.
So I want to clarify. This is a contract. This is one of the Maker contracts. And
Okay.
if you go look in, I deposited some of the links for you here.
Oh, you did. Okay.
In the you can see that if you go to the Etherscan transaction, where like so go to DBank first. Go back to DBank. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So like if you scroll down and you keep going, you'll eventually hold on.
Somebody, this wallet's getting hexed, bro.
That's
Who's sending? People are sending it. They're sending it to it.
People are sending it reward tokens.
Okay.
And like a very small amount.
Yeah.
Which will then reward this wallet a very small amount of like hex rewards and stuff.
Okay.
But you can see, hold on, the transaction I'm trying to find, I want you to pull up here is the one where he minted, what was it, like 280,000 Maker or whatever. Where is it? PulseChain.
Okay, let's get
I sent you the transaction hash 42 days ago, February 16th.
This one? Yeah, right here. So what's this one? Okay.
So if you look at it, if you look on that, you can clearly see that I wanted to show it on DBank because it shows him receiving a whole bunch of or it shows the wallet minting a whole bunch of PulseChain. Or on the PulseChain side. What all this actually was, yeah, here it is. If you go to 2025-216, it'll be, you can see he's burning the P-Maker. And all this is guys, these guys are interacting when he's doing all of this on the Ethereum side. He's not even doing this on PulseChain.
Who's he? Are you just saying this contract, or do you have any idea who this is?
Well, it would be, well, you can, so do you see right there from the 4E2?
Yeah.
That's the wallet doing it. So you can click on that, like copy that wallet. Or you can just click the little, yeah, you can do that too. And then take it to DBank.
Oh, you want to put this in DBank, okay?
Yeah,
okay.
This is what I mean when I'm referring to he, quote unquote.
Okay, let's go.
It's the wallet minting the me.
Okay.
And you can see that this wallet, if you go to transactions, it says it's got $2 in it right now.
Make this a little darker. Hang on. Is there a dark button for
DBank?
Yeah.
Not that I know.
No. Okay, fine. Okay, whatever.
Unfortunately.
So where are we going?
Transactions.
Yeah.
And you can see that this is the wallet that minted the quote unquote the PulseChain Maker. But you can see is all he was doing was interacting with it on the ETH side. And you can see that he was just selling it down basically. But this is all, again, we don't know who this is or any idea who this is, and it really doesn't matter who this is.
Oh well,
because there's
over $250 million in this wallet.
Well, the other wallet, that one's not a wallet. That one's a contract. This is the maker contract. This is one of the maker contracts.
Okay.
This isn't a wallet.
This is the wallet transacting with it.
Yes, okay. This is one of the wallets minting the quote unquote PulseChain maker.
Okay.
But all it's actually doing is interacting with the maker on the Ethereum side.
Oh my God, I'm not gonna go through all this shit right now. But okay, does everyone in chat following what's going on? Does everybody understand?
Do I have
this is the contract interacting, but why is this contract so famous? What is in this contract that's setting everybody off? Let's just go right to that. Why do they think it's RH? Or who do they think it is?
Well, we know for sure this isn't RH or anybody like that. For sure, this is one of the maker contracts. This is just a maker contract. What's so controversial about this is people are saying that this
F4E2.
Let me make sure. No. We're talking about DDC0.
Okay, so what?
I'm sorry.
So why was so much hype going on about this content? Why are the people sending all kind of tokens to it and all that stuff right now?
People believe that this is the maker contract on the Ethereum side.
This is the maker contract on the Ethereum side. Does everybody agree with that? At least can we get?
This is, you don't even have to take my word for it. I mean, it says it on DBank actually has these labeled. Like you can see protocol maker governance. But if you take that wallet, hold on, let me find the actual.
People have talked about this, and I think Decentralized Me too. That okay, it says Rich Wealth says because RH nabbed the maker that was in the liquidity pools at the time of the fork.
That was an AMM. That was automated. All of that was that basically he went and skimmed all the pools and created the LP. We actually, I don't know if you know about this, we saw that same AMM wallet, quote unquote. We saw it actually pull liquidity with pDAI and sell that pDAI down.
Okay, we'll pull that up too. CryptoWatch says it may be the maker contract, but it shows the individual wallets and how much maker each one has. For example, in Binance has for example, Binance has wallets with maker. Maybe they hook RH to get him the tokens needed. Fuck, I don't know what you mean, bro. Yeah, it's a contract.
Sorry, hold on, let me go.
You know that we don't agree. We agree to fist. You have like fans and frenemies. The wallet is governed as controller.
Yeah, I'm trying to, let's move this step by step. Can everybody in the chat agree that this is the governance contract for the maker?
Okay, I think everybody agrees with that, but the chat seems to be saying that it was taken over though in 2023. But you can't take this over. This is the ETH side.
No, if you actually, on top of that, I just sent you the link to, hold on, that's not exactly what you need.
Governance was taken over in 2023. RH grabbed enough maker tokens to control the hat. Is that, yeah, if you have the governance tokens, you can control it. But how do we confirm? Yeah, this is just, fuck.
9 Iron spoke about this all ages ago. We can ask him with the P maker from the AMM. Again, step by step. So any P maker that this wallet is quote unquote minting is just minting it from the Ethereum side. Most of those big transactions are just people interacting with the contract on the Ethereum side, and then it also coincidentally mints the P maker on the PulseChain side as well. But it's doing it all on the Ethereum side. It's not even on PulseChain.
And they're saying who owns the keeper bot, bro?
I assume when they mean the keeper, they're talking about the AMM.
Yes, Zach says yes. The AMM bot is the key. So who controls the AMM bot?
It's allegedly RH. You know, same thing with the OA. Allegedly RH.
Okay, fair enough. So let's look at maybe what evidence we have that he might control the AMM bot. Where do we get that from? Besides 9 Iron tweets, is there something that can point to that?
Of him controlling the AMM? Well,
because if you acknowledge that, then that I mean, that's kind of a big deal, right?
The AMM bot just went and skimmed all the pools and basically put them onto PulseX when PulseChain launched.
Okay, and obviously, I mean, somebody had to direct it to do that, right?
Yeah, If it's not RH, it's somebody
on his team.
You know,
Yeah.
somebody. You know, he wanted that to happen.
Okay.
But we saw that AMM bot, that same that held most of the pDAI liquidity.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it sell down. We saw it pull that liquidity and sell pDAI. I can actually hold on. I'm pulling up. Here is the debank for the AMM bot, and then let me pull it up here.
RH would forgot all about the maker protocol during the testnet. We don't care it's sold. It's a tiny amount. ETH maker and P maker are now connected. Oh no, I don't think so.
So let me bring this up. The fact that RH would forget about the maker protocol during testnet.
Okay.
Guys, during testnet, we didn't realize that V1 we weren't getting fees in our LP pools.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's two ways you could subscribe to that theory. A, you could believe that Richard also didn't know that people were getting fees, or B, nobody brought it up, so that's how he launched it live. And I'm pretty sure it's been addressed that if somebody had brought it up, it would have been fixed. But this is the same thing with the maker protocol, is that a lot of us during testnet didn't point these things out. So no, RH wouldn't have fixed this in testnet, even if he knew about it. The same way he didn't fix the fact that we weren't getting fees on our LP pools. And if we didn't have the no fees, the V1, if we didn't have that, then I could say there is a chance. But I think with how he let V1 roll out, it's very clear that RH wouldn't have, even if he did know about it on testnet, he wouldn't have done anything about it. Again, I think a lot of this stems from the fact of a lot of people like to worship RH like he's some sort of god or something. But guys, Richard is human. And Richard has a lot of shit going on. I mean, he's wanted by Interpol. He's got the SEC case. You know, he's on the run. RH is not some sort of god. Apparently the chat isn't liking that I said that.
I remember that I was listening to what's up, Fast Abdul? How you doing, brother? I remember listening to Eric Wall, and he said he shared that sentiment. He said, "Look, he did the best he could. He's been under a lot of pressure and running from the law and what have you." Yeah, fair enough. We don't know what he's been going through.
Yeah, and I mean, if you really want to look at it objectively, I mean, guys, RH did buy the top of ETH.
Yeah, he's just a man.
RH isn't perfect.
He's a smart man, but we're talking thousands of contracts copied onto PulseChain. There's no way he could memorize every single one. We have smart guys looking at this, these MakerDAO contracts, and nobody's figured it out yet. So why would you think that he would just know it off the back of his hand, that he's got it memorized, right? It seems
that's a perfect point. I mean, we forked over thousands of contracts, and no dev on the planet is going to be able to have a very a high level of how all of these contracts work. Another thing I'd like to preface is this exploit isn't something easy to replicate. If it was, we'd all be doing it. There's a very specific sequence. You have to do these things in a very specific way to get this to all line up. And yeah, guys, guess what? Richard, looking at the maker contract for even a few days or whatever, he wouldn't have been able to. Nothing just tells him how to do that. RH would have had to go out of his way.
They have their own specialties, right? So you'll have a dev who specializes in maker contracts, a dev who specializes in liquidity forks. You hire different devs for different jobs. It's not, it's not like you have front end devs, you got back end devs, and Richard's not even technically a dev. He doesn't do the code; he hires devs, right? So it's unreasonable to think he has this down.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of this problem stems from, is that people have expectations of RH. People see him as this god that can do no wrong, that he's perfect. I mean, you can see here part of the main. Again, I don't want to use the word cope here, but part of the main cope is that RH would have known all of this.
Where's dark mode,
You know?
Renzer? I don't see it. They're trying to. Everyone wants dark mode now too. That's why we wear glasses. Somebody write to DBank, for the love of God. Why is there no toggle for this shit?
It might not be a problem soon. I think when DBank removes support for PulseChain, Rabby removes support for PulseChain, that this may not work on PulseChain.
Yeah, maybe it's not the right
DBank
time for me to harass them about that.
Well, I've been harassing them about it. Don't worry. I'm in their Discord daily.
Oh boy. They're steady. Where's it at? Everyone's like, there's one. We won't tell you where it is. We'll just let you know there is one. The after hours chat. What are you gonna do? Okay, so what's up with this AMM? Do we find something that can point to whether he is in control of it or not? I know you sent me some more links too.
Nothing. I mean, again, nothing that can directly point to him. Same thing with the OA. This is the same situation. Nothing that can directly point to him.
Okay.
But again, Richard starts tweeting about us not buying pDAI, and a couple of days later, you have this AMM bot that comes in and pulls the liquidity to pDAI.
And he's tweeted a lot, like in direct response to the audience, pretty much. So I feel very confident that he's made his feelings heard about pDAI.
No.
He's asked people to pull the liquidity. He's pulled the liquidity himself. He's dumped it repeatedly.
Oh, bottom three dots, right here, and then settings. We did that earlier. We went to settings. Oh, because I'm not logged in, bro. That's what it is. I'm not logged in. That's why. Okay, that's fine. So I think a lot of it is, no, I'm not logged in. I think that's why it's not showing up right now.
That's probably it.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I just have a browser extension that makes everything dark mode anyways.
Does it? Nice.
That's why I don't usually notice.
That's why I wear it. Let's go over here for a second. Okay, you sent me some Etherscan stuff as well. What was this one?
One of the Etherscan is just showing that it's the governance contract to the DAO.
Okay.
That it's not some sort of wallet. It's just, if you look at the two most recent debanks I sent you the one of the wallets. The first one, that is the AMM bot wallet or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And then the second wallet I sent you is where Richard sent the pDAI LP to, and then pulled and sold the pDAI. Or the AMM bot pulled and sold the pDAI.
Okay. RH sold into DAI. I'm sure he wanted to have a nice party since day one. So I think part of it with the post is that, our interpretation of it, or I can speak for the pro pDAI gang, is that he doesn't communicate with us through X. He communicates with us via the blockchain, and anything that he has on public forums is for 3-letter agencies. That's the best way. I mean, you can extrapolate from there. It's meant for the people that are,
Okay.
Yeah.
If that's true, though, then dumping pDAI on PulseChain, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, he's publicly doing it as well, right? You want chat? What's your theory? You want to open that box
very
up?
selective.
I mean, and that's kind of what I'm asking for. I'm asking for any evidence that the pDAI bros have, and I haven't been brought any. It's all just theories.
You haven't been following Somi, have you? He's been summing it up very nicely daily, Habibi.
I have been following
things.
I just want evidence, guys. I want something. Why do we believe this? Bring me something that isn't just cope or words or theories.
I don't think Somi's a true believer. Like the last time
You don't think so?
I was debating with him, he said he was hoping for 25 cents, right? Like that's his,
Did he say that?
He said this live with Matty Allen. Yeah, he's like, he was hoping for 25 cents. That's his exit point. So like, a true believer would be looking for $1.
I don't remember him saying that, but that was on. I did listen to that, but yeah.
Yeah, I could clip it. I wouldn't share it from a private conversation. It was on stream.
Okay.
And he's looking for fair value of 25 cents.
Really? That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Guys, I also want to point out that somebody who would believe
somebody that go ahead.
Somi's also putting up V3 cell walls with pDAI.
A wallet is doing it that we think is Somi. We don't know if it's Somi. Right. We're still making jumps once again, right? We don't know.
That's fair enough. That is fair enough. The evidence though leads you. No, we can never guarantee anybody is anybody on a PulseChain wallet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody on the blockchain. Nobody knows who. You can only use your best. Your educated guess, and if things line up, then you can usually correctly assume that a wallet is somebody's wallet. And because at the end of the day, we don't know that anybody is anybody's wallet, and that's why, based on the evidence, it is highly likely that it is a Somi wallet.
Okay, so he's some cell walls up. So he's also a trader as well,
what
right?
Also, he is a trader, but I think what feeds more evidence into that wallet being a Somi wallet. Is when you had a lot of people start calling him out on that, you did see those V3 pools actually get pulled.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And somebody's saying...
those pools are now pulled, I believe.
Somebody said... Shen says to Fast Abdul's comment about that, he said to 25 cents he wouldn't buy anymore. That's when he stops buying fast.
I see. Well,
so we can.
Why would he have V3 cell walls up if that was the case? If those are his wallets, but okay.
So one thing we can look at is Decentralized Me came back, right? And was gone. He was gone for 3-4 weeks. I wonder if he caught what I had, because there was a nasty bug going around Europe, man. I was sick as a dog for a little bit here. He says starting on the 27th, and we can look at some of these because I think this sums up a lot of the things. You can tell me, what you think about it. March 27th was his first one back, or no, 26th. He says, I'm back. I apologize. 15K will move from the Pulse. Oh, this is a marketing one. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Are you looking for the one where it says twice the current amount will be minted?
Truly, did you ever look at it?
Somi never talks about that one.
Go ahead. What you were saying, are you talking about something, the cell wall? What are you saying?
No. Decentralized Me did a tweet that recently that said that he thought that twice the current amount of pDAI would be minted. So they would double the supply because it would be necessary for something or other. So it was just, I found it interesting that the supply was going to double according to him.
Okay, we'll get there. I'm going to climb up, but on this one, first he says, "I urge you to look." Something that was wrong. I've always spoken about RH creating a money printer for himself. How smart contracts allow arbitrage bots to freely swap between them one-to-one. Whenever there's a price difference, our bots have a profitable opportunity. What are the implications of this? Once pDAI is pegged, and my front end is live, users will be able to. Fuck this. Okay, maybe it is.
No. Okay, let me just to clarify real quick. There are a couple websites that I keep seeing go around, telling people that they can mint pDAI or whatever, or telling people to connect. Do not, guys. Please don't connect any of your wallets to any websites that are telling you they can mint pDAI.
Yeah, man, don't do that.
Please don't.
Don't do that.
Nothing. Don't click any links. Don't trust any websites.
Very wise.
Okay, the wallets that first took over Maker paused the ability for others to create and pass proposals. Okay. Is he talking about the Maker, the one we were just talking about earlier, that chat was saying RH has taken over? Is there something there we have a agreement on, or is that a point of contention?
I'm sorry, that RH took over the Maker?
Well, wallets that first took over Maker paused the ability for others to create and pass proposals. Maker has essentially been locked since. What do you get from that?
I think MakerDAO would have done that themselves. Like, screw you guys and your copy chain. We're just going to lock this down. Like that. That seems the most likely scenario.
What do you think, Habib?
Could somebody bring me that? I mean, I'd love all I want is somebody bring me where the maker was paused for proposals or that RH locked it or
Okay.
anything like that.
Fair enough. Chat, you guys see this Decentralized Me's tweet, March 27th. Send us the wallets. We're witnessing the process not just to peg pDAI, but to unlock Maker. Minting pDAI whilst clearing the bad debt within the system enables the team to be able to accumulate pDAI. When they have enough pDAI, they'll clear the debt and flop auctions automatically begin. PMaker will be minted to buy pDAI. The team can keep buying up PMaker from those auctions, taking control over the protocol before they unlock it. Post-peg, they can sell their PMaker over time, returning the world's only truly decentralized currency to the people. Is there anything in there that even chat? I mean, do you guys follow that? Has anyone been able to like
I don't follow it.
verify it?
I don't think. I don't think this scenario is very likely at all.
So what I would like to say, what Decentralized Me is saying, when they have enough pDAI, they'll clear the debt and flop auctions will automatically begin. Enough pDAI, again, this all stems from the fact that this stems from the belief that this guy is actually minting and dumping this pDAI on one wallet and then basically just buying it on another one. This guy to believe that this guy is trying to accumulate enough pDAI when all he's been doing is minting and selling it. There is no evidence that this guy's bridging back in. There's people trying to say that, oh, he's using Tornado Cash mixers or funds, but all the funds he's actually bridged off are still on the Ethereum side.
Okay.
So he hasn't Tornado Cashed it or anything.
He has not. Yeah.
No,
Which is
not yet,
which is a little odd, actually, but fine.
Well, you would actually, you see that a lot actually from people that exploit stuff like that. I would also, I won't get into this too much, but this guy is, from what we know from the evidence we found, this guy is basically a degenerate gambler.
I've heard some of those stories too.
Yeah, which we can touch on in a bit, not to get too off topic, but I mean, it's common for a lot of people who do exploit stuff like this to just let funds sit. I mean, again, he has a lot of heat on his wallet right now. You know, everybody's watching it.
Fair enough. Okay, that's a fair
take.
2
years from now, we're probably not going to give up on it.
I haven't kept up with all the latest theories about this clearing the bad debt and the flop auctions, to be totally honest. I think Somi's gone more into depth about it, actually. To be totally honest, I think this was one of his posts, maybe the one you were talking about. You know, oh yeah, he does go in this Decentralized Me. This is one we're reading about now. No, but we can go to this one next too. Wait, what was that I just read? Ty, if you're streaming live, I guess the Saint Wolf I'm talking to you right now is trying to get me to copy his trades. What? Ty.
Yeah, that's a scammer, dude. Block him.
Wait, say what? Oh, you're talking
he's talking to somebody who's claiming to be you, who's trying to get him to copy his trades.
Yeah, there have been some copies of me showing up lately. I haven't been able to keep up with them. So it's not me, guys. It's not me. If I message you, I will ask you for money immediately. No, I'm kidding. I will not ask you for one. Don't send me Pulse. No, I'm not going to ask you for money. There's a donation thing in the thing. I'm never going to ask you for money or try to get you to join in some team or something. You met him off X? Yeah, there is a copy on X already. They're popping up. It's just that time, I guess. Okay, we'll read this one. So Somi posted this one recently. He said, let me provide more clarity. We've seen a lot of work on lending protocols, and they're clearly intended to be reestablished at some point. pDAI is needed to reestablish these protocols, lots of pDAI. There are two routes to achieve this. Post-peg uses the money printer to mint enough pDAI to place these protocols. Pre-peg, if we see a raise in the debt ceiling and a deal loop initiated that increases the bad debt, we can expect a ramp up in pDAI minting and it appearing in these protocols. Okay, I don't know if you want me to read it. I mean, this goes back to those auctions and all that stuff, right? I mean, are you following that stuff? Does that make sense to you at all?
Yeah,
well, it's very important.
I mean,
right now, it seems to the story.
Well, the issue is for these auctions to even occur.
Yeah.
From what we've seen, the exploiter, I won't,
The exploiter, sure, fair enough.
He's been allowing the joy to go back up.
Yes, I noticed that. Joy was going
Now,
back up.
what a lot of people also don't realize is the exploiter telling us to bid on these auctions.
Uh-huh.
If you bid and your bid isn't successful, like you get outbid, then the pDAI that you bidded, is that the right? I don't know what the right word there is. The pDAI that you did bid,
Uh-huh.
then actually just goes back into the joy, making the joy go back up as well. So he does us basically. If people doing this, incorrectly or just trying to bid on these auctions that are happening,
Mm-hmm.
and then getting outbid
Mm-hmm.
or anything like that, that pDAI would just go. You basically lose that money and it just goes back into the joy, and there's basically more pDAI that he could mint.
Right. Right. I guess the assumption is that the exploiter is part of the plan and the team. I guess that's one theory.
That is
one theory, right? Or the main alternate theory, I guess.
I think we've essentially. I think if you still believe that, I think with the overwhelming amount of evidence that it isn't, with all the wallets that we've been able to tie to the forms, and I know somebody else also found like a something on like an old Reddit forum as well.
So I'm not up to speed. Fast, you sent me something too.
Yeah, that's the image of the chat with from Decentralized Me. Looks like it was from Telegram.
So I've heard some of these theories, Habibi, but like I haven't seen any of these connections with this scammer person. Do you have anything available we can put up?
Yeah.
That establishes more of his identity, but still, yeah. Let's see if there's a meaning. I was coming out of being like tremendously ill when this whole thing went down. It was pretty rough, and then I also had some personal stuff happen exactly at the same time. So I kind of missed. I listened a lot the first week when it happened, but I couldn't jump into a lot of stuff. Bet this is bullish too. I'm meaning a further 28 billion pDAI to fill lending protocols may be required. Wanting to prepare people.
It's not on the screen, Wolf.
Do you want me to put it on the screen?
Oh, it's up to you. I believe it's from like a public chat. So
It's a public
I don't
chat?
see a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I put how do I share this fucking thing? Aha, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. Wanting to prepare people for that case, as there are hints that the big man is by pausing minting and the pUSDT peg stalling at the same time. I think he's trying to signal to us, look, the minting is good. Don't panic when it ramps up next. Yeah.
So a further 28 billion pDAI. So effectively doubling the supply a little bit more at the moment.
What's the supply right now, roughly?
I think it was 24 something right now. Let me double check.
So
it does seem to vary on the day. They put it in vaults, do the thing to convert to USDC, etc.
So he's saying it's bullish to increase the supply right now.
That's what it sounds like to me. I wouldn't feel that was bullish, but that seems to be his position.
Chad, is that a
24
bullish?
billion and change right now, almost 25 billion.
Yeah. That's a lot of
you
pDAI.
double that supply,
how,
number go down.
How are they going to shrink that supply? They got to shrink it if they really want to do what they want to do.
Well, I think you could bring in if you had $50 billion, you could do a lot of things.
Yeah, that's also a lot of the question that I'd like to ask the pDAI people is, where is the money coming from to back this? Where are we just printing $28 billion out of thin air?
You're opening up a whole thing, man.
A whole
I think
this is a new.
I think RH just gets in the money has been the prevalent theory. Though I wonder if he's come out against it in a very obvious way where the money's coming from now.
Leverage trading ETH will do it. We can do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Could. In theory. Let's take 300 times leverage on, you know, 500,000 in ETH. Yeah.
Dude, I mean, that'll do it, bro. That'll do it. Did we ever get any, and this is kind of to bring my point, did the pDAI people ever post that Richard took over the maker at the start, or did we get any?
Oh, yeah. Chad, did we get something for that? Do we have something we can show that gets us close to him or somebody being on our, somebody being in control of maker? But
Again, and this is kind of where I think the biggest pDAI guys hate me is I don't say anything without backing it up, and then I'm a man who likes evidence, you know.
Yeah.
I like things being seen, and while I understand that crypto is about belief, there's a difference between belief and just lying, you know.
Well, in all fairness to the pDAI narrative, the first week I jumped in listening. And you guys were still making some pretty big jumps, though, that weren't fully backed up. Because I'm an evidence-based person too, because I trade and stuff. So I mean, I try to keep pretty clear-minded about stuff. But
that is, there are always assumptions that have to be made.
Yeah.
But any assumption I've ever made has always been backed with the evidence to prove it.
Frank, that's the funniest thing you've ever said. He made the screen time. Okay, so this one decentralized me. The exploiter just began. If we can keep Frank in this mode all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
dude, shout out to Frank, because Frank, you know, whenever I've actually been going into the Telegram room, and Frank has been getting me the information I've asked for, like the wallets and stuff. So shout out to Frank.
Yeah, when he's not,
I also get some help from Frank on occasion.
When Frank's not cranky,
he's
effective. Yes.
I like the funny FUD.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked him for the AMM wallet, and he sent it to me a minute later. So
yeah.
Shout out to Frank.
Shout out to Frank. Frank, if we can just keep you in this tone, yeah, you'll be invited to all the parties. All right, so this one, Decentralizing Me said, the exploiter just began running flog and heal functions. Are we moving into the next phase already? Potentially. The flog function unblocks maker auctions every time a new bad debt. Okay, before I read the rest, what's this next phase? And what are these flog and heal functions? And why would the exploiter be running them?
So this, go ahead, Fast. You're going to say something. Let me pull up.
No,
I'm going to pull up the flog and... Hold on, I'm going to pull up the flog and the heal from the maker.white white paper itself, just so hold on.
That was Fast FUD face. I know that face. Sounds good. We stopped.
I'm trying not to learn any more about this. I'm like...
No, we
put in more time than I should have.
We actually want you focused on ink, Fast. That's what we want right now. That's all we want from you.
Yeah, I'm doing ink this week.
Yeah, that's what we want you focused on, man.
And it's working.
No, Fast gets it. Ink is king, baby. Ink is king.
Ink is king.
Ink is king, man.
A lot of people like ink. I think that it crosses different communities. You know, probably some of the pDAI guys like ink too. Hedge your bets,
guys,
boys.
Yeah.
Guys, hold on. What is the only coin RH didn't make up pump tires for?
Ink.
Ink.
Yep.
There's no pump tires ink. There's no pump. That's because ink is already the meme token, guys. There doesn't need to be a meme for the meme. There it is.
Well, what color's your pDAI?
Pups, we have 17,000 people watching on Twitter right now, but only 97 likes. Come on, smash the like button. That is way off. Give it a little bit of love. I know some of you guys can't, but come on, the rest of you, 17,000, come on.
Shout out to everybody on Twitter.
Yeah.
Pull your car over and press the like button.
Pull it over.
Don't like while driving.
Smash it.
Everybody, please stay safe while you're driving.
The flog function. Is this something we should be interested in? Let me put it to you like that, Habibi. Or I don't know, were you looking for something to send us?
Yeah. I'm trying to pull everything I'm about to say from the maker contract, the maker white paper, and there's actually so much info. I mean, there's multiple different forms for Maker as well, like places you can go talk about it. But this is this is Alex.
This is funny.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, decentralized me is again, with all due respect, that is what he was saying is just a little bit of yap.
Wait. I'm sorry. Say it again, BB.
This doesn't stir us into. I mean, you can see what he says himself. There are two possibilities. They're setting themselves up for another round of minting, or they're setting up the stage for somebody to buy P Maker at the impending flop auctions. There isn't even, again, I'd like to preface, there isn't even enough. You can pull up the Maker. How much does Maker have in liquidity? What, like?
I don't know.
I think it's
actually.
like 30 bid.
I'm not sure.
I think there's like 30K on the bid side.
You just can't get enough. It's not there.
Yeah, the Maker literally isn't there, and the only way, again, to make enough Maker is for these quote-unquote auctions to even happen. Which we've seen the exploiter is probably not going to allow that to happen.
So I put up a couple tweets there, Wolf. I don't understand them all because it's Alex from Hedron, but I think he basically went over what would happen if you could get enough and you could fix something. And it's not what people want to happen.
Yes, you can. I was actually about to just go into this, but maybe from Alex's mouth that the pDAI people will believe it.
So maybe you could highlight what some of this stuff means, Habibi, because it's it's pretty deep. But I think the general concept seems to be if you could reset the oracles and so on and so forth, you'd have to
you'd destroy the system.
Yeah, and the price of pDAI would be destroyed in order to do it, right?
Yes.
Do I have the gist of that correct? I know it's pretty heavy in there, but
that's kind of the gist of it. Is even if you could fix the oracle, the system's been in this state of it's been over 700 days of the system thinking that the ETH price, that one pulse is equivalent to one ETH.
Yeah.
It would basically.
Right. This is an internal R play that's working as intended, which I agree with that 100%. I 100% agree with that. It's not a bug. It's not a hack. It's doing exactly what's intended. I think the point comes down to there's only one person that seems to be allowed to do it, as if they had the keys to do it, is what it seems like. Right? Can we agree on that?
So it would seem. If you take a look at the tweet I sent right before that, Alex kind of shows the ultimatum of what they would possibly face if they could get these things.
So which one is that?
Yeah, the one with the cartoon one.
Oh, the cartoon one. Okay.
Yeah, to give a basic rundown, like the Maker dilution, minting Maker would recapitalize the system via auctions. It could absorb some of the bad debt, but with ETH then being at like what? I mean, God, I was about to say 4 zeros and a 3, but we're at 4 zeros and a 2, even lower than that right now, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And with pDAI basically being worthless, the scale of the dilution would be astronomical. It would be too much, and it would be futile. Unless the Maker's value would also tank as well.
Unless the supply of pDAI shrinks dramatically.
Assuming we can, yes, there's just too much pDAI on the market right now. Right. And to say that the pDAI you have, I'm really glad that you said that the pDAI supply shrinks, because we currently have decentralized me saying that we need the pDAI supply to go up.
Okay, and I didn't get what.
So Somi hasn't mentioned that one that I'm curious to hear Somi comment on. Decentralized me plan to double the amount of pDAI.
Okay, so why do we want the supply to go up? Because I thought we'd want it to go down, but because why does he want it to go up?
He said something about various lending protocols like pWBTC and so on and so forth. These are disconnected things. Like they're not. I don't think they're core to the system. But
yeah, they're saying to fill basically the rest of the lending protocols, we would need another 28 billion pDAI. And that he thinks it's a signal to us that don't panic if the minting starts ramping up, because the minting is good. But even more pDAI would just help the system fail more and more. To bring up the heal and the flog functions. All heal is before, because I know we're about to go into what Alex is about to say. So just so we can go over this real quickly. All heal does is transfers DAI from your vow to your VAT, and then it increases the surplus.
Mm-hmm.
And then the purpose to run heal is to cover system debt by increasing the VAT surplus, basically the amount that you have as collateral.
Mm-hmm.
All flog does is releases the queue debt for the auction, and it starts the debt auction to be able the flop to cover the sin, and sin is basically just bad debt.
Okay.
And then, like I said, which Decentralized Me says they could be ramping up for another side of minting, but to say that it's something else is disingenuous, and there's no evidence for that.
Okay. Whew, it's crazy. It'd be so polarizing, you know, with stuff involving the blockchain and like, which is basically Ledger. It's really crazy how polarizing this has been.
The trouble is that it's so complicated that like the people who are preaching about it, very few of them, probably none of them actually understand. And then the followers are just choosing who to trust, which, you know, sometimes you have to do. But like
Fair
if
enough.
they make the wrong choice, they could be in trouble, right? So it's you know, because like 99% of the people buying pDAI have no idea how any of this actually works, and they're just trusting others in their journey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine,
Mm-hmm.
but it leaves them vulnerable to, you know, whoever is right.
Guys, I'd like to preface this with I'm retarded. You know, don't listen to me. You know,
Smart people.
No financial advice.
Yeah, guys, don't. Anything I say, you guys can go lick yourselves. Don't trust me. I'm not a smart guy.
Why do you think devs from the general crypto community haven't come over to or talked about this or looked into this? Because you would think, you know, I'd see more outsiders talking about this besides Eric Wall, right? And
so I could have you have Whale FUD talking about this, but you know Whale FUD.
I heard him in the spaces, yeah, a little bit.
So, but multiple people have actually reached out to Zach XBT.
Really?
For anybody who doesn't know who Zach XBT is, he actually responded to somebody on Twitter.
Oh shit!
Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. But multiple people have been asking Zach. By the way, for anybody who doesn't know who Zach XBT is, you can think of him as the #1 detective on the blockchain.
Yeah, well, let's get him on one of these shows, man.
Yeah, he tracks down like scammers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's done some pretty good exposés.
So what was his thing?
But essentially, Zach said he's not going to come onto a shit chain with no block explorer, and it doesn't have any of the tools that he would want anyways. And
that is
true.
Essentially,
he thinks PulseChain is a scam to begin with, so he's not going to come on here to a scam chain where
he said that.
Basically, you know.
Well, shouldn't this be right up his alley to break down and show us how scammy it is? I guess.
Unfortunately, like I said, his biggest part thing was that we don't have the tools that he would basically. We have a shit block explorer.
That is true.
We don't have our. Hold on, I'm gonna try to find the tweet.
Isn't there some guy named? Oh, here we go. You guys have probably heard of this guy,
right? Who are we? I'm sorry. Let me see who we are. Big Whale PulseChain.
He became like a big new leader in the pDAI movement.
This guy was actually supposed to come on and debate me, and then never showed up. The debate was actually handled by B-Roots himself.
Oh, really?
B-Roots went out of his way to set me up on a debate with this guy, and he never showed up. And then every time anybody acknowledges it, he's just like, I'm not gonna come on and give you guys my alpha.
Yeah, that's weird. We also asked him to come on here, and he wouldn't talk to anybody. So Decentralized Me called him a crackhead. I just saw that. It's fucking hilarious. He says, Decentralized Me, your pDAI leader, now calling me a crackhead. In 60 hours, I brought you all together. I taught you not to follow losers and not to pay losers sub fees. Taught you, okay, so he doesn't like B-Roots, you know. Taught you to trust RH and read the blockchain. I hope you all learned something. You can see who is scum.
I don't.
All right,
I don't even want to give this guy attention, to be honest.
Okay,
He is no offense, but he is some. You know, he is a little bit. this guy's basically rallying behind, the hype. The Sami basically gave him a platform.
Yeah, yeah.
Told Sami, Sami is like this guy. I love this guy's energy.
Yeah.
Bring him to me. This is my new pDAI leader.
Okay.
He is entertaining. I
He's
will give him
entertaining.
that. I've
Yes,
talked to him
he is.
before. I think he means well. And he does have a lot of energy. I saw a stream with him and Somi and Coexist and Steven, and he was telling Somi to be quiet because he had more alpha to share, and he had a lot of energy. It was Somi seems to be enjoying himself anyway.
Yeah, and I mean,
It
especially
looks like
when,
he's falling out there.
unfortunately, and like I said, unfortunately, when your narrative is built on no evidence, the pDAI narrative, which again, I will continue to say that there is no evidence until somebody can bring me something. Something
What about
that
the
can
evidence
Hey.
of that wallet where coins line up in a certain order? Have you seen that one?
I haven't heard though. Chat, we got Habibi. He's asking, can we give it to him? What do you got, chat?
Give us that evidence.
Give it to him.
Bring me anything, chat. Give me somebody. I want somebody to give me the breakdown. Why Richard is behind this, and I don't want any like.
We'll need a longer stream. Hey, I can even make fast go away. I got a button here. All right.
Okay.
It'll be a double
No,
win.
no, you gotta keep
That
my
usually
fellow.
costs $10, but could be done.
It's Eid today. Me and Fast Abdul,
He says, a Mensa billionaire pulling the ultimate April Fools in all of history, making history, leaving weak hands in the past. Is it possible PUSDT completes peg to pDAI tomorrow? Is it possible pDAI pegs to $1 on April Fools? That would be epic.
No, it is not. Thank you.
I'm also willing to preface that I'll take any bet with any pDAI bro that thinks pDAI is gonna peg. If you guys truly believe pDAI is gonna peg,
on April Fools?
No, on any date.
Dude,
Anybody can bring me any
Chat,
date.
you got to do it, man. Do it for April 1st, man, because that seems like that would be the ultimate, like, April Fools, I guess. He pegs it on April 1st.
We can
would
go.
be a
We
good
can
trick.
go.
He's saying any day. Habibi said he'll take the bet for any day. Come on. Dude,
So
don't...
I'm just curious about the PUSDT thing. So PUSDT is pegged to the price of pDAI, and there's an additional 36 billion PUSDT on the chain. Does that mean that's going to peg as well? And then there'll be that another 36 billion of magical money? Because that'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean that's even even more magical money. I'd also like to
Yeah, that'd be
preface that,
like-
guys. Like,
like
I'm not against
60
pDAI pegging. I really hope
Everybody's
pDAI
smart.
peg.
Sure. Yeah, like if they both peg, that's $60 billion.
Yeah,
So
guys. I mean, you guys have to
That'd be
understand if pDAI is pegged. I mean, the chain is.
the entire chain explodes. Yeah,
We're ripping.
It's great. It's a win-win.
Yeah.
It's a win-win if it does, and no doubt about that.
But somebody has to put in the $60 billion is the problem, right? That's like it will like even if everything works, if like and PUSDT and pDAI are pegged together, like there's a total of $60 billion. Someone has to insert $60 billion for this to be.
I know, you know who could do it?
Let's even.
You know who could do it?
Let's even for. Who?
CZ.
Oh, we're getting CZ on board, bro.
He put
Oh,
up...
he must be behind.
He's behind
that'd
But
be
let's
great.
let's forget about the monetary value for a 2nd guys. Let's assume this is all RH's plan.
Okay.
Let's assume, RH. Let's even assume in a world where pDAI is pegged.
Yeah.
What answer do we have to Maria, who would be able to infinitely mint Treasury Bill? And let's not even talk about any other contracts. Let's just say Treasury Bill, the one we know is mintable. Guys, what are we doing about Maria, who we just gave an infinite money glitch to?
How much Treasury Bill is Maria minted? Everything always comes back to Maria and minting Treasury Bill. I don't even know what...
So far,
How much?
you can. I'm pretty sure in the Treasury wallet, there's currently like $21 million sitting in there or something, like of Treasury Bill value alone.
But she hasn't touched it. It's just sitting there.
No, she's touched it and she's minted
Oh
Treasury
yeah,
Bill.
and
He's been
dumped
minted.
it and done all the things. Yeah, extracting from the chain, or like trying to get his or her funds out of the chain. Like everything that's locked and burn liquidity, they're able to dump through that. It's all connected. And they they said they're gonna go build somewhere else, right? Like this is not a friend of the Pulse chain.
The Maria thing. That's a whole nother show. Jesus, this whole story is just crazy.
That's kind of my thing is like, guys, let's assume we're all correct here. Let's assume the pegging is part of the plan. Like, what is the plan for Maria? Do we guys? I mean, Maria, guys. I'd also like to preface.
Well, if
Maria didn't know that the minting was going on,
Maria didn't know.
And as soon as Maria didn't know. I have text to prove this.
Really? How can we?
I
find that so hard to believe. This person was all over the chain for 2 years, and they didn't notice there was this leak happening.
So this isn't even
the alarm
theory.
bell when they found out. They freaked out and said they had to leave the chain because of this, right? So
let me give it. So the timeline of events is I have a friend. I'm not going to say any. If you guys have been paying attention to the spaces, you know who did this. But just in case he doesn't want to be, there's a lot of people watching. But a friend of mine, somebody I know, texted Maria that the exploit was going on.
Okay, slow down. A friend of yours texted Maria that the exploit was going on.
I actually, you know what? He's admitted this publicly in spaces. It's all recorded. So I'm just gonna Almighty.
Okay.
Almighty Hexakin on Twitter.
Okay.
Very close with Maria.
He openly doesn't necessarily like Maria, but I've heard he talks to her supposedly.
Yeah. No, he has his phone number.
Okay.
They met in Amsterdam.
Okay.
Or I believe it was Amsterdam.
Yeah, Amsterdam. Yeah.
They met in Amsterdam, and so he has his phone number.
All right.
So Almighty texts Maria, tells him that the minting is going on. Maria's a little confused. They're like, no, the system is working as planned. And Almighty is, no. Look at these wallets. They're minting pDAI. 30 minutes later is when we start seeing the first ATROPA nukage happen.
Okay.
We saw that.
Okay, go back 30 minutes later after that.
Yeah, after Maria finds out, that's when we start seeing the ATROPA nukage start happening. I'm talking about in terms of timeline to event. Timelines of event.
Yo, Jim Cork, your thing you tried to put on, I think got muted by YouTube or something. Maybe you got to word it differently.
Maria is a guy.
Maria's a guy.
By the way,
yeah,
I'm sorry for anybody. I see people in the chat. Maria is James. We didn't know their identity at first. Everybody thought it was a she. From what I understand, everybody thought it was a she.
Yeah.
They went by this alias.
I'm still not sure.
Crypto Scout 24, is that what I'm looking up? Okay, so we're not looking at Big Whale here. Nobody, even I guess Decentralized Me doesn't not getting along with him either, huh?
He's the hype man.
He's the hype man.
He brings the energy, and he does bring the energy. To be honest, he pumps you up.
It's hilarious. I kind of like it. I don't disagree with him, but I kind of like him. I find him, entertaining.
Okay, 4 minutes ago, tweet by Breaking News. This is the one you're talking about, right, Jim Corky? I guess this is the one. Sacrifice for a stablecoin by Matty Allen will destroy PulseChain. Sacrifice projects on PulseChain has a 100% track record to fail. It's the most inappropriate timing. Insult to community, insult to PulseChain.
What's going on? I don't know about that.
Matty just posted his sacrifice. It's not his exactly. He just posted the rules for his pDAI replacement sacrifice. I haven't even had time to read it all through yet.
He wants to raise more money for something.
Well, look at the details, because it's not. It's a little more complicated than that.
All right.
First off, it's the SAC address is the PulseSec sacrifice address.
Okay.
So it's not like it's going to the OA, like RH, whoever controlled that. It's not.
Okay.
You don't send anything to Matty.
Oh shit.
Oh, you lost everybody.
All right, give me a second. Should be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. DG, give me a second. I gotta set it up because I got a picture of what's his name. DG's in the waiting room. What's up, DG? All right.
Hello.
Continue. I'll have to set this up in the background. You guys go ahead.
So I think the gist of this is that you send to the PulseX sacrifice address, so it doesn't go to Maddie in any way.
Okay.
Looks like you can send stables from Ethereum for points, old pDAI that was purchased before the cutoff time, which is when we did that stream with Somi. So it can't be new pDAI purchased or it doesn't count. And apparently Maddie token, which is new to me. I hadn't heard that. And then ETH or WETH from Ethereum, PulseX, not including the pumped out tires ones, are the things that you can sacrifice. So, but yeah, a reiteration of old pDAI, meaning you can't buy new pDAI. It's got to be at the time of the snapshot, and he posts a link to that, which was last Tuesday evening when we were on stream with Somi and RH was interacting live with us. So I think the concept is here that it was I think he designed it so that it wouldn't just be an airdrop for pDAI bros. Oh, I'm here twice.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you're not supposed to be able to see me do that. So
no, I know I'm more handsome than DG, but he's okay. You could have him up here. You don't have to put me up twice. But I think that the concept here is that like there's no just airdrop to people who just happen to hold pDAI. They have to sacrifice their pDAI. And then you're sacrificing it to the OA wallet essentially via the PulseX sacrifice address, which could use it for whatever it wants. It seems to like dumping it. So I'm curious to see how many people participate. He gave a timeline that you have to participate in. And to go over again that it's very specifically you can't buy new pDAI and send it. If it's wasn't in your wallet at the time of the snapshot, then it wouldn't count.
Okay.
I think that's the main focus here. So as far as like there's a lot of people had concerns when he announced this that it'd be a net negative because pDAI bros would just sell the airdrop and buy more pDAI, and so that game theory was changed. But yeah, I was not privy to exactly how this works here, so this is kind of new to me. He did mention in some spaces that maybe somebody would do a liquidity fork for it to collateralize it. I'm not volunteering for that, but technically it's possible. But yeah, I think he's going to be streaming about that today.
Wow, chat, why are you guys up in arms about it?
Yeah. Tell us what you think.
I mean, I guess just don't participate in it, really.
Saddam is asking, can we sacrifice Maddie? You can't sacrifice Maddie, but apparently you can sacrifice Maddie tokens. So, kinda.
DG, what's happening, brother? How you doing?
Hey, DG.
What's up, my brother? Yeah. I mean,
Good.
with regards to what Matt is doing, like, I mean, first of all, shout out to the guy. He's been there like almost every day, forever, streaming and promoting PulseChain. So you can never take that away from the guy.
Yeah,
shit on him all you like. If you lost money on his Matty token, like, well, you click the buttons. I don't think he's a scammer. I do believe he has the best intentions for PulseChain. I'm curious to see how this experiment plays out. I really am.
Yeah.
I think, like, and I'll say this publicly, like, as far as like his Matty token and pulling liquidity and put it into farms, I believe he's just as a what you might determine as a maxi, a hex maxi, a PulseChain maxi. He was just ignorant to the way things work when it comes to, degen, the degen line. He thought it was okay to pull liquidity and put it into farms and try and add value back later on and stuff like that. And he got heavily shit upon, which, I don't necessarily disagree with. But again, you fucking click the buttons, boys. It's degen. You win, you lose. Was it wrong? like I say, more ignorance than try to be a scam. Like people call him a scammer. I don't believe he's a scammer in the slightest.
Yeah.
Like he's
He has
done
good intentions.
so much free work for this community. To call him a scammer is also fucking ignorant. And clearly you've not been in the community long enough to understand that. I'm very interested to see how this pDAI thing works. The new tokenomics and game theory are interesting. Let's see how it works. I truly believe he is trying to do the best for this community, which I believe he always does and always has. Like his track record speaks for itself.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. He does
Whether
work.
you like it or not, motherfucker, his track record speaks for itself.
He does work around the clock to pump your bags, and yeah, sure, some people like him, some people don't, but he does work nonstop. And also, it is true. You did click the buttons, right? Like anytime you're donating to a cause or buying a token or participating, like you're doing it. You can't say he should have done this, you should have done that. Like like you're part of it. Like if you want to know what he was going to do with the funds, you should have asked him instead of sacrificing, right? Like, yeah, it's the way it is.
Yeah, man. I mean, I get involved in a pre-sale, the first ever in my life. Well, no, that's a lie. I got involved in one before, fucking like 3 years ago. But I got involved in a pre-sale, and I ended up at the end of it losing 18% when I got my refund. But it was like the main guy that was pushing it in the chat. It was on Solana in the chat. When everyone was shitting on him, I'm like, dude, I've got no ill will against you. I understand what went on, and I understand that it fucking failed, but it was me that put my money in against my better judgment, because I don't do pre-sales or sacrifices. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you do a pre-sale or a sacrifice, what is the incentive is to sell straight away when it pumps. Like how many times have we seen this play out over the years? Like the first fucking pump, you take your profit, and then it generally goes to fucking zero for a long time before it can do anything. So you click the fucking buttons, don't be a bitch.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
I think this strategy he's put forward, at the very worst, it's going to be a net neutral, for the goal that he's trying to accomplish, and it could actually have some effect, right? Now, like clearly, the goal here, he's trying to switch people from what we can call the old pDAI or the current pDAI to a new pDAI. So the big question is, does the OA support it in any way? And if we look at like the original tweet from the OA on the night of the show, he basically suggested someone do this. And that was like live timing with, the conversation in the show. He was launching these tweets. So like, is this what Richard wants? Will he support it? And if he does support it, what does that mean?
I'd say that's the most interesting thing, because ever since this pDAI drama has been spun around, I mean, Maddie was the first person to say, like, a week before the Richard tweet, that like, what if somebody like airdrops people or whatever. So like, to see the Richard tweet of him saying something like that, especially while you guys were live on Maddie's stream, like, I believe like that was a little bit too big of a coincidence for Richard not to be tuning in or whatever.
It seemed very much like, he was having a conversation with us.
Yeah.
We'll go read those tweets. We'll go read them.
Yeah.
Vlad says, thank you for the super chat, Vlad. Really appreciate it. He says, Maddie is a clown. Please stop giving him attention, lol.
Yada. This is probably a guy that's not really been around. Like, don't get me wrong, I could shit on Matty Allen all day, like a lot of people do, but one thing I respect for guys like him from RG3, other people that folks shit on, where the fuck were you? Like I mean, I understand that in PulseChain now we're technically entering the bottom of the bear market, but where the fuck were all you? you were no fucking where. You weren't streaming
Yeah, it's true.
every
Sure.
fucking day. Like Saint Wolf is doing, like you weren't fucking streaming every day, supporting the community, trying to create positive vibes. So I'm sorry, like that's where my standard is. His ignorance of doing stuff with tokens just doesn't come into that equation for me. Like he's a guy that's been around forever, and I could say a lot of things about Matty, but the one thing for me is where the fuck were you?
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean?
that's a great point. Like,
Until maybe recently, when there's something to jump on and there's drama and you can sound like the fucking smart person.
Yeah.
Whoop de fucking do. Where have you been the last fucking 3 to 4 years? Where you been? Nowhere, motherfucker.
Yeah,
So,
even if you don't like the guy for whatever reason, you can't knock the fact that the guy was just nonstop working. You know what I mean? And talking nonstop about Hex and trying to pump your bags. Like, you can't take that away. Like he was, for sure, 100%.
yeah,
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Wolf, I sent you the final tweet from RH that
Okay.
night that I think that led to this, and it was discussed live on screen when Somi was there.
Okay. So the whole trail, the whole thread. Where are we at?
Maybe I wasn't specific enough. Right at the bottom there is the final comment.
Okay, and finally, this is from March 26th. If for some reason, sunk cost fallacy or whatever, you just have to make this token made by people that do not care about you at all work, airdrop all the non-exploiters their percentage with a new ERC20 that's not hacked. Okay.
And that's what Matty keyed in on, right? And this is pretty much a live conversation, and then this is what he's trying to carry forward. So I'm not saying I agree with all the rules, but like this does seem to be the theme of that tweet, right?
Yeah.
And again, I truly believe, even through ignorance with tokenomics and all that Matty is truly trying to do something good for PulseChain. Like that's the way I have seen him act for like the 2 to 3 years I've been paying attention to his content. Like, so I have no reason to believe otherwise.
So does RH support this after it happens? Like, does the OA buy this up? Does it add liquidity? Does it, does it interact in any way whatsoever? And what does it, if there are any funds? Because you mentioned you can send stablecoins from Ethereum, you can send ETH from Ethereum. Like, what does it do with those? Does it use those to pump the price of this or something else or nothing? Right? Like I certainly can't say, but I think that is the speculation. And also, what does it do with any pDAI that's sent? Which probably is dump the chart, but I could be wrong. Maybe it does nothing. Maybe it just sits there forever.
Well, there's games that can be played with it. It's just, again, I'll come back to this sort of, and it's why I hope he takes advisory from smart and legitimate people on PulseChain with regards to what he's doing. Like, I kind of glossed over it, and Fast gave me some of the glossary of it, and I believe it could be a good thing as a quote-unquote counter narrative. But as far as anything other than a meme coin, I still have to be convinced. Like, one thing
what Matty's talking about is it is
Matty,
a meme coin, right? Like it's not like a maker fork. It's like literally a meme coin called pDAI. Like would be
an entire thing has to be created around it for it to be something real. You know what I mean? And that's Matty definitely can't do that on his own. He needs very good and very smart people around him. We'll see what happens.
Yep.
I'll watch the chart.
So are you guys?
It's not boring anyway. Like this is fun FUD at the very least, in my opinion.
Are you guys going to send Matty your pDAI tokens? Is that what the trade is?
That is one of the options.
one of the options.
You're assuming I hold pDAI there.
Indeed. Perhaps that
I've
ship
been,
has sailed
I
for us.
was, yeah, I was swing trading pDAI. I sold just before the major dump and swung trade it a bit, but currently I don't hold any.
Yeah. Just remember, you can't buy more. He was very specific on that. It has to have been in your wallet before the
I'm
snapshot.
not interested. I mean, at this stage, I'm not willing to invest in pDAI. Like, I just, yeah. Like, for the last, since the beginning of PulseChain, I have been against all this shit before pDAI was a thing. Like, I was against ATROPA. Don't get me wrong, I speculated, I bought bags, I sold them still at a profit, not at the profit that I could have sold them at, but you know, I speculated in them. Like in the early days, like all I did, like understand, all I did in the early days of ATROPA is I followed what the developer was doing. This is how I know the extraction of it, and like it's been extracting since day one of PulseChain. Like I was watching what was happening with the pools and the minting and all that, and I made like some gains from that. Like I made, well, for the bags that I had at the time, I made really good gains off of what I used to say was follow what the dev does, like follow the path of the dev. And that's what we did in my small group at the time, is we followed what the dev did with the pools and moved around the pools and traded between the pools and then extracted into PLS. The only difference was we weren't extracting into PLS and then bridging it off the fucking chain, which is basically what's been happening for the last, what is it, 2 years off chain. Sorry, I'm not good with dates and stuff.
Yeah, about there.
So yeah.
But you're talking about arbitrage, basically, or ADG. Like you're arbitraging these things.
I suppose, yeah. Like,
so, and yeah, lots of expert
buy
users
this token, sell it into that token, and then sell it into that token, and then make profit.
Multi-step arbitrage, yeah. And I did a lot of the same in the early days too. I think a lot of people don't realize that there's a lot more liquidity and dexes on PulseChain than most people can access. But I think these early pDAI supporters, you know, they're like, even now I can go to the fork of Curve on PulseChain that doesn't have an official front end, and I can buy USDT. And I did a little bit yesterday, and I sold it for a profit. And I'm sure the people who are pushing USDT right now know that, and they're doing it.
Yes.
So, but yeah. Classic.curve.fi. Go to town, guys. Do your own arbitrage.
Exactly what you just said, Fast. Like most people do not understand the liquidity that is accessible through pools. You know what I mean? They're looking at these charts and it's like, oh, there's that X amount of liquidity. But it's like, no, there's way more available if you move it through pools. You know what I mean? Like,
is Matty live streaming there, Wolf?
He is. He just started live streaming. Yeah.
Okay.
I can kick it on. Yeah, if you guys want.
Sure. Let's see what he says.
Yeah, he's talking about exactly what we were just talking about.
Chances are.
Dude, we're watching the live stream while we're streaming.
We do this all the time. No, I'm not hearing any volume though, Wolf.
Oh.
It's a stream within a stream.
Yeah, and this closely matches the PLS and PLSX airdrop. So when I kept saying airdrop, people were thinking some kind of airdrop that would look very foreign to people in PulseChain. But this surprisingly more people didn't pick up that it would be. That the best game theory would be a sacrifice.
He's releasing a pDAI token, Pops.
To the PulseX sacrifice address, not to Maddie.
He's a pDAI fan.
So there are like 5 different types of coins that can be sacrificed, and they all have different points. So we're going to talk about which coins they are, and then we're going to talk about the points that you get for each. And these are kind of listed in like the best deal you might get. But that's up to you to decide, and prices can change. So there's 3 stable coins from Ethereum that would probably give you like the worst deal, but again, that's up to you in terms of points. And so it can be USDT, USDC, or DAI from Ethereum. You can sec these on either Ethereum or PulseChain.
Wait, so pretty much he's holding a sacrifice for this token now. It's full on.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but it's going to the
between
PulseX
lines-
address. You got to remember that, right?
And reading between the lines, part of what he's trying to do here
What
is
he's trying to do.
extract liquidity from Ethereum.
Okay.
Although I don't think Matty is qualified to even explain what he's doing, trying to do. Do you know what I mean?
Chad is like
He's
living.
put a lot of thought into this. I think it's not going to be zero, right? Like people are going to participate, and people like. I don't think people understand the amount of power that Matty wields in the ecosystem. Like he did a Twitter space the other day that had 1,000 people in it. Like people follow Matty and they listen to Matty, and it's not the loud people all the time.
Right.
There's a lot of quiet hexagons that show up for all his streams, and they're not like, but like some of those guys got bags, right? Like serious bags.
Yeah.
So like when you talk about actual financial like value of followers, Matty's probably pretty heavy.
Yeah, he does have a following, no doubt about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, because he's his own character.
Use a
And
month on Twitter.
people that are into his
Like
vibe,
more.
and yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, some people are. Some people are.
I've never seen
And
Chad.
some people aren't, and that's fine. Like you don't have to like him to respect that he shows up for work, right? Which is something this chain is lacking in.
Yeah, well, it is true. Look, the bear market, you're going to see most influencers vanish. They're just going to disappear. So that is true. Anyone who stuck around during the bear, you got to give them props for that, for sure.
For
That
sure.
seems,
Big shout out to RG3, to DJ Cryptomatic, Heck, what the
it's
heck,
true, though.
the stream pop-up owner, like these guys, Matty is another one of them, like that are just consistent all the fucking time, and consistency is king.
Dude, it seems like the chat right now is very anti-Matty.
The
Guys,
chat,
I'm
yeah.
glad that we stopped hating on me. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all.
Matty's great for deflecting attention.
He's great for deflecting.
Guys, thanks
For
for
sure,
thanks,
man.
thanks that we don't hate me anymore.
Yeah, at least you have to hate somebody more than you right now.
I love you, Zach. Zach, I love you too.
That's awesome. We just
great.
Habibi got a break for a little bit. He just got to come. Well, we're about to go back to pDAI. You're about to be hammered again, I guess.
Yeah.
We love Habibi
They're about
now.
to go back
They
to
actually
Habibi.
love you now compared to Matty, apparently.
Hey man, you've got to have someone to hate. You know what I mean? Like people love, especially in this time in the market, people love to have somebody to hate, and quite often that's the wrong person.
Habibi is going to be a dev one day.
Case
Is
of Matty, I
it
believe
true
that's correct.
is it true you're a kid, Habibi? Like somebody said you were like 15 years old. Is that true?
No, not that young.
That's just his wives.
But
You're just younger than
I'm
us. Are you like
yeah, a little bit. Still in the because I'm old enough to sign up for the draft, but not old enough to buy a drink. So
Jesus.
that'll give you the range. But you can. I think a lot of people can. Even if I wanted to sit here and say I'm 30, I don't think I sound like a. My voice isn't deep enough yet.
It doesn't always work that way.
It doesn't always work that way. Please go back to hating. Can we please go back to hating Habibi?
Come on, Bristology, bro. Bristology, what I do to you, bro? But no, guys. I mean, guys, listen. I really hate that I've been strung into this pDAI hater, this pDAI fudder when I'd like to think I've spoken nothing. Guys, I don't want any. You guys can really holding your pDAI, selling your pDAI or holding it. It doesn't really matter. But the biggest thing I've harped on is please don't provide liquidity. Do not provide liquidity. That's like my number one thing.
There's no liquidity left. It's all. I mean, there's 36K. There's nothing there. It's dust, all right?
Well, there's another pool.
Oh,
We're
there's
just
other
looking at
pools?
one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
bunch
that's
of
just-
pools.
One pool.
They're providing
That's one
liquidity
thing I'll
because
agree on.
it's paying, apparently. Somebody told me today. Like 200%.
No.
Yeah. You need
wow.
less liquidity to pump, bro. Come on.
That's true.
So,
Clear.
Wolf, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Where did you stand on the pDAI thing before all of this started happening? Just like out of curiosity.
Before what thing started happening?
I would say let's say before the FUD events.
Well, I mean, I was openly
Which
pro
one?
pDAI. Huh?
You were pro pDAI?
Yeah. Yeah.
What? So can I ask you then? I just just to clarify, what made you? What was like the nail in the coffin for you to where like you kind of maybe stopped believing in the peg narrative or?
Okay. Well, the nail in the there's no nail in the coffin yet. Okay.
You don't think so? No.
Until somebody replicates it, man. Like
That's true. That is the
Okay.
the truth. But when did you start to steer the other way?
I'm not saying that I'm steering the other way. I'm just not openly bullish about it right now.
You know what? I like that. I was
Okay.
like I said, I was just curious.
And because I need to see a nail in the coffin. Just like, when I got really bullish about pDAI, we're talking about a year and a half ago at this point, right? And
Yeah.
a lot of it had to do with me going, okay, PulseChain's really awesome, but it's not ultra like cutting edge, and it's going to be outdated soon. That's just the nature of tech, guys. You guys get that, right? There's like a new chain every fucking 6 months,
100%.
okay? So the idea that there's a copy of this stable coin, and I do a lot of research. I'm like, Richard Hart has talked incessantly about, possibly a stable coin and loving pDAI or DAI, et cetera, et cetera. I was like, wow, that would really make this chain cutting edge. That would be what you need to take it to that level where it's extraordinarily competitive. And then it's really decentralized, And then I was like, okay, cool. It's a cool theory, but like, what's going to make this, why am I going to build a position here? And then I realized it was being bonded all over the fucking chain, like everywhere. Every pool was filled with it. Every great project, everything. And I was like, okay,
Yeah.
this is his baby.
Yeah.
He spent fucking all these years building it, and he's been planning this forever. I don't think he would let this thing bond itself all over the place. They were burning liquidity with projects. I was like, okay, I'm building a position in this. This thing is happening. Like, there's no way he wouldn't have said something by now or tweeted something to like, hey, or put a stop to it, right? So that was a nail in the coffin for me to go bullish on it, where I was like, this is bonded. And for me to go the opposite direction, I'm going to need an equivalent piece of evidence. And that to me right now is somebody fucking replicate that shit. That's it. It's that simple, man.
So my question
It's not-
would that be the final thing for you? Like if we're able to replicate it?
If one of you, yeah, bro, if you were like, I'm able to do it, fuck yeah.
All right.
You can't replicate it though because someone took control of it pre-fork.
Exactly.
thing.
Well, that's the theory right now, right?
Someone took control of it pre-fork. It's not a theory, it's a truth. Someone took control of it pre-fork. And not only that, in a blockchain way, they connected it to the origin address, which, as we all know, is very fucking easy to do in the blockchain. It's not hard to connect things to another wallet to make it look a certain way. Like we've seen people do this just for laughs.
Wait, say that
Do you know
again.
what I mean?
It's easy to make it. How to make it look like what?
It's easy to make it look like it's connected to a certain wallet
Really?
just through blockchain transactions. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
not necessarily. No, I mean,
How?
yeah, you could send, but it's not. You
Well,
can't really.
It's been directly connected to the origin address.
Where? This is. I think I brought this up earlier. Is people were saying that RH has control or whatever. Where is this? Where's the evidence of this? And that's.
Well, I can't give you it because I'm a fucking moron. I just know what I've seen, and I could probably pull up receipts if I actually gave enough of a fuck about it. But I don't, so I'm not gonna bother trawling through my messages to find those receipts. Like, people can do what the fuck they want to. That's on them. But it is directly connected to the origin address, but that can be easily done. Like, it's not hard to fool people on the blockchain. in that regard. And that is what led everyone down the pDAI pegging narrative, was that connection to the OA.
I still haven't.
Everyone down it.
I don't, like I said, we've been up here for a minute. Like I said, I believe that the same burden of proof that the pDAI bros put on me and ask me to show, I think it's more than fair to require the same burden of proof from them.
I think it's fair to ask for proof.
For these same connections.
Dude, we're in crypto. It's absolutely fine to ask for proof. And I'm always ready to be like, hey, send it, chat, send it, whatever you got.
100%.
We'll put it up on the screen.
And to be clear,
put it all up, dude.
I was anti-ATROPA before I was ever anti-pDAI. Like, I was anti-ATROPA before pDAI was a fucking thing.
Yeah. I was a
fan. Explained even on this stream, I think I've said that ATROPA was let's call it a honeypot from the fucking beginning, from what I saw in the very, very, very early days.
Yeah, there were definitely people that were very anti-ATROPA.
No one else was looking at it.
I don't think the story's over yet, but we need to see somebody just copy the fucking exploit, dude. Sasha K, Wolf, bring 9iron on one day. Hey, we would love to chat with 9iron, and if you can get a hold of him, Sasha K, more than happy to. I'll stay. We'll do 10 hours, man. We'll go all night with him.
I was just about to read that out. Unfortunately, 9iron has never spoken in a public thing. He's never come up on stream.
And this is one of the things with me about this whole thing. Like, you get guys like 9iron and Decentralize Me that came from fucking nowhere. Like, who the fuck are you? And all of a sudden you're like a religious priest for this fucking sacrament. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just from a marketing perspective, it's just very, very fucking suspect. And I'll give everyone on this fucking stream credit for at least being around and being a voice in this system. Whereas these guys, like, who the fuck are you? Sorry, who the fuck are you?
Hey, tonight we have a record on the chat.
It smells like snake oil. It smells like snake oil.
Tonight. Hey, tonight each one of us has a hater in chat tonight. This is like a record.
Is it really?
Someone hating on me?
There's somebody hating on each one of it. Like, at least one of us has a corresponding hater out there tonight. It's fucking great.
Dude, listen.
Look.
Sounds like you gotta bring Habibi on more often, bro. Sounds like the chat would love that. I know Zach would love it.
Look, did we get any clarity here with Habibi? We had Habibi on. We're over 4 hours now, pups. Did we come to any consensus for anything, or are we just as torn as we were before? We looked at some stuff. I don't know if we got anywhere. I don't know if we got any, which makes no sense. You know, we're dealing with the blockchain. We should always be able to arrive at some consensus.
Listen,
I feel like we cleared a couple things up. I mean, we cleared up that contract or the address or whatever holding all that pDAI is.
Okay.
That's just a maker contract.
It's just a maker contract. Fine, fair enough.
I think I'm pretty sure we answered the question of why USDC and why pDAI are pegged pretty well too.
Okay, hang on. Let me remember that. That was because somebody found the arbitrage and just plugged the hole. We don't know.
The maker, maker sees them as 1-to-1. Maker sees them as the same thing.
Okay, on the ETH side, of course.
On the ETH side, of course, too.
So, of course, it just sees it the same here. So there was a discrepancy in value because there was nothing to pull them together the way it is on the ETH side, correct?
Well, it was you can always use one to mint the other.
Okay.
So when you have a price discrepancy in them, you can take the cheaper asset and use it to mint the more expensive asset to sell down.
Through Maker.
For example, if you had
through Maker.
Through the Maker contract.
Okay.
Yes, you're able to mint them through the Maker contract.
You guys got that, right?
I hope. Did we?
Ish.
Do we have any questions about that? I'm trying to walk away with at least us agreeing on something.
I mean, look. For a 15-year-old, Habibi's pretty smart. He knows some stuff. Maybe he's younger. Could be 12.
Smarter than I was when I was 15. I'm about chasing girls and fighting. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers to you.
Yeah, because fast is getting old, so I mean, we need.
Guys, we need a new Arab to come into the.
The young ones are coming up now. Take our places, I guess. Chat, it's just like.
The fact of the matter is,
Chat,
everyone's always
chat's
gonna
not happy
following
right
the
now.
there's just two
ATROPA
camps. That's it,
system.
man. It's
Hold
hilarious.
on, I just want to address this. You can't arbit and keep it pegged. If you have one asset that can always be used to turn into another asset, the prices will eventually peg to each other because there will always be a opportunity to make money there. Because you can, let's assume, again, the same example that I gave. If DAI was 50 cents and USDC was $1, I could take my 50-cent DAI and mint one. I can go and buy it for 50 cents and then mint my $1 USDC and then sell my USDC to then repeat.
Well, that
There-
guy
there are a lot of
said,
people don't-
I'd rather ask a rubber boot, and I couldn't agree more.
I don't know what they're referring to, right? But some people are saying they don't trust Almighty, and that you're trusting Almighty, but people don't trust him.
People can choose whether or not. Again, the text messages don't lie.
The text, okay, right.
So all you need to know is the ATROPA system, if you've been following it for long enough, has been extracting money from PulseChain since fucking day one.
Well,
It was
why didn't
connected to-
why didn't RH bring this up? He brings up everything, man. Like I don't know. It's fucking.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't.
He doesn't.
And then plus, like, I mean, like, certainly in my business sphere, I would let it ride for a bit. Like with a client, I will let them ride for a little while till I can get a good read. Then I'll cut them off. But we're dealing with basically a financial system here with PulseChain, so it's a much longer, more drawn out process. So you can't like cut that off the same way. You have to let it ride out. And especially if you have the type of plan that Richard Hart has, where this thing's going to go to the fucking moon, like, you have to let it ride out. And then you can fucking start to throw the hammer down. As we're seeing now, everything's going to finally all-time lows. And then at some point you can moon. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's
I'm of the same belief as I presume everybody is, like, especially if you're on a neutral stance like me. Like, I have no hate. If it becomes a peg, I don't give a fuck if I hold pDAI. In fact, the way I see it, if the pDAI people think it's going to go the way it should go, they should probably sell their bags. So that RH can then take complete fucking control of it and send our whole chain to the moon. Stop
That's a fair
fucking
point,
buying
too.
it. Like that at this point, that's the way I see it. Like, stop fucking buying it, because if you believe RH is going to fucking moon this chain through pDAI, stop speculating and just fucking let it do what it's going to do. Stop buying, oh, 1 million pDAI, so I'm going to be a millionaire. Like, don't be fucking, like, if you think that's his plan, don't be a retard and fucking be buying this shit up thinking you're going to be a millionaire when he pegs it, because that's just not how it'll work.
You just bought Pulse or Hex or PulseX or other core assets that are tied to liquidity, like Pulse in particular, as liquidity with pDAI. If pDAI goes to $1 because $25 billion plus dollars came into the chain to make that happen, then everything moves, and Pulse would move too.
Absolute madness. And what you have to understand is that, like, Hex #1, and then PulseX, well, in my view, PulseX Inc., and then Pulse as the gas token, are going to be the OGs of this chain. Then, of course, you get certain, you can bet on leverage tokens like, well, I'm not going to name any, but you can bet on leverage tokens as well. But yeah, pDAI is, if people think pDAI is going to work out the way they want it to, it's not going to work out the way they want it to if they keep fucking buying it. Because he doesn't want a bunch of people just being millionaires overnight that can then just fucking dump it and create a whole bunch of fucking stress on the system. No, you want the guy controlling the entire fucking thing and then let the entire chain run up exponentially. If that's the way pDAI is going to work. Otherwise...
Yo, we got Nate. Nate, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
How you doing?
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct.
Nate's here.
What's up, bro?
Oh, I think I have a little bit of a thing going on. Let me,
You're 100% correct.
let me fix my things going on right now. I think I got multiple things,
You might have.
audios going on.
Yep.
I guess, like I said, you guys believe the pegging narrative. You guys believe pDAI is gonna peg. I'm not telling anybody. I mean, I'm trying to just incentivize people to not continue buying more, not to provide liquidity. Nobody, really, again, at this point, if you already have your bag, it really doesn't matter to the exploiter whether or not you sell it. Really, what it matters is if we continue buying it. And that's kind of been my stance, is that we should, stop buying pDAI, stop funding money.
So why are people still, let's say, is there just a race to get the price up, or like why wouldn't people just let it die for now and then buy it when it gets lower? Or is it a question of the fact that it's only because the price of Pulse is so cheap right now that people are buying it?
Well, I'd say it's mostly just stems from the belief that people still think Richard is behind it.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's why people are still buying it. Some people still believe that Richard's behind it.
No. I mean, what it really comes down to is people that think they can buy 1 million pDAI and then one day, all of a sudden, they'll be a millionaire. That's the actual, real, true belief.
I'm okay with the meme coin part of it. It's that that you think it's a financial system that it's not. That's the part that bothers me. I'm totally fine with pDAI. Like, I'm not talking about the new one Maddie's launching. I'm talking about the pDAI that everybody was talking about before. If it's just like a meme coin with a fun narrative, like, great. Like, go to $1,000. Why not? Right? It's possible.
I mean, there's a lot of people that think they are for PulseChain by buying pDAI, but no, they're fucking not. They're for being a millionaire in a very fucking easy way. That's what it comes down to. Sorry to anyone else that thinks they think otherwise, but you're wrong. If you thought that way, you would buy stuff like PulseX, Hex, maybe Inc. as a speculation. If that's the way you truly thought, that's what you would be doing. You'd be degening and DCAing into the important coins. Hex being number one because Hex is the fucking GOAT and always will be. But no, these people deep down in their heart, and they will never admit it, they want to be millionaires overnight. It's that fucking simple. And they build a narrative around it.
So,
Nate, you got a video? Where's your video?
Sorry, I am currently shirtless, so therefore, I prefer not to, be on the camera.
Gotcha.
However, if you, the Ascending Man, obviously, you can go ahead and look at me. I am doxxed for sure.
I know Nate. He's a real person.
Did you dox your breast?
I am a real person.
Good lord.
The idea that I've been telling people for a long time, though, is that the whole point between pDAI is to literally buy hex. Hex, PulseX, and Pulse. The reason why is because what Richard Hart originally wants to do with MakerDAO, obviously, is to try to start the Hyperloop, which the Hyperloop is to mint pDAI at $1 to buy hex in the core 3.
Okay.
to pump up the price. So the original idea behind it in the first place was literally to buy the cores. That was the point. So when everyone's sitting here saying, hey, well, you need to buy pDAI, it's like, okay, well, yeah, I get it. Okay, pDAI, you can get like you can get a certain amount of X's based on the dollar amount going to $1, right? However, you need to realize that what's going beyond $1. Okay, so what if you bought hex, right? If you bought hex and it goes past $1, you've then beaten the amount of X's that pDAI would have originally done in the first place. So I love pDAI. I made a lot of money off pDAI. I literally just made a video just a week ago about how pDAI was one of my home runs right now. But you need to understand that pDAI is not the most important thing in this chain. It's important as far as, you know, the Hyperloop goes. But it's not the most important thing for you to buy up and then speculate on price for.
Fair enough. Fair
like
point.
I said, to bring up that Hyperloop again, I know I brought this up a little bit earlier and we kind of just skipped past it. What is everybody, if pDAI does peg, what is everybody's belief for what Maria's gonna do? I mean, now that we've basically, pDAI pegs and Maria now has an infinite money glitch from all the liquidity that's tied into pDAI.
Yeah, that's a rough one, bro. So
see, that's where the whole pDAI.
Chad, what do you guys think about this?
For me.
What do you guys think about this printing of Treasury bill by Maria? Regardless of whether you're pro or against Maria, and I saw there were some people pro and some people against. But that is obviously, we all admit and can see that he can print Treasury bill and some other things too. How do you guys think about that? Should we care about that?
You want to know my opinion?
Yeah.
I truly think that.
Very quickly from studying this stuff early on, like Treasury bill is not the only token that you can do that.
Yeah,
with
there's a few other ones.
Which it's not. But I'm trying to concede to the facts, to the one that we know for sure is mintable and that all the ATROPA guys say is mintable.
Yeah, I mean, he's done this through, like, since fucking day one. He's done this through so many avenues. Like, I remember, what was it? Began with a D. I remember switching on to that one very fucking early, and I was like, oh, this has one, like, 400k liquidity pool with another token. But it does nothing, but all he did was mint. And it wasn't Treasury bill, it was something else. And there was like a bunch of these fucking tokens that he could do this with, where he could just mint them and then sell them into that pool and then cash out through...
I think it's a child that got mad. A child that got mad about something because something went wrong. A child was told... Listen, hear me out. A child was told a story. A campfire story, as Will Stevenson from DJ Roundtable, who loves to say it all the time, was told a story about here's how we can use MakerDAO, the copy of MakerDAO, to create a hyperloop that will be the greatest story of all time in crypto, or one of the greatest stories of all time, other than like Bitcoin itself and Ethereum and all that, right? And I think something went wrong. Something went wrong, and Richard Hart said, "Uh-oh, this is not good." And I think this thing that we were going for failed. And Maria got mad, and Richard Hart, by the way, also got mad, and they started throwing something of what I would almost call a temper tantrum.
Right. So
and Maria's idea of how to cope with that was to say, "Fuck you, PulseChain."
I will 99% agree with that on you. Like
Interesting.
you're on almost the exact same track that I have been since fucking ATROPA launched. The only difference is it's not Richard Hart. There was someone else influencing Maria.
Someone like Maria.
That saw what he did with his system on another chain and how it kind of worked but failed, and influenced him to do the same thing on PulseChain, but they just, well, probably shouldn't say this word on stream, but they fucking raped him. And now recently he has understood that he's been taken advantage of massively by these people, and now he's fucked.
We need to see a little bit of like proof on this, though. We need to see something.
Okay, so the proof.
Yeah, we need to see about, because it's an interesting thing, and I think somebody in chat said something about that, maybe hinted at it. If you guys definitely like to see some more details on that, or that they've done this before, and that there may be other people behind.
As far as them deploying this system on another chain, if you look for it, it's easy to find. Don't ask again.
Habibi, that the ATROPA dev had tried this setup somewhere else as well, and it didn't.
Yeah. Like that's 100% confirmable. Like it's 100%. He's even spoken about it in his streams when he said, "When I set up ATROPA, people that knew would know to buy so they could make money," or words to that effect. Like it's been done elsewhere. Like it's not a new thing. Like
I don't know. I don't know if we're getting two different people confused. This is the first I'm hearing about that. I guess I can't really confirm or deny it. I do know that there was a whale who came on the chain.
It's 100% true.
Somebody launched. So I do know somebody came on the chain and launched a. I don't know if you remember saying. Well, do you remember that Free Palestine coin? I believe the guy was.
Everything he's done. Yes.
Free Palestine coin is.
It was.
No, I
it
don't.
was somebody.
That is
maybe
not the same thing.
Well, no. If I can finish here, it was because that guy, that JF whale who came over or whatever, he ended up getting exposed for launching actually like the same like Ponzi rinsing scheme.
Okay.
We actually, if you looked at his contracts, we found the wallet that he was doing this all over other chains. I've never heard somebody say Maria was. I don't know if we're getting him confused with this because that is the only person I've seen.
No. Like JR, if you know, is well known for doing all this other stuff. Like he was quite open, although I'm not in them, but in his private group, like he's done multi-chain stuff. Like it's well known, like it's not a secret. But what a lot of people don't seem to know is that the ATROPA system was, I can't remember the name of the chain. Somebody who's more in the know than me mentioned it to me. But again, I don't log this information because I don't really give a fuck. Like, click your buttons, bitches. Do what you want to do.
I think it's important then that we don't mention. I don't see a reason to mention. I mean, I don't know because this is the first I'm hearing about this, and I don't want to spread fake news about Maria. Because Maria is Maria is the NASA claims or whatever have all been, a lot of it has been debunked. But like again,
I've got no problem saying it publicly because it's not fake news. So you can come back whenever you want when you find out the information and say, yeah, you were right.
This is a good point DV makes here. He did deploy in another chain, and that other chain failed. So why would RH allow this person? RH is not, he's not that absent, you know what I mean? Like I'm sure he knew what was going on over here. This is a point a lot of people made, even Firewhale, different people as well brought up that, like, DV is just saying, like, would even RH let him deploy the same system that's failed before unless he knew clearly about his work?
This stems from the fact
shutting anyone down. Like, he's not stopping anyone from doing what they're doing. That wouldn't be DeFi.
That's not true, though, man.
But what he can do is follow it to its end and then do what he needs to do.
Like even pDAI, he hasn't removed it from PulseX or anything like that.
Correct.
You know, like it's not, you know, he hasn't frozen the chain or done something weird. He hasn't forked the chain to fork out pDAI, though people have talked about that recently.
Horrible.
Shit.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Like I said, I think so. Let's stem back. A lot of the pDAI people will say, okay, why did RH bull post pDAI? Why did RH bull post wrap BTC?
Well, it depends on what you consider as a bull post.
It was.
Was he bull posting the asset? Or was it just saying, hey, Ethereum guys, come over and fucking bring your liquidity to
come
my
nuke this
chain?
and buy my tokens, right?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was. That's what I was just getting
Give
at.
us buy and burn, bitches. Give me that buy and burn. And it did happen with the likes of Pepe and all the rest of it. Like we're basically seeing it work right now with us being as fucking shitty as we are chart wise, but being so high chain wise for volume. Like we're seeing it work.
Yeah, this is something I wanted to bring up, is that like this pDAI exploit is part of the reason PLS is continuing to make, probably not continuing, but it is part of the reason that Pulse was sitting at that like double 2, that double or quad 0.3 was because of that pDAI exploiter. I mean, again, us ever since the ink inflation has been cut, a lot of people pulled their liquidity. Most people did pull their liquidity out. We saw a lot of the big farmers that would just sit there and continuously dump ink.
It's going lower.
Right, number one, it's not an exploit. It's a function that someone has taken control of. Like a negative entity took control of prior to the chain launching. Someone that knew about it and made moves to exploit
I got a
it
question.
prior to the chain launching.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, just you guys know, I'm not keeping you out of the bubble. It's just connected to the video. So you BB and Nate, you don't have your video plugged in, so you don't get to go in the thing. Just so you know.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It is what it is. Don't worry.
I'll forgive you this time.
Yeah, don't worry, bro.
Yeah, let's stop using that word exploit, because it's not a fucking exploit.
No, it's not an
It's
exploit.
a function.
It's a function.
It's a function of how the thing works, and someone took control of it. A negative entity took control of it.
Yep. Yeah, Alex went over that, how it was somebody using the code for what it's for, but it's not. The code wasn't meant for PulseChain, right? Like it was just forked with everything else as advertising. Like that was the whole world's biggest airdrop advertising theory, which honestly is mostly failed.
I mean that's the thing. RH built us on this narrative of the world's largest airdrop, but guess what? That didn't work. Turns out people didn't care.
The thing is, right, and coming from someone that developed a project prior to PulseChain launch, that then launched on PulseChain,
but
like it fucking failed because it's very different with the way that PulseChain works. So you did not know, like you could not know, no fucking testnet, no nothing. You did not know how it would properly function until it launched on PulseChain. That is a fact. If you were someone that was developing something prior to PulseChain on Ethereum that wasn't just a basic meme coin, by the way, that was then forked over to PulseChain, and I know this because I have experience from a project that was then launched on PulseChain and completely fucking failed because it doesn't work the same way. You do not know that. There was no fucking testnet prior to PulseChain launch. Now, when PulseChain is launched, different story. Prior to PulseChain launch, you just didn't fucking know that it would fail. Do you know what
There
I
are
mean?
some missing pieces some things that aren't the same. There's very few projects that have utility on both chains where the fork copy works. Like basically just the RH projects.
Very few. Very few.
Pulse Bitcoin strangely enough, works on all chains, on both chains. And then the Hedron Icosa Alex's stuff works on both chains, like with the fork stuff. That's off the top of my head. That's about it. Texan token works on both chains. I'm pretty sure.
Like very basic coding protocols will work. Yeah.
There's a couple of things to be said too about how when Richard Hart originally was trying to fork everything, he blacklisted a lot of the protocols from Ethereum, but for some weird reason he didn't blacklist the most important ones that you would say is, say, Maker, right? MakerDAO. Now, why he didn't say, oh, this is not a part of the blockchain anyways, when he forked it over, we don't know. Perhaps he had
the airdrop, like that would have been probably to entice people who had giant bags of DAI to come over and participate, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, that was basically the whole narrative to begin with, wasn't it? Like,
all right, well,
world's biggest airdrop, and it failed, and he's had to pivot, which is why we saw like the pump tires launch. Like, one thing we've seen, and it's one thing that grinds me about people, is like, he said this, it's like, but one thing he always said is update your worldview. Like, he updated his worldview by launching pump tires, which I'm always skeptical about, because I've been deep in Solana and see the way that all that shit's working out currently. Number two, the exchange thing. Like, it was still flooding exchange listings when people put in money to get listed on MEXC. You know what I mean? And I don't know what the fuck's going on with that, but it's something shady apparently. But then he pivoted to, okay, well, maybe we should start promoting decentralized exchanges. Like, number one, always update your worldview. Like, that's one thing I take from him. And that's why when I see him do certain things, I remember those words is like, update your worldview. Like, oh, never, like, that's one of the things people will anchor to, is he doesn't talk about scams. Oh, but he doesn't talk about scams. Don't give them airtime, which I do agree with to a large part.
Well, can I?
But when it really, when it really means something, and when there's a big pivot point, and something as large as what he's trying to do, then you update your worldview.
Well, part of that is, I think St. Wolf's brought it up a couple of times. Like, why did RH wait until now about pDAI? And that's because
something went wrong.
Exactly. RH believes in just in time. You know, he doesn't like to fix a problem until you're just in time to fix it. And I think that's what we saw.
Well, can I, Killer?
Well,
can we agree on something? That you were saying that that's why the price of Pulse is where it is right now, and I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. Entirely.
It's not.
It was only like 4 million that was taken out. Even if it was like what were people saying? 24 million taken out of the ecosystem. I believe that that's not enough to drop the amount of the core fours that much.
Like, let me show you my chart from January 6th, BB. I'm going to show you my chart,
100%.
okay, from January 6th.
Please.
All right. Let me find it here.
Saints TA is the fucking GOAT.
Hey, my mouse is jammed. Oh, there we go. So
It keeps happening.
okay, here we go. So this is can you read?
That looks bullish to me. What the fuck? We're gonna go up.
So right here, this is from January 6th, 2025, streamed. Well, now it's 3 months ago or whatever it is. I did this live. Okay, and there you go. Not only that, but you can see what's the date. March 24th, 2025. So I did this on January 6th. This is me just doing TA like I always do, and I drew my bullish case, and I said we are going to break this. We're going to create a spring, and then we'll go. Based, now the macro is a little different, so we can talk about if it's going to continue like this. You can see the date, March 24th. We're at March 31st now. Okay, I'm a little bit off, by like, you know, but come on, I did this on January 6th.
Let
and
me-
look at the price.
so let me-
Look at the price, 0.000013, and we're at 0.000017 right now. And that was just the low point. So right now we're doing this first part where we're doing that first dip, and then we'll have a little rally, and I think we're going to come down and hit pretty damn close, if maybe even lower than what I'm predicting. Who knows?
There's a reason why I took out a loan on my car.
So to say that, I didn't know the news that was going to, let's say, cause it, but we were going here. The charts were saying we were going here, regardless, right? So
let me preface that, like, it's not. I think something got lost in. I'm not saying that pDAI is the only reason we're down here, but the guy again. Do we know how much liquidity? Do you guys know how much bid liquidity is total on the cores? A lot of this again.
Right now, yeah.
There's about 9 million total in bid side liquidity on the cores right now.
Okay.
Which is not a very big number. So when you have, again, pDAI's, I don't want to, the exploiter is not the only reason we're down here, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he is also part of the problem, and he is helping, he is causing him bridging, and like I said, from the month or so, whatever, he's extracted about $4 million. That's almost, that's almost half to a third of what is the total chain liquidity. So when you do have somebody dumping and bridging out and taking our stables like that, the exploiter is helping dump the entire price of PLS. And that is because I think there's a lot less liquidity people here than people think. And that is because, again, we saw such a massive amount of liquidity removed when the ink inflation cut happened. We saw a lot of liquidity get removed.
What happened with E-Hex? Do you remember the Bank X thing?
Yep, that's still going on. Does
this sound familiar?
E-Hex isn't, but I hate this fucking comparison. E-Hex is
Are we
not
reliving
comparison.
something currently?
Like, people draw on this, and this isn't even an anti-pDAI thing. Like, people draw on this. Like, I never understood the FUD with those tweets. It was like, all he said was that the market seems to, it looks like the market's chosen as a push to promote people that are already in the ecosystem to invest in the ecosystem. Whereas E-Hex, what E-Hex is an external thing. E-Hex is an external, it's although it will, like, I still believe E-Hex pumping will send fucking PulseChain to the moon. It is an external thing. Like, people are too busy in their fucking bubble when they read these tweets. Do you know what I mean? You're too fixed into your little bubble when you read these tweets, like the E-Hex one. I never got the FUD on those tweets and why everyone fucking dumped and why I bought the bottom.
Yeah, see, the thing about E-Hex, though, is that it was the original Hex, right?
Like,
that was
it's
the
like,
idea.
Right.
It's like,
right.
oh, the quote unquote, the market is chosen. What was the
People are
market?
gonna buy it.
You're the fucking market, you idiots. Not the wider market. If you want to onboard the wider market, you do it through green candles on E-Hex. Very fucking simple marketing strategy. Like, there's a funnel.
It is on
like, does
Ethereum,
anyone
but, like,
understand
that
the
was the theme
marketing
at the
funnels?
time.
E-Hex is the top of the marketing funnel. Like, Jesus, man. Like, people are so fucking stupid.
I think E-Hex originally. I think originally Richard Hart wanted to get rid of E-Hex, simply because he already knew that it was the worst version of Hex, and he wanted the best version.
There is no worse
I
version.
heavily disagree with that.
Yeah, there's no worst version of Hex.
There is a worse version. It's called relying on
crypto.
somebody else other than his own creation.
Gas fees. The only problem
it's called relying on somebody else other than his own
was gas fees, like that, the S load, like, which is all getting fixed. Like,
the best
that's
version of
the only
Hex
problem.
is his creation.
But before we get on the E-Hex topic, I wanted to close it out with saying, like I said, I don't believe that the pDAI is the only reason we're sitting this low.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
we're seeing a lot of people capitulate.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Gary capitulate.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of big other whales, but I would like to say that the exploiter is also helping this fact. You know what I mean? He's dragging us down, especially with the amount of liquidity that we have left on PulseChain. It's really not that much, guys. $9 million is nothing in terms of chain liquidity. I'm talking about in terms of all the cores. That's how much of bid side liquidity we have left, is about like 9 million. And then I believe that Richard did time the cutting of the ink inflation rates with wanting people to pull their liquidity, wanting us to dump, wanting people to capitulate. Because again, then there's less money for people to sell into.
It does seem like a perfectly timed FUD storm. All right. And if I go back to where do I have this chart? I didn't know what the news was going to be that was going to create this, right? I just knew, just from looking at tons and tons of charts and, the stuff, that this was, based on what I'm seeing here, this was very likely, right? So it is interesting that all this stuff happened right when it did. And another thing that's really interesting is, for a market maker, I mean, what could be better than having an exploit on the chain to really bring the price where you want to, or get, to shake out weak hands?
That is a perfect point, saying the only problem, real true problem with pDAI is the separation and the negativity and the combativeness within the community. That is the problem.
Well, I mean, it's
as you
with the problem with the chain game too?
The chart was going to go down. The biggest problem with the chain is like, oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, which has always been our biggest problem. And now we're seeing max FUD and sentiment on the chain. Like, that's always been the biggest problem.
We need to band together right now.
Looking at shit on someone else and blame them and blah, blah, blah. And the worst thing is that a lot of these people that are fucking doing it are people that have made fucking bank. And they just want to make a name for themselves. Fuck you.
Well, what color's your pDAI? Oh, fuck off then.
The interesting thing, the last video that I made on my channel, I talk about how when you look at the chart, all you're seeing is human emotions.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
100%.
And so when I look at your chart, I'm sitting there going, oh, it looks like something bad needs to happen. And people need to go, oh, no, everything's over with. And
that's what that move.
The chart that you currently have.
That's what I drew.
Right now.
Yeah, that's everything's over.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree with you. I think the timing is very interesting. Like,
yeah.
Like I said, I believe Richard, didn't talk about this until it was. I think it's become a big enough problem to where he wants to shut it down. Or maybe at least get rid of the idea that he's behind it, because again, I think we can agree that that's what carried the narrative the most.
I'll add on to this in a second.
Yeah.
Well, of course, that feeds into the plan too. That he has to make sure he has complete deniability of this being behind it. I mean, we shouldn't even be talking about it, to be honest.
Yeah,
oh no, we can't talk about creating a stablecoin. What? No.
If you truly believe in pDAI pegging, sell your bags.
You give it to Maddie.
No,
you give it to Maddie.
I don't think anybody should sell their bags. Like I said, all I've been incentivizing people
starts your work week. Sorry.
is I just want people to stop, providing liquidity for this exploiter.
Yep. Here we go.
And that's it. That's at the end of the day. Like, sure, I think if we maybe, like I said, I'm not pro or anti right now. Like, yes, I am anti pDAI right now, but that's because we do have some guy, from what we know, is a Vietnamese dude from the wallets that we've linked back to the fort. This
I do want to see the stuff about this history on this guy. We'll have to maybe do that another time.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I think people would love to see it. Because I haven't seen any of this
I
shit.
have everything.
You do?
I mean,
you haven't seen any of that.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't.
Is Pulse Latina 2.0, like, it's complete
No.
fugazi.
Let me preface this. The Vietnamese guy is not Pulse Latina. Pulse Latina, who, by the way, I've called a scammer day one and said it wasn't a real female.
That wasn't.
And I got so much hate for that, by the way.
How do we know it's a real Vietnamese guy? You know,
believe
The-
that
but
these
the Viet, but
guys-
the but let's ignore again this Vietnamese guy. This stems to St. Wolf. I don't know if you know the full story, but essentially, they found the wallets that basically funded this current exploiter wallet. Links back to multiple Twitter posts, and it links back to a forum that was on a Vietnamese forum. It's like a World Wide Web forum. It's called Me Too. Hold on, I'm driving right now, but I can as soon as I what is it called? No. As soon as I get here, if you look on my Twitter, I have everything posted.
Bro, how long have you been driving? Where are you going? How long have you been driving?
I told you guys it's Eid right now. You know, I'm not too long, like 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So we're good here. But no, don't worry. I wasn't pulling up D-Bank.
When the truth comes out, it's not going to be some fucking guy in Vietnam.
So I would like to again the Vietnamese. The main thing stems from this in a forum in 2020 in full Vietnamese was a guy who posted these wallets that link to the current exploiter wallet, talking about how he was addicted to gambling and that he had problems.
Yeah.
And,
I've heard that.
you know, again, this entire forum was in Vietnamese. I can, like I said, hold on. I'm about to get here, and so I can. What is it called? I can send you all the links that I have, or maybe we can even save it for a different topic.
I think we'll say we'll have to come back to it. Have it ready, and we'll have to do it again because.
So
we're going on.
What do you think about
5 hours? What are we at? We're at 5 hours.
Really?
Pups.
Oh yeah.
5 hours, man. Smash the like button. Come on. Hit that like, because we have, 17,000 people watching.
Yeah, smash that fucking like button.
And it shows me only 7 likes. That's ridiculous.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Come on, guys.
Chat, we can do better than that.
This is a good conversation, guys. Come on, what the hell are you guys doing? Smash that like button. What the hell are you doing? Smash it.
Drop a like if you hate Habibi. Drop a like if you love Habibi. Drop a like if pDAI is gonna peg.
100 more likes and I get off the screen.
Fast is working on a new Oracle for the show, so we should have a new Oracle soon.
Yeah, Oracle's broken. We're working on it. Got the devs on it.
Yeah, but so I'll actually, you know what? For a separate, I'll compile all the information for you, and I'll have it. We'll be able to go step by step.
Yeah,
through
we'll do
everything.
it. We'll do it.
But I would like to ask, what do you guys think of the video that Richard posted that was in Vietnamese of the guy doing the exploit?
The one on
what
Richard
do we think
Hart's
about?
On Richard Hart's feed, the one he put up, right?
Fugazi.
Yeah.
Fugazi.
I mean, just Fugazi. Yeah.
You guys think that was just him playing into it?
I think it was somebody.
Could have been, or maybe the video from somewhere else. Somebody else made a bullshit video.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible as a Vietnamese guy, but it's like.
Well, we know. So we know it's him because of the wallets. You can't fake the transactions, and you can't fake the wallets.
Fair enough.
So we know it's the exploiter wallet.
You know the guy's nationality from his wallets.
No, again, that's not what the wallets that link to the
Chinese forum.
exploiter are.
It says it goes back to
the Vietnamese forum.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Me Too.
Well, we'll do one where we can put it all up and we share all the links and we can see it all. I do think we got more pressing things possibly coming here.
Guys that are scamming at this high level work, right?
Yeah, they're pros. This guy, whoever's doing this, is a pro, whether it's an inside job or not. Like it's
he'll be multi-chain. He'll be scamming.
Yeah,
this is not. About this in the last stream through the security industry. I know how these people move through channels to obfuscate what they're doing.
They'll be extraordinarily sophisticated.
That's true, but you also have to assume, because again, this forum was posted in 22.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. Like I said, St. Wolf, I didn't know that you didn't know any of this.
No, I heard the stories. I need to see the fucking shit. That's the thing. I've heard the stories that he was a gambler and blah, 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 and all this stuff. I was like, okay, but I need to see it. And like I said, I was extraordinarily sick last week, so I was just tuning in at everything and listening, but not last week, but when it all went down or whatever.
Yeah. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Thanks, man. And I had a family member in the hospital that week, too. It was like an extraordinarily heavy week, and then I'm like every second, like tuning in. Shit.
Prior to PulseChain launch, like the people that are doing this were doing it prior to PulseChain launch, and they had a fucking plan. Like, it's really easy to obfuscate stuff, and then like even from my own perspective, if I was trying to do this on the scale that they're doing it, I would have planted those seeds very, very, very fucking early. And then I would have brought those seeds to fruition much later on. Like, it's real simple if you understand how high-level fucking scammers work, which I do through the security industry and how they worked. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not fucking rocket science.
Yeah. Okay. So, you bring up a good point here. When you're thinking about like, hey, how do you want to actually scam an entire chain, right? Let's go ahead and think about that for a second. I want to scam an entire chain by setting up multiple wallets with an entire advertising campaign to make sure that I get a couple of $1 million out of everybody who's gonna dump their money into my coin. Does that sound like an efficient scam when you have Ethereum or Solana that you could be doing it to? It just seems odd to me. Everything here that everybody is saying always pops up with the same red flag. Something went wrong. Now, what went wrong? I don't know. Who did it go wrong to? I don't know. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to figure out, right? But I've gone extremely deep into everything that could possibly have happened, and the only thing that's popping up in my head is that this, unfortunately, this is something that has popped up to be Richard Hart was wrong. Put it in that jar, unfortunately.
Yeah, along
And
with the $3,700
Maria-
ETH that he bought, right? Like,
yeah,
like I'm not shocked at all that like a man who we believe is smart made a mistake.
No,
like
I'm
lots
open
of
to
smart
that too.
guys make mistakes every day.
I'm open to that too.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, it doesn't
Or a
matter how
combination of
smart you are. It literally doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how amazing, the most perfect human being on the fucking planet. You're going to be wrong at least once, right? And if you have, maybe you got a bad streak going on, right?
Yeah, that happens
If you have
too.
a good streak,
Yeah.
maybe you got a bad streak going on too. That's a possibility too. Also, by the way, Ethereum is in its third cycle curse. Even Bitcoin had its third cycle curse. And so, unfortunately, we've got Richard Hart, who bet on Ethereum. It just so he bet on Ethereum, I think, possibly correctly, but it's Ethereum's third cycle curse. And so it looks bad now.
With regards, again, coming from someone that developed a project prior with complicated, very complicated, and very fucking unique tokenomics prior to PulseChain launch, like, you couldn't guarantee on how these fork tokens would work once the fork happened. Like, you could not calculate it. It was impossible. You couldn't. You just had to deal with them when they happened. And I suppose what you could say is they went, fuck it, we'll just fork the entire thing and see what happens and then deal with it later.
A lot of people really feel
perspective,
passionately that would never happen. Like TD's expressing the sentiment, RH was wrong. Wow, you guys are
bullshit,
clowns.
man. Like
it's
honestly, from experience, even from testnet and all the rest of it, before PulseChain launched, you weren't able to predict exactly how it would respond. Your project would respond if it had complex tokenomics that weren't just, like simple forks. Like that's just a fact.
Meme coins are still meme coins. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I think a lot of it stems from the fact that we expect too much from RH. That's where this problem comes from, is people expecting things from RH. When at the end of the day, guys, you have to think about all the shit he has on his plate. He's wanted by Interpol.
Yeah.
He's fighting the SEC, one of the most powerful government organizations in the world. He's on the run. Guys, I mean, think about how little people he has to turn to. Think about how obfuscated he has to be. Think about how careful he has to be. So RH already has so much shit on his plate. On top of that, guys, Richard is human. He's no god. We shouldn't be seeing him as one. He's no different than me or you or any of us listening or any of us watching.
Yeah. Fair enough. Absolutely.
He can make mistakes and he can overlook
things. Definitely fatter than me.
And Eric Wall expressed that as well. You heard that too, right? Eric Wall was saying, like he did the best he could, under the circumstances, as you're explaining, that he was under.
This is the point I'm trying to make, right? Is you like with complex code and forking it, and again, I've had this experience from Ethereum to PulseChain. You cannot fully predict how it was going to act with the mechanics.
You can't predict the future, bro.
And you cannot accurately predict how it was going to work when forked. You just can't. Like, I have experience in this. We experienced this with our protocol. It was like, oh fuck! Like, it works perfect. It's beautiful. Forked.
Well, then it's good. Then you open up the can
fucking shit.
You open up a can of worms as well at that point. Then you have to ask the question like, okay, well, what else did they miss? Right? What's the next surprise?
It's not.
That's exactly it right there.
This is my point. It's not a case of missing. This ties into the pDAI thing. It's not a case of missing it.
Well,
it's a case of watching what happens.
Okay, that too. Yeah.
You have to watch what happens.
And
pDAI is a perfect example of that.
Right. So he didn't watch what was happening when we thought he was. But it opens up this can of worms now. Like, oh shit, what else has he missed? And what else didn't they see? Because the assumption is
it's just a P copy issue. That's all.
Okay,
it's just a P copy issue.
It could be, yeah. I mean, he forked a lot of complex chains. It wasn't just Ethereum. All these separate things are all extraordinarily complex on their own. Rabbit, Maker, et cetera. Yeah, they're extraordinarily complex, and it's not realistic to think they could have found everything and every little thing. For sure, I accept that too.
They all went to shit on the fork, like it all went, like literally, man. Like, I watched it happen with their own protocol, man. I watched it happen.
I got a question for you.
If RH being wrong, this is by Hextroplated. It says RH being wrong on pDAI. A fork of one of his favorite coins is more bearish than the exploit.
It's not a fucking wrong thing. It's like you have to see what happens and how it plays out. Like, it's that fucking simple. On the larger scale, you have to see what happens and how it plays out.
Okay, it still comes down to somebody needs to replicate it or get damn close. Okay,
you can't replicate it. It's as simple as that.
Then this hacker's amazing. He's god tier level.
So he controlled it prior to launch. Like,
you might have set it up so nobody else can do it, right? Like
can you do that?
Said before launch, he started preparing. After launch, it's too late.
Interesting.
Something like that.
Interesting.
He may have had a copied vault set up or something where you had to have it before launch if you weren't there.
It does seem
or
like
he's
that.
an actual insider. Like he was a dev for them.
Yep, fair enough.
He is. Yeah. He's one of the MakerDAO guys.
Could be.
For all we know. I suspect not, but you never know.
Never know. Yeah, could be.
I still see this as an accident, though.
Mm-hmm.
He accidentally happened to have the opportunity to be able to do the hack, because how long was it that our own devs were trying to replicate what he was doing until they finally figured it out, and then you got a bunch of I'm forgetting his name right now. Actually, Wolf, you were the one that led me onto him. He was on your show the other day, but in following him, he was like, "Oh yeah, none of us can actually figure it out." And then he said that once one person figures it out, then everybody will figure it out. And now all of a sudden, we got new wallets popping up saying, "Oh, look at this! There's a bunch of new wallets minting shit now." It's like, okay, so it's exactly what this guy said. This dev said exactly what was going to happen as soon as they figure it out. Right? It's one of those things that makes me think, huh? I'm pretty sure it's happenstance, bro. It's happenstance.
It's easy to figure out if you followed ATROPA in the early days. Easy. Easy to figure out if you followed ATROPA in the very early days and saw what it was doing. And then, who remembers when everyone thought the ATROPA dev was R8? Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, the guy behind ATROPA is Richard Hart.
Yeah.
And then
So, by the way,
Malia
TD,
comes out.
absolute no. I'm shutting him down right now.
TD?
Absolute no.
I think RH was...
Yeah.
I've heard
No.
the sentiment
RH
from a lot of people, yeah.
Yeah, Richard Hart is
Jesus
100%
Christ,
for freedom of speech. Absolutely. If you shut someone down immediately, what are you doing? Censoring them.
Yeah,
You really think that that's what Richard Hart is going to do? You actually think that? That goes so far against what he's been teaching us the whole time. Absolute no.
Yeah, but I will redact that with update your worldview.
There is no but. No.
No, there is a fucking but because he launched.
There's always a
pump
but.
Fucking tires. RH launched a fucking shitcoin, meme coin
He did.
platform. So
Jesus.
update your worldview.
Hey boys, I gotta sign off.
Those are RH's
Wife is telling me it's supper time.
Yeah.
But it was
yeah.
it's good to see y'all. It's good to see a wolf.
Someone's like
DG,
faking
have you
up
been-
Scottish
Nate?
accent.
Oh.
Fast. It's great having you.
That's great, bro.
You caught
I love it.
DG. You caught
Okay,
him.
then you laddie.
Good night, guys.
Good night, brother. Good seeing you. Okay, but on that note too, man, we're going on over 5 hours for me too, and it is 3 in the morning. I gotta get to bed, or my cough's gonna come back.
Brother.
So we gotta.
It's been a pleasure,
We gotta,
as always.
Yeah, we gotta start to wind it down. St. Wolf is actually Scottish. I'm faking my accent. That's
is this the part of the show where you say it's time to go to fucking bed, bro?
This is good. Okay, so look, definitely Habibi's got to come back because he's got a bunch of stuff, and we'll get to look at some interesting stuff about the hackers, the past, and all this stuff. His dossier. We got to look at his dossier for good entertainment at this point, and then.
Yeah, I'm gonna compile everything for you, put it into one like easy way. I'll run it down for you like before we go live too, and that way
Okay.
it'll be easier.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And then I don't know if I'm shocked nobody took up Habibi's bet too, man. That he was willing to take a bet with anybody about I don't know, what was the details of the bet, Habibi? And no one has come forward.
Whether pDAI's gonna peg or not. I'll take anybody's offer on any time frame they want.
Dude, you should do it. And if you can't get a hold of Habibi, get a hold of me, and we'll put it on. One of you guys should take it, man. My voice is.
Somebody, anybody, please.
I'll bet you $100, and if it pegs, you need to give me 1,000. Because I know you've got bags.
My ink bags are not looking too good right now, guys. Let's just say that.
Yeah, we need to get rested.
I wish I was holding pDAI right now.
pDAI is the only thing not dumping, you fucking guys. So, there's still more to talk about here. Why isn't this dumping? Right?
Because it's still such a narrative. Like, we're talking about it, man. Like,
it's not dumping.
It's mine.
It's not dumping.
Like Somi says, mind share.
Ink to $1. There you go. Ink is pegged to $1. Finally.
Yep.
I feel like at this point I've gotten more people to buy pDAI than sell it.
I think you made people more bullish. All right.
Yeah, man.
This is crazy. Judge Peggy's there.
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Speculate all you want and make some gains, but it's like people like. I'd like to say this: people that think if pDAI fails, PulseChain fails, are incorrect. To be kind, in my words, like I mean, your TA Saint explains it perfectly. Like it's like people think pDAI failing, thinks PulseChain will fail. wrong, wrong. You just don't understand what is going on this chain. Simple as that.
Yeah.
I think PulseChain is basically the best.
Let me also preface that I don't think pDAI failing causes PulseChain to collapse at all, either. I don't think it matters for the greater goal or whatever you wanted to call it. I think it's just short-term extraction and it's causing more short-term pain. You know?
I could agree with that.
Fair enough.
So you do realize that Richard Hart has done a lot to try and remove as many liquidity positions as possible, which causes every single fucking coin that he would want to pump to be extremely thin liquidity, which means what does it take to pump that price? Crowd, why don't you answer for me? What does it take? Nothing. Literally nothing. Absolutely nothing. So he's literally priming things to pump to the fucking heavens. This is going off the back of literally what we're looking at DeFi summer right now. So there's a lot of things coming that are really good right now. And I am currently abandoning my DJ Roundtable friends on our literal flagship show tonight, literally over at my show. So yeah, if you guys, after you're done here with Saint Wolf, thank you very much for having me on. I love you, bro. It was absolutely fantastic to come on. Yeah, go pop over there and just say hello for a little bit. And yeah, thank you for having me on. Looking forward to if this is able to happen again.
Anytime, man. It was a pleasure having you, Nate. And if you want, you guys can put your link in the comments. Just say hi and put your link in the comments. And I didn't get a chance to keep moving the name tags over, so I apologize. But yeah, chat, you guys are absolutely amazing. What a discussion. First time meeting Habibi. It was super cool. You know, he was pretty chill. Pretty chill tonight.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, man. Always a good conversation on your channel, dude. Like, it never devolves into bullshit.
Yeah, well, we were getting there. We got into it.
I feel like we were getting there a little bit. Yeah,
it was good.
But, I mean, you kept it respectful, and I hope you felt I did the same. I loved being here. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, it's a pleasure having you, man. We'll come back soon. We'll do it later this week, and we'll talk about things. But everybody get some rest, get ready, because there's great opportunities here with all this blood. Buy the blood, even if it's your own. We are where I thought we were going to be back in January, as you see from my charting. So we're pretty much almost exactly where I thought we'd be. So a lot of opportunities are going to come out of this. Don't panic. We got to see what happens. There could be a big juicy reversal and a huge pump coming up too. So got to be ready for that. Take advantage of it.
I'm gonna also take this time, guys. Please go follow me on Twitter. Habibi Crypto King.
Habibi Crypto King. Nate McGettit and that body mechanic.
Yeah, fuck my Twitter, man. Unless you want to fix your back and various other parts of your body. Who's the dude with long hair so I can follow you, dude? What's your channel, Twitter, etc.?
Nate McGettit. Guys, put your things in the comments. Then it's easy for everyone to just find.
I can't see the comments.
No, not the comments here, like below the video when it posts.
You're doing a Zoom call thing though, so it's a little bit different for me. Not gonna lie, bro.
Say what? No, when the stream ends, you just go in the comments down below.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
not in
cool.
the chat. Not in the chat. In the comments.
Gotcha. All right, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as following me, that body mechanic is a very descriptive thing of what I do in real life. So if you're interested in fixing your body, then I'm your guy.
He's awesome. You guys are absolutely
like the
amazing.
fucking video, people. Let's go. Like the video.
Smash the like button, you guys.
Shout out to, what is this? You've been going on 5 hours now, bro?
5.5 hours, man.
Hell yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Zach. I love you, Zach.
Zach, you had to go to work.
Maybe, hopefully, too. I know the pDAI people like you a little bit more, but if you can maybe bring some of the things that they say, like as evidence, bring it next time or something, and maybe we could break it down.
Yeah,
and
look,
hopefully do that too.
Look, I mean, I did a big interview with Decentralized Me, that like, we got a lot of people interested in pDAI. I started the narrative, way back, and look, we got to see what happens. I'm waiting for somebody to figure out this hack.
Yeah, only time will tell
Only
at
time
the
will
end of the
tell.
day.
Only time will tell.
Listen, again.
In the meantime,
I will
nobody
say
talk about
this
pDAI.
Fucking, I'll say this publicly. Like, Decentralized Me, who the fuck is he? He came out from nowhere to hard shell this stuff. Habibi, who's on stream right now, and he knows fine well, we have butted heads and fucking shit on each other a lot. I trust him more in what he says than I trust a guy that came out of fucking nowhere who's a complete anon.
Project Neo Tokyo, what's up, G? Thanks, brother. You guys are all absolutely amazing.
Shout out.
We'll do it again.
Yeah, you are too, brother. Thank you for having
You got
us.
it, man. Eid Mubarak, everybody.
Eid Mubarak.
All right.
What does that mean? What that means is New Year. Basically, think of it as like a New Year's thing.
You heard it from a BB. Nate
Yeah.
McGee and
Go
that
fuck
body
yourself,
mechanic.
Habibi.
Greetings from Scotland. All right, everybody. Have a good night. See you.
Good night, brother.